Hello, hi, we are live. Give me a second. I need to adjust a few things. I'm a little late, like a minute or so. That's fine. Yeah, it was kind of fucky-wucky today. A lot of problems. Because, yeah, my mom and my little brother and stuff are going in vacation. Something like that. So yeah, that's good. That's the thing. That's the issue right now. So yeah. I need to real quick. First of all, my head has to mentally get ready for the stream. I'm back to work and enjoy good day. Bye Cricket, take care. Hi Duck, hi Samax, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Yeah, a lot of things today going on. We are ready. And I'm also no longer sitting in a room that makes the surface of the sun look cool. Yeah, that's also good. Huge. Finally, tomorrow. Completely peaceful. Tomorrow will be absolutely peaceful. Isn't that great? Isn't that nice? I've completely free. There are like 6 people in my room studying. Cool. Well, that's something. I don't have that much drama related. I do have a more serious topic with the Altiori video, like the last one. Though this one is significantly shorter. But yeah, I'll have that one as well. I slept for 4 hours while everyone was studying. The FOMO was killing me. Yeah, that sounds bad, but you are an adult. You know what you are doing. And if you fuck yourself over, then you fuck yourself over. It is what it is. It happens. It happens. It happens. It does. But yeah. Other than that, how we doing? Aside from like, well, then you probably should be studying, right? Instead of sitting here watching the stream. I feel like just an idea, you know? It's just an idea. I think you should be studying then, if you're really that afraid. But yeah, our reptile brain is like, nah, do not. Yeah, I think we'll start with the first one. We'll start with. Also, I'll just switch. I'm having a stroke. I'm dying. Well, now I'll go and study. Good girl, out of here. Out of here. Yeah, I was here just to say hi and then bye. Good. Go study. Go study. Alright. The first one I'll start with. We'll jump over here. Is this one. We'll start with something more chill. And then we'll go into some deeper topics throughout. I have some think before you sleep videos as well that we can jump in. I have another Suburban Will one that I can watch. But yeah, those are the things. Like, I have a few things that I need to watch. I also need to watch the Ryuga video. For sure. But yeah. This one, okay. Thank you for the nods. Since when was that established anyways? We'll start with this one. Hygiene mistakes that are actually making you dirtier by Chill Dude Explains. I personally am a very hygiene focused person. I don't like when stuff is unclean, so I wonder if I will get advice on things that I do that are actually kind of not good. Anyways, we'll jump in. We'll jump in and see what bro is gonna tell us. I think. Let's go. I already see the first one, which is keyboard crud invasion, but we'll see.
Let's get right into it. Number 11. Keyboard crud invasion. Think your toilet seat is the dirtiest thing in your house? Think again.
It's probably my keyboard. To be fair, I only use my laptop, not an actual keyboard, right? But my laptop is generally fairly clean, I think. I don't eat. I guess, who spills coffee on their keyboard, though? I get food, right? I get like breadcrumbs. I get like just like in general, just like crumbs everywhere, right? I get that, right? From like a snack or something. But who's Actually, I know exactly who would spill coffee on their keyboard. It's my dad. I've never heard of that before. I've never heard of a moldy keyboard. Is that one of Logan Paul's previous keyboards replaced because of coffee? Now I know 2 people.
Technology around.
Yeah, that's a common thing. We know of that. That's a rather common thing. Yes, your phone is dirty as fuck. Which makes sense, because like your hands touch everything, then you touch your phone, then whatever you touch with your hands gets on your phone. I'm arguing your hands might occasionally be more dirty, probably, than anything else. But yes, the phone is in fact nasty. You know how you can tell a phone is really nasty? Some people have those those protection cases, right? But they're see-through and they're starting to turn yellow. And like you can see all the stuff through there. Yep. There's a reason why people don't use see-through protection cases. Brother. I mean, my phone is pretty clean. I do occasionally wipe it, but I think most people don't do that. I'm probably not in that category.
Studies show that phones can even carry antibiotic-resistant bacteria. These little troublemakers are harder.
We are creating war bacteria on our phones. Oh well.
To kill than your app thing.
Dishwashing sponge. Germiest things in most kitchens. Dishwashing sponge, that makes sense. Kitchen towels, that makes sense. Dish sink. Kitchen board and coffee maker. The kitchen board is worse than the coffee maker, first of all. And the kitchen towel is worse than the dish sink. Okay.
In most kitchens, those evict these unwanted tenants.
The main issue when I make coffee and I use a cleaner is probably the citrus taste after using the cleaner. It is terrible. That shit just does not get out. The taste just does not disappear. The germiest thing in the kitchen is a human, possibly. Very much, yeah. But hi, Shadow Eclipse, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. That makes sense. I'm not surprised that a remote control is worse than the average toilet. That doesn't surprise me. Who cleans their... Okay, that's definitely something I do not clean. Who cleans their remote control? Nobody does that. Probably also controllers. Controllers would probably be in here too.
Remote control.
What is a loofah? I'm too what is the word? I'm too not grass touchable to understand what this is. The fuck is that? A loofah? Now I gotta Google. What the fuck is that? Oh, wait, that's a sponge. Okay, I've never heard of that before. That's new information. Never had that one before.
Germs.
Yeah, the pillows and pillowcases are probably the most nasty thing ever. There's nothing can get worse than this. The water does it for you. Okay. This is pretty much. This is probably gonna be very nasty. Pillowcases are probably very disgusting. I would assume. Speaking of which, I should probably wash everything. Also, I send you more videos. Yep. I'm gonna look at those later.
This is secretly working against.
Well, that also didn't affect me. I don't use a lot of cream in general, so I don't really care. But some of these were really nasty. So the pillow thing, I probably need to check that more often. And the remote controls. The remote controls. Those are something we need to look at. Because those are gross as hell. Those are actually horrid, man. Those are terrible. So I really need to be careful with that for sure. For sure. Definitely, because that's horrid, man. That is horrid. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. That was a fun one. I like that one. I like that one. All right, here comes the big one. The one that I've been waiting for the entire time. Because this woman is based. This woman is based. I think she's great. So we're gonna watch her video. Then I'm gonna do the. Then I'm gonna, I don't know. We'll see what I'm gonna do then. But this one is next. This one is next. Because I like this one. I like this lady. She's cool. Women can't find liberal men to date them by Altiori. We've watched a previous video of her, which had a similar topic. And now we're gonna watch this one. I'm gonna be honest. The reason why... So here's the thing, right? It's not that women couldn't find liberal men to date. They can't find men that are liberal. They find men that are liberal. They just don't want to date them. Because the problem is that the things they are looking for are not in liberal men. You will not see a masculine, you know, all those usual traits that women desire. You won't find those in liberal men because a lot of liberal men are more feminine and are more, what's the word? More leaning towards like something androgynous. I'm gonna straight up say it. That's the problem. They want men that look like Republicans but have liberal viewpoints, and those just they separate each other. It is what it is.
There's anything harder than finding a liberal boyfriend. Where is he?
He's a girl.
Why is it so hard finding a liberal?
He's a girl. He's a girl. Yeah. Or that. Liberal men. Wait, are you just saying that liberal men are trans women? Is that what you were saying with that clip? The air you breathe is dying, so you take in 50 billion of dead air every second. Feel better? Nah.
Man in 2025. Like, it's literally like finding a gold coin. I finally found one tonight, and he unmatched with me on Tinder. Like, mid-conversation, it said, unmatched. So you know what, Jack? Fuck you. And I hope you see this, because you were the love of my life. We were talking about Claro, politics, Wii Sports, and then you unadded with me.
I don't know, maybe you were a little too clingy or something. So I still sound like
Maybe you were, you know what's a red flag? When they live and breathe politics. That's when it's a red flag. That's when you're yapping. If you're yapping in private conversations with me about politics, I'm good as gone. It's just like, if the topic gives it, sure, but if all you can think of is, if you're a politics brain, I'm like, yeah, I'm good.
I'm tired, because I am. And I've seen this trend, there's a lot of videos that are talking
Yeah, that Fox woman sounds sick.
about liberal men or liberal women. I don't know, but it's all over TikTok. And I'm wondering, is this a thing? Some of these posts were from 2020, and I get it. Like, I don't really... When I started looking for a person, the first thing that was on my mind wasn't, oh wow, what are your politics? And I get that's really important if you're going to be with someone long term. But my first thing is this a decent person? Do I find him attractive? Is he nice to me? Is he respectful to his family? Does he have good values?
That's true though, yeah. Yeah, the politics part, it comes up like, to be fair, I think, would it rather be politics? Would it more so be morals? Because, like, I think people confuse that kind of. Which is like, eh. But the thing is, if the first thing you're looking for is somebody with if their politics align with you, you might be cooked. Then just because their politics align does not mean everything else does. That's not the first thing you should look for in a partner. If that's the first thing you look for, good night.
The things that I find most important before we move on to the next step, which is Do you want kids? Do you like animals? Do you like video games? Because it's a really big one to me. If you don't like animals, you're out. If you don't like video games, you're out. I don't even mind dating extroverts because I have, but if I was looking for a date, or I really wasn't looking because people just fall into your life. Well, my main thing is, are you super clingy? Introverts can be clingy too. Then after we get past all of that, then we start talking about, hey, what do you think about these issues? And you know what I and a lot of women who are normal and functional end up doing? We accept
Normal and functional. So you're saying these women are not? Possibly.
the differences in the people that we date. We look at them and we say, hey, he's accepting me for some of my differences. Let me accept him for some of his differences. That's how it usually works. But when your whole life revolves around politics and nothing else, understandably, maybe right and left people are not going to be okay with it. I think it's interesting to find someone who has some kind of middle ground and can see things outside of politics. It would be funny because there's a lot of people I find that are liberal that are with conservative men or more attracted to conservative men. It's like they hate the politics of the person, but they're like, but damn though, all the super masculine guys that I like just happen to be conservative. So then you gotta wonder,
Yeah, who would have guessed that men who lean into their more masculine side tend to be more conservative? Who would have guessed?
why are all these left-leaning men, if they can't find them, where are they? I mean, call me crazy, but maybe the guy isn't as left-leaning as you think he is. Or the women who claim that they want these men, when they get with them, realize, yeah, I'm not really into this person because he's liberal like me, but then to be that way, you have to fit this box that everyone wants to put you in. And that means you don't have a backbone and you can't talk to your wife when you disagree with her with something and say, hey, I don't like that. That makes me feel uncomfortable. So then they just leave or they cheat because respect all women until they just can't take it anymore. Or maybe, and this is a conversation that I had with my husband, and it's crazy, but he might be right. Maybe what you think is conservative really isn't. It's just that you're super radical that everyone else to you looks conservative.
You are saying basically that these people ran so far to the left that everything that is just a little bit away from that is considered conservative. That could be a thing. That could be a thing. I mean, I know a lot of centrists, like people who like both talking points from both sides, and they pick and choose what they like. But they're still lumped into as conservative, even though they're not. For example, I think one example I could bring up is definitely Shoe on Head. People call Shoe on Head a conservative. Shoe on Head is not conservative.
For example, me. I technically, after I took the test, am liberal, center liberal. And my husband is more on the conservative side of things. But the thing is, a lot of his ideologies are actually pretty.
When I did a test like that, it came out as center right. When Frog did that test, it came out as fully right. So I'm in the eyes of these people, I would probably not be as bad as my woman. That is crazy.
Reasonable, like, oh, he's okay with this and he's okay with this. You'd think he was moderate or center as well. But like, if I talk to the average liberal, like, me and them can have like 99% of things in common, but the minute I tell them, yeah, I own firearms, now I'm far right. Or, you know, like, if I tell them, yeah, I'm all about diversity, I don't think you should put down white people, I'm ultra far right. If I tell them, yes,
You're essentially white supremacist. Terrible day to live in.
I believe it's okay to be trans, but you shouldn't be bullying people into saying what name you are because people can't read your mind. They don't know who you are. So if they look at you, which is what human beings have been doing since the dawn of time, and address you as, oh,
I think that trans people cannot complain about being misgendered. They cannot. They cannot. If you look like a man, you sound like a man, people will confuse you for a man, and that's okay. You can correct them. If they follow it, cool. If they do not, it is what it is. Can't force them. I'm in fact saying that if somebody purposefully misgenders you, they do. What are you gonna do? Crash out? Won't change a thing. Move on. Literally, move on. There's nothing you can do, just move on. Move on with your life.
Hello, madam, or hello, sir. You shouldn't just try to get them fired. Oh, no, you're transphobic. And, like, all the things that you would say, like, would I believe, you know, the definition of liberalism is you are very tolerant to people of different walks of life and different things. You'd think that those would be understandable, but to the point where it borders on being intolerant and bigoted, these people will come after you that claim that they're liberal, but they aren't really truly liberal because they are so intolerant. And they will call you far right. Like, people have called me far right. I am an atheist, and I am pro-choice, and I'm okay with the vaccinations and stuff, but I also believe in body autonomy, where, you know, you shouldn't force someone to put something in their body that they don't want to put in their body, because their body, their choice. That also goes to the vaccines. Like, it's just really weird, and people will come to me and be like, ugh, you don't fit every single neat little corner.
But isn't that a classic thing, right? Isn't that just a general issue? You don't perfectly fit in, so you're not that. It's like what I've recently seen is, for example, big example is there's a lady on TikTok who says she's not a feminist, right? She says she wants to be a housewife, she's married young, all that stuff, right? And people say to her that this lifestyle is anti-feminist and evil and bad. But I thought that this entire movement is about women being able to make their own choice, to decide what path they want to go, right? Do they want to go career path? Do they want to be a housewife? Maybe a little bit of both? Whatever it is, right? Whatever they want to do. But then I realized that this mob essentially is just, yes, you can do what you want, but only the way we want, only what we deem is okay. And that's where when I realized this movement isn't at all fighting for women. It's just fighting for a particular ideology. Nothing at all. Nothing else.
The box, so you're not, hey, you're a center liberal or a centrist, or maybe you're not as liberal as me. No, you're far right, all the way over there with freaking Super Putin and the church of the people who drank the Kool-Aid and step on the snakes and stuff. Yep, you're all with them. And so that might be the case. There must be some kind of misconstruing.
Liberal be like, oh, I also own firearms. Other liberal be like, oh, so you're part of the KKK. That is basically what is happening here.
Going on, because if I'm getting treated like that with a lot of people, even people I've been friends with for a long time, that claim they're disappointed in me because, God forbid, a short girl have firearms to protect herself if someone wants to yoink her in the night and spread her body in the forest, because I understand and also say I am not as strong physically as a dude. So if he's coming at me with the knife or something else, I need something to level the playing field. I need a way to defend myself because the cops can't spawn to my area. That's even if I can get to my phone while I'm being freaking chased. Apparently, that's really, really bad. Like, so I don't know, could be that these women did find left-leaning boyfriends, but they're not radical, and that's why they're like, oh, they're just conservative. So if they say one thing that doesn't fit in their neat little box and what they think all people on the left are supposed.
I just think that they don't find liberal men attractive. I just think they don't find liberal men attractive. I think that's what it really is. I think that the problem is that they can't find liberal men. I think that the problem is that they can't find liberal men that they can date. I don't even think that they're not radical enough, because I definitely know liberal men that are certainly more radical. it's just like they can't find men that are liberal that also have these attractive traits that our monkey brain generally is attracted to. Popeye or Jollibee. There can only be one. I do not know what you're talking about, but hi Zach, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hi Tourist, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
To be, then they're deemed conservative, which is really weird because there's also conservatism and there's also being Republican, and those are two different things. Like, you can be Republican and not be conservative and vice versa. You can be left and not moderate, and there's different things. And if it's anything being a liberal has taught me, or that we know about being liberal, is there are people of so many different.
It's just like a black and white thinking. It's just that. It's just like, you're either this or you're that. You can't have talking points from the other side, or actually even agree with the other side. You're just monkeying around, that's all. Pretty much. Well, people can't comprehend that.
Walks and life experiences. Nobody fits into one box. You can't just have one label that fits absolutely every single thing. You're always going to have variances within that thing. And I don't think that people who are making these videos claiming that they can't find these boyfriends are taking that into account. They want everyone to be robots. Then date a robot, program one, or buy those thousands of dollars of things where you can program.
Just get an AI boyfriend, I guess. Problem solved. There's literally Reddits for it. Just get an AI boyfriend. I see no issue. Just came to say hi. Hi.
Them to be exactly what you want them to be. There you go. Oh, but that doesn't get you moist. So then therein lies the problem. You cannot be you can't be pleased.
Hi, quick question. Where is everyone?
In the most literal term possible. In the most literal term possible. You cannot be pleased.
Finding liberal men, specifically someone from Florida. Okay, thank you.
Oh, in the gay bars.
He isn't wrong. He isn't wrong. Gay men are usually more liberal. Sure. Not always. There are conservative gay men. But, yeah, he's wrong. What are you reacting to? That women can't find liberal men to date.
Yeah. You can go find them at the fucking Sassy Saddle.
Wow, that's not nice. I mean, there is a stereotype going around. It's probably why people feel that. And maybe that's why a lot of liberal women that I've met and these people.
Biggest problem is to find a man who's not a liberal and wants to have 3+ kids. Wait, now you struggle. Wait, this lady says she struggles with finding a man that is not liberal and also wants to have a lot of kids.
These videos, and I also see they.
But 3 kids in this economy? I mean, woman wants 4, so I guess it must be in this economy.
They also don't. They say they want them, but they really don't. When they read books, when they go after the men they go after, that's not who they're going after. And I'm wondering why. And maybe some of them are wondering why. I think a lot of people do know, but I think the reason why women often go for more conservative type dudes is because I don't know. This might upset some people, but they kind of treat women like women. Like, I'm not saying liberal guys don't, but they're more on equal footing. Like, I had one of my guy friends, before, like, years ago, and he got upset because his father was still paying for his sister's phone bill, even though she's still living with her parents, and he's upset because his dad's.
Basically, what you're saying is that more conservative guys allow women to take over the role of the woman. Is basically what you're saying. And for liberal men, that's not entirely the case, right? It's like an equal thing, right? We both make the decisions, we both pay, and so far and so on. We share everything, right? 50-50. That's why I say, women saying they want 50-50, they're a fucking liar. You don't want 50-50. Because if you had the option 50-50 or your man pays for everything, you would definitely pick the man who pays for everything. It just makes sense. Using dating apps. No, as far as I'm aware, Altiori is married.
Like, you need to get out and get a job. I'm guessing his dad was conservative or whatever. But he's like, yeah, dude, you need to go out and get a job. Yeah, but you're still paying for my sister's phone and doing everything for her. Like, why, we should be treated equally, yada, yada. Your sister's studying to be a doctor and she's a girl. He got upset because he believes things should be equal. And I understand that. That's his preference. He's also, I love him. He's my friend. But he's also the same guy who I've been telling for years, hey, stop simping for that girl that you go over her house almost every day so you could do her chores and rub her feet. And she does not like you that way. After you're rubbing her feet, her boyfriend will come in and see you there and be like, oh, hey, what's up, so-and-so? He doesn't even see you as a threat. And then she kicks you out so she can screw her boyfriend. And she knows you like her, and you give her money on top. Like, it's just weird. Like, this is why people say, okay, there's a stereotype. And then girls like this will look at, they say that they want something, but then their actions and who they go after is the complete opposite. The top 2% or 10% men that they find attractive, that they would drop their little britches for.
Yep. That is the problem. That's what I'm saying. Also, when people say women are better communicators, I don't think that's actually the case. I think men communicate less, but when men do in fact communicate, it's oftentimes very clear what is wanted, and what I think men are more blunt in communication. It's more clearer, more obvious what is wanted. For women, I feel like that's oftentimes not the case. Also, yes, women complain. I find that funny, right? They complain that they meet all these fuckboys and narcissists and stuff like that. By the way, I think about 3% of the entire population are narcissists, and a lot of women claim that they have dated narcissists. By the way, those 3% include women, so it's probably less for men. The harsh truth is, maybe the guy is shit. But maybe your choices are just equally as shit. Maybe you picked the shit person. But that's also on you. That you pick that shit person. Just saying. I react to Karen vs. Cobb's hilarious and dumb. Oh yeah, I reacted to this one video with this woman who said she had a business multiple times. And tried to, I don't know, somehow push the... What's the word? Push the cops of letting her go because she had a business. Sting your friend's boyfriend. Wow. I do not understand men that stick around for a woman that does not want them. I do not understand. I don't. And you still treat her. You basically want to treat her like your girlfriend. You are essentially oftentimes also treating her like your girlfriend. But she's not doing the same for you, which is just so weird. I believe 20% of women around the world are Karens. I think the Karen transformation happens at 30. There are no 20-year-old Karens. I feel like it may happen, but it happens in the 30s.
Those are the rich guys who just happen to lean conservative and expect a woman to be in a traditional gender role. What does that mean? No, you don't have to wear a dress. No, you don't have to not ever work a day in your life.
I don't like this dude. This dude is insanely pick-me. I see this dude oftentimes on TikTok, and bro is insanely pick-me.
This guy looks like the guy from Shameless. Or the bear, what's his name again? Carmi. Yeah, looks like him a little bit. But yeah, they do expect their women to have respect for them. They do want to protect their women and provide for their women. And I guess that kind of framing feeds directly into the archetypal idea of masculinity, which is a biological thing because women still go after that. As much as they don't like to admit it, when they even do admit it, they get mad because they're like, I hate that I always fall into the situation. I go after guys like this. Why do I find them more attractive? It's because you're hardwired to. You're literally fighting against what you
You're essentially trying to fight against your own biology, but your own biology says, nah, bro, this is what you like. The lizard brain is telling you this.
What you're biologically inclined to do. I'm not saying every single person's like that, but we all like masculine men that will go out there and fight for us. We all like men that will pick us up and say, no, I got this. You go over there and you look pretty and let me take care of you. We all love men like that. Like, I'm a very independent person. I can figure out how to do things myself. Can I do them as well as my husband can do them? Probably not. But it is funny when I'm doing something, I start a project, and my husband's probably like, okay, you're probably going to mess this up because you don't have as much experience as me. But even things that we both don't have experience in, he will say, this is why you have a husband. Move aside. I got this, baby. And I'm like, damn. I could do it myself, though. He's like, go sit down. And of course, I'm like, that's my man. My man. Like,
Yeah, female instinct take over pretty much. Yeah, that's literally what it is. And I feel like it's not bad. Women want to make this like, it's like bad, it's like controlling, it's like not having trust, or like not taking them seriously. No, that's not what it is. We just like to take care of you. Let me take care of you. It's not like that. It's not like, oh, you're incompetent, so I'm gonna do it. That's not what it is. Hi, Dreamworn. How you doing? Can you beat a hawk-nosed snake in unarmed combat? Well, that depends on... I don't know what a hawk-nosed snake is. But I'm guessing it's a snake, so... I guess so?
I don't have to lift a finger. Like, even if I'm doing it myself, he will come in and be, that's disgusting. What? He's eating that dude. Oh my god. That was fucking nasty, bro. I did not want to... I didn't know that's what was in there. But anyway, where was I? Yeah. So people want that person with that kind of masculinity. It looks nice. Can liberal men be masculine? Sure. But the kind of liberal men that are showcased on...
The problem is that when they show masculine liberal men, they show you Hassan Piker. They literally... I don't remember the clip. Or maybe actually I do remember the clip. There was a... It's just like... They show you Hassan Piker and say, like, he's a liberal man in a Republican body. I'm like, the fuck you're saying? The fuck you're saying? No, he's not. No, he's not. Ugh.
A lot on media, especially like on TikTok and stuff. They're the kind of men that were like, you need to respect her, man. You need, like, and it's a bad representation, or maybe it's not. I don't know. Like, I've met some left-leaning guys that are pretty masculine guys, you know, like, they're not all, well, whatever. Look, that's probably what's going on. And it's funny because one of the clips that I showed earlier, the guy completely unmatched her. He could be lying. There's a lot of men that probably say that they're more left-leaning than they really...
Yeah, there was a guy on TikTok saying that he, essentially he was saying that he acts liberal so he can sleep with women. And then, slowly, he'll show his true colors, which are conservative. Now, you may probably thinking, this is a white dude. No, it's not. It's a black man doing this. He's doing what some would call God's work. It's crazy. It is crazy. When Howie was saying, I then slowly change and like I show my true colors, I'm conservative. I was like, bro, that is an evil mastermind.
They are, because they want to sleep with women. And when that's all women care about, of course, a lot of them are going to be like, oh, yeah, respect all women, you know, and then you end up with guys like the blue-haired guy that everyone talked about whose wife left him, who apparently...
The blue-haired guy, she's talking about destiny. She is talking about destiny here. Goodbye, thanks for the intel. Goodbye, take care. Oh, also you're doing better. Yeah, destiny. The guy who got cooked, who looked really sad when his wife was dancing with another dude. And then bro was cucked by a French dude, French twink, apparently, as far as I'm concerned.
He claims that, oh, you should respect women and do whatever, but he does anything but behind closed doors and in front, as people found out.
Yeah, didn't he do revenge corn? Didn't he record? I'm not talking about when he was sucking somebody else's, you know, the gayest shit I've ever seen. But he essentially recorded a woman without her consent.
Out. So there is that. I think honestly, it's silly for people to obsess over politics. Like, he needs to be liberal. He needs to be like, if that's what's most important to you, like ultra most important to you, like that's the most central like meaning to your life, maybe dating isn't for you, because it's gonna end up getting in the way unless you find someone who is just as radical as you and that is super important to them. Maybe dating isn't for you. Just saying. And some of these people I've met, that is literally the entire purpose of their life. And then they'll say, I just give up. I'm not gonna be out here for these men, as if you're making men lose out. They're just gonna find someone else.
They're gonna find somebody. They're probably gonna find somebody else, and it probably will be easier than BFN big for nothing. True. It's like Destiny's hair isn't dark brown, but it was blue at one point. I'm pretty sure it was blue at one point.
And then what's rough to me is like they'll have girls that will be like, okay, you don't want him, I'll take him. Hey, I'll fit those gender roles to be taken care of and treated like a princess. Oh yeah. And then those same girls that will say, I don't want those conservative men, or I don't want those masculine type men, they will be the same ones looking at those girls are like, I do. You're a pick me. Like, what?
You're a pick me. Or in a few years, they go onto some website, right? Mostly TikTok, and be like, where have all the good men gone? Where are all the good men? Well, here's an answer for both men and women. When they asked, where have all the good men gone? Where have all the good women gone? Here's your answer to that question. That they know the shitty situation with the dating market. They found somebody and they got the fuck out of here. The good men took the good women that were ready to get into a long-term relationship early on. The good men and women, they were off the market the moment they hit the market. The moment they were available is the moment that we're gone. Most of the time. That is just what it is. So here you have it. The good men have taken the good woman. If you are single, unmarried, in your 30s or 40s, that is not on the men and also not on the women. Depending on your gender. That is on you. 100%. I believe that 100%. That is self-inflicted. Because if you're such a catch, why are you unmarried in your late 30s? If you're such a catch, then you aren't a catch.
You're literally out here complaining that you're not getting picked. And then you're upset that another girl is more the speed of what those guys want. And then you get mad at her for going after what she wants. And guys like that as well. And the girl is exercising her independence and freedom to choose the mate she wants. And you're saying she's a pick-me when you're out here asking to be picked, begging even to be picked. I just find that really funny. And this is why people give us women the stereotype that we don't know what we want. They'll say, I want a masculine guy. I'm really into that. I want a dude who'll take care of me, who's good and bad and does all these things. Okay, he gives you all of that, provides for you, does everything that you want. Oh, I gotta cook for him? I gotta do things for him as well? Oh, no. Nope, that is not what I want. I'm supposed to do his laundry. I don't have a job. He works 60 hours a week, but I'm supposed to have food ready and keep the place clean while he's busting his ass at his construction job or whatever he's doing. No. That's not no.
Basically, but I think that also, again, that goes for both at times. That actually does go for both at times, at least for Zoomers. I don't know for millennial women, but for Zoomers at least. You want all the fun without all the responsibility. And that's not going to work. A relationship is a combined effort, not a one-way street. You can't ask one party to do everything while the other one just sits around and does nothing. Sorry. If you're at home and he goes to work, you take care of the house. It's as simple as that. If she works more and you work less, you're also gonna do some chores. It is what it is. It's a collected effort. If both of you work, both of you do chores. It's as simple as that. Easy.
Oh, what am I, his mother? What am I, a slave? Like, this is the kind of...
Yeah, that's also one I've heard. I'm not his mom. Well, then he doesn't have to pay for everything, right? He's not your father. Your father does that. That's like the thing. That's why I'm saying, like, when these women say, like, oh, modern men want a mother. Well, that is technically kind of true, in a way. When they are working and you are at home, you do the chores. Essentially what a mother usually would do anyways. Because eventually, you're gonna have kids, and then you have to do it anyways, but for your kid.
thing. And then these guys are like, okay, so you just want to be selfish and entitled. I'm not into that. You see these bigots? You see, they don't respect women. And then this is where this whole divide comes in, and people can't really live, you know? And yeah, so when people say that, it's not that we're trying to be mean. It's you don't know what you want, or you're very selfish, or you have no idea what even dating the opposite sex.
I do think, Sarah, that is a modern problem, the selfish aspect. I would argue this is a modern issue in general. There is a lot of people who are incredibly self-centered, that everything they do is in the moment what feels good. Everything is done with only themselves in mind. Even, like, having children, or in this case, not having children, is out of a selfish need. So yes, people are incredibly self-centered nowadays.
Entails.
Anything harder than finding a liberal boyfriend. Where is he? Where is he? Who of my people? Are you guys having liberal boyfriends? Who is liberal boyfriend? Raise your hand. Where's your hand? It's such a problem for me. It really is. It really is a problem. And if you don't understand why it's a problem, then you just don't get it. Not even a liberal, like, maybe like a Democrat, like a registered Democrat. I just want to find a dude that voted for a couple of years.
Bro, if that's all you want to look for, I think I speak for conservative and I think I speak for right-wing men, left-wing men, and centrist men. That if the first question you ask is, what are your politics? Most of us are gonna grab our things. We're probably gonna stay the date, you know, out of respect, out of, you know, being nice. Then we're gonna leave and block you. I think I speak for most men when I say, when that's your first question, we're out.
I'm really struggling. I know 70 million people voted for her, so there's got to be one that is attractive and my type.
Isn't this confirming it? Isn't this confirming what I said earlier? They can find liberal men. They just don't find them attractive.
In the general vicinity.
Honey, you did not come on here and just say you want a guy who voted for... No way, stop.
Share with you a very simple story, which is that I went home one day and I said, well, why are conservatives bad, Mommy? Because I thought we were supposed to conserve things. I couldn't reconcile it. Now I can. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context I'm a gun owner. Tim Walz is a gun.
know that.
If
And I thought
somebody
that was
breaks in
powerful.
my house, they're getting shot.
Yes, yes. I hear that. I hear that.
Probably should not have said that.
But
My staff will deal with that later. I do believe that we should have rightly believed, but we certainly believe that certain issues are just settled. Certain issues are just settled.
People voted for this. Like, both options are not particularly great, but people voted for this.
I think we can agree that people from all sides of the aisle, including liberal people, were like, yeah, we'll forgive you if you didn't. So maybe not lead with that.
Beware of liberal men. They are just as dangerous as the super conservative ones because
They're literally like, oh yes, by the way, you can't get liberal men either. They're just as dangerous. So you don't basically become lesbian. But here's a fun fact. A lot of crime statistics involving same-sex relationships with women are 3 to 4 or 4 to 5, in some cases 4 to 5 times higher than in heterosexual relationships and men-on-man action. Here's a fun fact. Apparently, emotional abuse is reported to up like 60% of the time between lesbian relationships. If I think about it, I think like sexual altercations are like up to almost 50. Divorce rate is 72%. Yeah, I don't think men are the problem sometimes.
those men are telling you they're using feminism against you. Feminism is about choice, but they're literally saying, well, you want it to be equal. Okay, go ahead and pay for your own shit. Go ahead and pay. Okay, you want it to be equal. Well, go ahead and work. Why do I have to take care of you? Why do I have to spend money? Why do I have to pay for things? You want to be equal? You can be equal. While we are still not equal in society, in any society across.
We're not. Interesting. Very
highly interesting. Can you name me a law? Can you name me something that I can do that you can't? I can name you things that I can that you can. For example, here in Germany, not that I would ever do this, but this is just an example. When a woman exposes herself in public, she cannot be charged. The police will get her, but she cannot be charged. If I would expose myself in public, I'm going to jail. I find that very interesting. Let's look at court. Which gender is treated favorably? Ah, yes, women. Men face double the punishment for the same crimes. Men also have a harder time getting to see their children. Yeah. We are not equal. True. She isn't wrong. We are not equal. How about we equalize that?
very interesting. Does this woman live in the Middle East somewhere in one of those countries where people can have 16 wives and they don't have rights? Like, and then it's the cope with some people.
And what was it? You can't dance in public. That's gonna get you to jail.
It's not liberal men. The conservatives are masking themselves. A true liberal man must understand that injustice continue and supports a woman's choices and rights. However, he still wants to protect and provide for his woman and support her in whatever she desires. You mean worship and serve her like a slave? Because that's what this is giving me.
Those are not liberal men. They are toxic conservatives masking themselves as liberals. A true liberal man understands that injustice supports a woman, a woman's choices and rights. However, he still wants to protect and provide for his woman and support her in whatever she desires. But what wasn't okay. Wasn't that the issue? Isn't that controlling? Aren't you saying that? Weren't you guys saying that we're mansplaining. If we, like, the problem is that you want us to help, but you don't want us to help. Basically, what this comes down to: protect me physically and give me money. But while I don't have to do anything at all. You sound... When I read this, this sounds more like these women want to be hookers than anything else. That's what it sounds like. Every time she said equal, she said equal. Equal? I don't know. I think equality does not exist. It can now never exist, because equality can only exist among equals. Most people are not equal. Most men are not equal. Most women are not equal to each other. It just is what it is, because we're different. We had different life experience, we took different paths. The only way to make everyone equal is to essentially nuke down the system. Everyone does the same, everyone learns the same, everyone gets the same grades, the same pay. Everything's the same. Same personality, same interests. That technically you would achieve absolute equality when everyone is the same. Just as best, just same hair color, same weight, everything the same. That is just not gonna happen. That's just not gonna happen. I would even argue that equality of opportunity is not achievable. You can get fairly close, I would say, but you'll never achieve it fully. Because again, I do not have the same, even, like, you would have to have the same experience to have the same opportunities. But that's never going to happen. And that's okay. That is okay. What was that one song? We have to celebrate our differences, wasn't it that?
If you are equal in all things, then why wouldn't you want to go 50-50? Like, if I'm dating someone who believes women are just as equal as men, then it makes sense. We protect each other, but we also share in things. I'm not going to sit here and expect it to just be lavished and taken care of, and he covers 100% of the cost and everything. That makes you entitled and a disgusting person.
That makes you, I'm going to actually say it, this is an abusive relationship then. When he has to do all the work while you do nothing, that is, I would argue, that is an abusive relationship, and you need to get out of there. For absolute certainty.
Who wants to take advantage of people. And then you try to gaslight them into thinking, oh, you're not really liberal if you won't serve me and support me in whatever I desire. Are you going to do the same thing for him? If not, then you're someone who probably shouldn't be in a relationship.
A lot of these women, I think, when they're asleep in their bed with their husband, right? And they hear something, some loud and bonking noise somewhere in the house, I'm absolutely certain they will not go look. They will wake up their husband, and their husband has to go look. Absolutely. When it's same society, some will be better, some worse, so no equality. Equality is just not achievable, because nobody is the same. That's the great part, right? That's the amazing part with humans. We're technically all unique. No person will ever be like you. The chances are pretty low. Well, the chances are quite low. Because the amount of human that you could create is ridiculously high. Chat, it is a blessing to be alive.
You're an awful toxic person. It is the most toxic people that have the gall to call other people toxic for doing exactly what you desired. That was one of your desires, to be equal. Oh no, I don't mean in that. I want him to do everything, and I don't want to lift a finger to do anything. Then go date someone who would rather do that. Why? I don't want to do anything for that person either. Okay. So what if you're the kind of person who doesn't want to do absolutely anything? Find a sugar daddy. Oh, I have to sleep with him? No, I don't want to do that. Okay, so you just don't want to do anything whatsoever. Don't be in a relationship. It's really that simple. Good Lord, people annoy me sometimes, and you wonder why liberal men then avoid you as well as conservative men. Like, at least I find, like, from watching these TikToks, that the dudes on the right will still go for these women, which is wow. But the people on the left that they're looking for.
This is happening because men enjoy crazy women more. Men enjoy crazy women more. This is why this is happening. Mark my words.
Or avoid them like the plague, clearly, which is why we're seeing all these posts. And this is probably one of those reasons why. The one thing that a lot of people making these videos never do, they collectively all make the same kinds of posts, and they never, ever, I never hear the words, maybe I'm doing something wrong. If every single guy is avoiding me or I'm having such bad luck, yes, part of it could be the dating market and social media and stuff, but maybe it could also be you. Maybe it's the people that you're choosing. Maybe.
Yeah, but people can never consider that. It must be in most parts because we have such a victim culture. People don't see that what's the word? People don't see that potentially it could be them.
It's where you live, where you choose to live. Maybe it's who you choose to lock onto, and the people that actually come that fit that exactly what you want, if that's the most important thing to you, you're not outwardly attracted to them. And then you just say, I don't know where they are. Hey, ma'am, I really like you. I'm super liberal. I will take care of you, everything. You're fat. Or you don't make enough money. It's like, okay, but you had what you said you wanted, what you said was the most important to you, and you got it. It's just that the guy didn't fit your objectivity status. Like, he wasn't supposedly hot enough for you. Got it. Human beings are hilarious.
Human beings are in fact hilarious. So what we know from this? What we take away from this? Liberal women do not like liberal men. They do not. They do not find them attractive. That's what I take away from this. They do not find them attractive. They probably know liberal men, but they don't want to date them. That's just what it is. And I think that if the first thing you ask somebody is where they stand politically when dating them or when wanting to date them, my advice is to everyone, man or woman, grab yourself, get out of there. Get out of there. Get out of there immediately. They are politically brain rotted. That's all I'm going to say. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. In Australia, party is called Liberal Party of Australia, but they're center-right to right-wing party. I have no idea. I've never looked at the at that party. I know that they're pro-censorship, so fuck them. Although liberal being left in other countries, it's right. They call it liberal conservatives. Well, those exist too, right? Those exist too. That combination. It's an odd combination, but yeah, it does exist. It does, in fact, exist. So yeah, sure. You're wrong. She seriously suggests sugar daddy as as option. Well, everyone likes a sugar daddy or a sugar mommy. I don't think anybody complains. But then again, you're kind of like a hooker. Anyways. Alright, next up, I think I'm gonna do this one. Been having this in here for a while. Cricket suggested this one, so we'll do it. Ryuga, the Undisputed Goat by CJ the Champ. To be fair, I don't watch this guy too much. I think I only watched the Madara video and the Kid Buu video. That's all it is. But obviously, this is about Beyblade, Ryuga and his aura. He also has a really great, what's the word? He has a really, really great German voice actor also. His laugh is crazy. He's just pure aura. That man's just pure aura. Let's jump in.
So this man charges up a Gallic gun and just yells at her, "Enjoy retirement!"
Sometimes I'm for sure questioning what's going on with Beyblade. Hi, Eliza. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Sometimes I'm for sure questioning what's going on. The new season is though, as far as I've heard. Especially the German dub is really, really horrid.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the round table and our first trial of 2024. And with this being the first trial of the year, we might as well start it off with a absolute fucking legend. So let's go ahead and get this started. Coming in around 5'8", weighing about 150 pounds of pure violence, ignorance, and destruction. He is the wielder of the Forbidden Bay, El Drago, and made us realize that Beyblade was that serious. One of the greatest menaces to ever do it, Ryuga. Well, y'all already know we got the evidence on deck. The ranking system is ready to tally, and he...
Total exhibits, kill count on screen kills, violations, losses. Just woke up, well, good morning then, I guess.
Will be ranked in our new leaderboard system.
Ooh, he has a leaderboard system. Yeah, Majin Buu being up there makes sense. That just makes sense, right? Majin Buu being that high up there, Madara being that high up there. Yujiro Hanma makes sense. Sukuna not being that high up there. Toji does have aura, for sure. Slade makes sense. Roberta, interesting.
In our 2024 update. Yes, I know your eyes do not deceive you. The round table now has patch notes. So without further ado, Exhibit A! Lightning El Drago, the forbidden bay that feeds off of pure negativity such as fear, hatred, anger, and greed. Now, some of you are probably wondering, well, CJ, how significant can this spinning top be? Well, what if I told you that the Roman Empire was built off the back of this bitch?
Yeah, the lore for this anime at times was crazy. Apparently, Moses split the sea with a Beyblade. That was also in there, if I remember correctly. The lore is insane sometimes.
Oh, and I'm not done. This has destroyed civilizations. You see, the show doesn't tell you this, but if you really think about it, the prominent leaders that have probably used this bay in the past include Julius Caesar, Genghis Khan, Cleopatra, nigga, Napoleon probably used this bitch. And then here's some of y'all probably go, well, CJ, no way these world leaders could have been in this universe. Okay, why is Moses here?
There, see? It's Moses! Splitting the sea with a bay. Whatever they were sniffing at that time and smoking when writing this, it's fire.
Checkmate, nigga. This bay was so demonic they had to lock it away in the sacred bay village so nobody could ever touch it again. Until the Dragon Emperor pulled up and stole it. And right off the bat, ladies and gentlemen, we're already getting into Ryuga's first charges. Breaking and entering and grand larceny. This man pulled up on some Indiana Jones type shit and decided to steal a national treasure with the power of a nuclear warhead. And look at him, he like, it's talking to me. Yes, I want to be the GOAT. So for Ryuga's first fight, he ends up fighting Jinga's dad. And well...
True, completely forgot that was Jinga's dad. Yeah, I remember. I'm slowly remembering. It's been so long since I watched this particular part.
You can't even call this a fight. Blanca moved in under a minute tops. Knocked the f out and posterized right in front of his child. Then look at his disrespect. After he knocks him out, he rips off his bandana and just starts cleaning his bay and just throws it down at him and just starts laughing at him. I should give this man a bonus point just off of that. Straight vile behavior. And they just left this man to die in this boiling hot volcano crater. It's supposed to be a whole kid show and Jinga thought his dad was dead. So a couple months pass and Ryuga's been healing in the healing chamber because El Drago then gave this man a mean Zenkai boost. And Jinga then came to come get his get back. So Ryuga sensed this man's presence and said,
Bro was sensing it. Wait, I didn't even remember how powerful this bay was. What the fuck?
It smells like bitch in here. And I kid you not, this man blew up the entire building just to make his entrance. Bro made sure to get to the highest point just to make sure he asserted his dominance over Jinga. And Ryuga's
or a farmer. Bro learned from Piccolo.
Started talking immense amounts of shit. He was telling him, Jinga, I got it. Did I just kill your daddy like a month ago? Wow, man. Oh, come on. That was uncalled for. So after Ryuga talked shit for a good 5 minutes, they end up having the whole base stadium come up out the water so they can battle. But here's what actually makes this fight just wild. So at this point in the series,
But like, I missed so much of the plot here. I missed so much of the plot. I don't remember much anymore. Why is there just a platform is that from the bay itself too?
Jenga has pretty much washed everybody. This man's like a good 15-0 right now, straight undefeated. So Ryuga basically had to show him who was the fraud.
Why did she use the Kahoot? Music. Dude's got the Islamic entrance.
And who was the GOAT? Cause this nigga Jenga got absolutely annihilated. I'm talking like straight embarrassed. Bro was getting knocked back multiple times. It got so bad this man Doji just started glazing Ryuga the whole fight. Oh yes, Master Ryuga. Look at how so elegant and so graciously El Drago spins to the left. Oh, so splendid. Reverse rotation just takes my breath away.
Oh my god, bro, it's dick riding all you do?
No, I'm
like
saying
you literally got that nigga dick in your mouth right now. I see it.
And this fight just kept getting worse. Look at him, juggling his shit, cracking the nigga shit. Had this man Jenga on his knees looking like he about to pray for forgiveness. And while Jenga's on his knees, Ryuga basically told him, wow man, you are ass. You might be more ass than your daddy. No wonder your mama left y'all. What did you say, nigga?
You should kill yourself.
Nah. Oh, this.
Of course, the low tier god clip, cause why not? Yeah, I don't remember much of this, I'll be real. I just remember that he was a menace, I'll be real.
Man, Jenga got mad as hell, bro. Got a whole rage boost. But this is where Jenga shot himself in the foot. Because the angrier you get, the more power El Drago gets. Because El Drago's just going to absorb it. And you see, this makes a perfect duo. Because Ryuga is a troll. So the more he pisses you off, the more power he gains. So this fight was basically wrapped up. Bro shoots a Gallic gun in the air and pile drives this man's bay into the ground. And it was all over. Pegasus cooked. Jenga cooked. Madoka about to make a bag because she knows she's got to repair this man's bay. And ladies and gentlemen, this was just the start of the destruction. Because I'll be honest with you, that was just a prologue for this video. Now we are at Exhibit A, the greatest tournament run of all time. Ryuga's Battle Bladers run was something special, I'll tell you that. But before the tournament even started, look at his training regimen. This man has a total of 40 niggas surrounding him.
10 balance masters, 10 stamina masters, 10 defense masters, and 10 attack masters. What even is this? What even is this? Look at this aura farming. You have 10 dudes here, 10 dudes here, 10 dudes here, 10 dudes here. He stands in the middle, and in the middle he's surrounded by 4 bridges, but also 4 pits with spikes. But why? What is he doing there? What is this aura?
And they have all been trained to master their bay type. So these are not your run-of-the-mill scrubs. These niggas are elite. So all 40 of them shoot at him. And this man shreds every single one of their bays. And after he shredded them, he wasn't even finished. Bro said, nah, nigga, I ain't done yet. Let it rip. And sends every single one of them into the vortex. And just like that, this man just racked up 40 bucks.
All with a Beyblade. Bro might be able to solo Goku.
Bodies. Now I know some of y'all gonna be like, come on CJ, they're not dead. Nigga, be for real. No human being is surviving that. I don't give a shit if you're Prime Tyson or fucking Houdini. You're dead. This man's foot is gone.
So where is this bro's art? Whoa. Bro might be dead. They might actually be dead. Never mind.
That nigga is amputated. So yeah, argue with a wall. Kill count up to 40. So now it was time for the qualifiers. And you need a total of 50,000 Bay points to make it to the tournament. So how did Ryuga rack up all these points? Simple. Go on the tear of a century. This man goes to a battle royale with 99 opponents. He pulls up in his chopper, doesn't even get out. And obviously everybody is shook. They don't want to fight the GOAT. So they all decide to team up on him. This man shoots from the chopper and shreds everybody. This nigga.
What the fuck? What the fuck? I don't remember him being this strong.
Boomed the whole lobby. This man soloed the whole lobby. This man is a GOAT. This man deserves all the glaze, all the dick riding. It don't matter. This man's run was so legendary. It was on ESPN more than Taylor Swift. This is Sports Center. Breaking news. This just in. Ryuga is going on an absolute tear.
60-0. That's crazy. You can see his foot is just twisted behind his leg. Yeah, that's the arm is still gone. And even then, it looks broken. Bro is dead.
Air right now. After recently defeating 99 bladers at once, and just moments ago blowing up the entire stadium, we now have to ask the question, is Ryuga the GOAT? Joining me now is not Skip Bayless and not Shannon Sharp. Skip, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you this right now. This man is a GOAT. Oh, Lord, here we go. No, Skip, listen to me. I'm telling you, he's better than Jordan, LeBron, Kareem, Brady, Mahomes, Tyson, Ali, Messi.
Stop it. He's not that good. I mean, come on. He's using a forbidden bay.
And you see, Skip, this is why I can't fucking stand your ass. Because your ass be hating 24-7. Y'all, I'm not even lying to y'all. It got to the point where this man was winning at least 2 tournaments a day. I mean, look at this. These two dudes right here are in the semifinals waiting to face Ryuga. Instead of letting them fight to see who was gonna face him, this man came out and said, you know what? That's a waste of time. I might as well fight both of y'all niggas at the same time.
What the fuck? I do remember most of this. Oh, he was that strong. He was that strong. I didn't remember Beyblade being this serious.
Y'all can already guess how this went. Rutero. Boom. Random nigga with the afro and the scouter on. Boom. They stood no chance. Then he walks up to him at the end of the tournament and tells him, what do you want?
Yeah, man, we already lost, bro. Back off. Yeah, y'all are premium trash. Garbage. Straight fucking elephant testicles.
So I would like you to join my crew.
What the fuck?
So now it was finally time for
your ass. Join my team. Oh, they couldn't be that ass.
Battle Bladers. And this is how you can tell how locked in Ryuga was. They are having the opening ceremony with everybody out here. This man is nowhere to be seen because he is in the locker room, just sitting in the dark fighting demons. You can tell exactly what he's thinking in his head.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to cook these motherfuckers. Oh yeah.
So in the first round, Ryuga has to face Hikaru. And well, in all honesty, this is probably the worst violation in the entire series. So Hikaru's walking out all confident and everything. She really thinking she about to do something. But her confidence was about to sink to the bottom of the ocean. So here come the announcer glazing.
In her opponent, the GOAT, Ryuga.
Sound of Cancun, Ryuga.
Yeah, fuck that bitch up. I bet the whole house on you, my glorious king. And look at this man walking out straight.
Bro just walks out and is like, oh yes, look at my aura. Hi, Cocos. How are you doing? Everything good? Bro just walks out. Ah, yes, here. Look at my aura.
Aura. This girl was shaking in her boots. Nigga, she was scared to even pull out the bay. But Ryuga did not care. Bro said, come on, bitch, time to dance. So they start in 5 seconds to the fight. He already cooking her. So then he ends up telling her, for having the balls to fight me, I'm gonna send you on an all expenses paid trip to Cancun. So this man charges up a...
Why is he charging up a Kamehameha?
Gallic gun and just yells at her.
Yeah, this is more so. This is not really a Gallic gun, right? It's purple, but it's more. This would more be more. This would be a Big Bang Kamehameha, if anything.
Enjoy retirement, bitch.
What the fuck? I don't remember this.
Yeah, we got some stuff to discuss. So let's analyze this situation.
Yeah, that she's dead. She's dead. What the heck?
Real quick. This man just blew a hole in the stadium, put this bitch in a coma, and that enjoy retirement line, I wasn't joking. After this fight, Hikaru never picked up a Beyblade ever again. She retired. And what makes this 10 times worse, she made
Girl was so traumatized. She said no more.
a promise to her sick mother that she would become the best blader in the world. So this man did not just crush her, he crushed her dreams, her spirit, and overall just her mental state. This is easily double points. Next up on the chopping block was Tsubasa. Now Tsubasa's already had a run-in with Ryuga before, so he created a game plan, and that was to run away like a bitch the entire fight. It got so bad niggas was booing his ass. You fucking stink! Come on, pussy, grow some balls! My poor lady! But Tsubasa's plan was to bait Ryuga to use his special move, and to give this man some credit, he was technically the first person to ever stop this move. It was a miracle. But then Ryuga looked at this man and said, wow, impressive. Well, let's see if he can do that again. Huh? So Ryuga charged up.
Bro, what is this? Bro killed the woman and activated Hyper Instinct for a fucking Beyblade battle. It is insane. I didn't remember him being this strong. He didn't crush just her mental. He crushed her ribcage too. He crushed her ribcage. Her mental health is in the gutter. She started dressing in uniform. Crushed her dreams. Crushed her mother's dreams. It's over.
Another one, then started to drain his soul to make sure bro did not get up a second time, then just pile drive this bay. This man Tsubasa was cooked. Oh, and not to mention, the man destroyed the stadium once again. So that's another case of putting.
He just charges up and destroys the stadium. Bro might be stronger than some JJK characters. I'm not even gonna lie.
A nigga in a coma with property damage on the side. So next up was the Battle of the Dogs. Because this man Kiyoya was one of the only people to ever give this man a fight. But before the fight even happens, look how Ryuga asserts his dominance. This man blows up the stadium once again just because he felt like it. And also, since he blew up the stadium, this fight is a death match now. Because since the stadium's gone, there's no ring outs. So they start fighting, and Kiyoya's actually holding his own, which is a rarity when it comes to fighting this nigga. But over time, Ryuga just started pressuring this man. Bro started to get flung. Like, look how bro hit that wall. Like, this man's spine has to be fucked. He probably gave him scoliosis after that hit. But Kiyoya was going blow for blow with bro, while they were setting off literal mortar strikes in a public domain. Like, I'm in all honesty surprised that most of these pedestrians at these damn tournament arcs do not die. Like, how one of these niggas not caught a stray? And look at Kiyoya just getting blown the fuck up while they just cheering in the background like, yeah!
None of them are hurt, right? These are just NPCs. Like, none of them are hurt, right? The stadium's starting to collapse and they're like, let's go! What the fuck? Bro beat this girl's soul. This asshole can fight Goku. Bro might be able to. Ryuga had one of the best aura early anime for sure. Bro is just like, and these guys are just NPCs at this point. Restore the stadium is just his signature, apparently.
Like, if you really think about it, these motherfuckers are sick. They are watching like 12-year-old kids have a death match. So they both end up going in for their final attack and set off a nuke. But Ryuga ends up getting taken over by El Drago. And El Drago told that man, "Playtime is over, little nigga." So this man charges up an egregious attack that made everybody evacuate the stadium again. And Kiyoya, this brother got annihilated. Bro straight up got impaled on a kid's show. And bro just staring at him like, yeah, weak ass niggas. Another
This shit can't be that serious. There's no way it is that serious. And it's just part one.
nigga, another coma. So obviously Kiyoya's biggest glazer, Benkei, got mad as hell. Bro was like, how dare you touch my glorious King Kiyoya! So he tries to attack him, but Ryuga jumps up and tells him, sit down, Porky the Pig! And Benkei gets boomed! And this is the second time he done got boomed. He got boomed in the Battle Royale. And just like that, this man made the finals and put all his opponents in comatosis. Oh, but we can't forget what he did to the other opponents after their fights. Any person that was associated with the Dark Nebula in this tournament, yeah, Ryuga boomed their ass after they lost. The bro just got a triple kill. Look at these two niggas on the ground over here. They already done got fucked up. It was probably so brutal they ain't even decide to show it. And bro wasn't even done. After this, he takes out the Afro nigga again, and also the crab nigga. Bro just brutally assaulted 7 dudes in the amount of 30 seconds, so they could basically become food for El Drago. Oh, but you thought he was done? No, no, no. He ended up catching this man Doji last.
Bro, he caught him as well. He's just folding everyone. He's even folding his greatest glazer.
Bro is beat up and everything. So Doji out here trying to save his ass like, Master Ryuga, my glorious king. Just so you know, I didn't get beat up by anybody. But this man Ryuga did not care. Bro said, nigga, you weak as shit. So go ahead and make yourself useful and give up that ass. No, 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 no. Wait. So Ryuga starts murdering his closest ally and just straight up takes his soul. This man Doji.
This man just killed him. Imagine getting killed for a Beyblade battle. Bro is dead. He killed him.
Let's be real, y'all. This man got his booty devoured. The fact that he dodged death right here is astonishing. So now it was finally time for the finals. The greatest of all time versus the main character. Surely the GOAT wouldn't get robbed by plot, right? All right, give me the money. So them boys let it rip, and Ryuga's already coming in with the pressure. He's damn near pushing this man Jinga off the damn stage, and he's just eating every single special move he's getting thrown at him. Look at him, he uppercutted the shit out of his mate and just slammed it into the ground, and he's just drilling it. So this fight already looks wrapped up. Ryuga already got a 3-1 lead and is beating this man's ass. The finals trophy is his, but of course, the refs, the writers coming to save the day. Because here comes the power of friendship, because all this man's friends are—
Exactly. The classic. Nothing saving you except the power of friendship. I mean, at the end of the day, it's Beyblade, but this is still insane, though.
Here on top of this building. The script is trying to rob this nigga. So obviously, Jinga gets an amp and is somehow pushing this man back. This is some bullshit. I refuse to believe that this nigga is about to get 28-3'd. So Ryuga's like, oh, hell no, my legacy's on the line. So my man charges up his Dalek gun and he goes ahead and shoots it at him. But this man Jinga's pushing it back. Ladies and gentlemen, we're witnessing a robbery.
This is what, you know what this gives me? You know what this is, what this reminds me of? Madara. If you watch Naruto, you know exactly what this was with like the ass pull they did for Black Zetsu because the writer made Madara way too strong so he couldn't kill him off.
So then El Drago takes over Ryuga, and bro was not pleased. Bro said, oh hell no, nigga, our legacy's on the line and you pulling this bullshit? No, fuck that. So Jinga just started getting pressured. El Drago was whooping that ass. Bro had to save the legacy. Bro was pulling out every single move in the move list. Jinga was damn near close to getting pat. But then again, here comes a scriptwriter saving the day. Because Hikaru, Tsubasa, and Kiyoya come to save this nigga. Like, bro, what the fuck is a ref? Can we get a tech? Like Bay interference or something? So they basically make this man's Bay a spirit bomb. And the fight ends up going to the stratosphere. And El Drago gets slammed. And Ryuga takes the first loss of his career. Tough times, man. It sucks when you see your GOAT lose, bro. Hey, but get this though. Ryuga may have lost, but Storm Pegasus had to retire. Blood said the light.
Bro, the Pegasus just evaporated. Well, I mean, Ryuga's Bay isn't in particularly good shape either.
Were too bright. I can't do this no more. And Ryuga, that man picked up El Drago and said, I ain't gonna let these scriptwriters hold me ever again. Bro said, fuck going to Cancun. We going back to the lab.
Exhibit A, 161 points.
And ladies and gentlemen, that concludes Exhibit A. Yeah, we're not done yet. Not even close, actually. In all of—
There's an Exhibit B and an Exhibit C. Does bro end up being S plus S plus or S plus plus plus? That's the only thing that makes sense.
Ready with a whopping score of 161. That was just the beginning of this man's legendary career. So when will part 2 drop? You know what? To hell with it, bro. We'll do it just like we did with Shibuya Trials. Like the video, I'll drop this hoe next week. And until then, I bid you farewell.
That was interesting. That was interesting. I think I will loot like one part, the next part next Saturday. I think like that's a good point for this. Also because I'm too scared of anime stuff getting my ass beat, so I have to see how this works when I upload it. Because that scares me. Anyways, I didn't know that Ryuga had that much aura. I forgot that he... Like, a few scenes I remember. The Kamehameha, I do not remember. The Big Bang Kamehameha. I did not remember that. That was new. We should all learn to aura farm like this, man. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Alrighty. I think next up... I think I'll do this think before you sleep video, but first, I need to take a quick break. I will be right back. Have you done Sonic Boom? No, I have not yet. I have not yet. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, I have returned. Okay. Yeah, let's do the thing before you sleep video. I'm curious. This is a longer one again, but who cares?
Britain's in the group.
Who cares? Oh, the British. That's gonna be interesting. Firstly, I think I need some water. My voice has been struggling recently a little bit, but we'll see. That wasn't 3 years ago, okay. Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go. Let's continue with this. The effect fat acceptance is having on kids. But I think before you sleep. I've only always looked at fat acceptance with adults. This probably does have some decent effect on kids, because likely the parents are probably overweight too. Kids, if you can't lose weight, you'll feel better. Hi Croc, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello.
Britain's in the grip of an epidemic. A third of our children are now overweight or obese, and thousands have such bad diets that they're having
a third? A third? Goddamn, man.
To undergo major surgery.
It can be prevented 100%. As a society, we have become accepting of it, and we shouldn't be. We should say, this is wrong.
Correct. This is wrong. Obesity is a major problem, and I'm tired of grifters who constantly say, think of the children, while ignoring the catastrophic effect that things like saying, health at every size, is having on many impressionable kids.
You mean just like right now? Where they want mass governmental control and surveillance to protect the kids? How about you protect the kids from dying of obesity?
Who now aren't paying attention to their health. And it also enables hedonistic ideologies like this.
I like to just have an easy life. I think everybody likes an easy life.
Or we get more people who are stuck not knowing what to do, because the body positivity grifters are drowning out all the people who are actually knowledgeable about how to resolve these situations by calling everything hate speech or fatphobic.
I would rather she didn't have any fizzy drinks. But that's easier said than done with a kid.
The answer to this is really simple. Just don't pay for it. What's she going to do? She does.
Just don't buy it. What's she gonna do? Cry? Dude, you're the parent. The kid has zero power. None. Not a little bit. Nothing. The kid eats what you buy it, what you feed it. The kid drinks what you give it to drink. So if there's just water, then there's just water. What is that kid gonna do? Die? Starve? I don't think so.
Doesn't have a job. I'm not sure if these parents know this or not, but kids can't afford anything. So if you don't buy it, they can't eat it. It's really that easy if you don't want a kid with a weight problem.
I think the parents are to blame for overweight children, but they have to be helped.
Right. The parents are the ones who buy the food.
The parents are, for most parenting issues, oftentimes, yes, the parents are absolutely at fault.
The parents are the ones who set the boundaries, and the parents are the ones who teach their kids most of their behaviors. What I don't like is all of the avoidance of how important proper parenting is to these issues, while instead, the mainstream narrative is to just start lying to people by saying being massively overweight is healthy. Like this 2021 article from Cosmo about body positivity that says, "This is healthy" with Jessamine Stanley.
This is not healthy. I can see her stretch marks. And these stretch marks are not from getting a lot of muscle. This is not healthy. Most certainly not. Most definitely not. No. No. No, it's not. I was formerly fat. I don't like being fat. I know what's healthy and what's not healthy. This isn't. Also on the other extreme of being underweight.
No, it's not. And what I don't get is that if they really want to talk about body positivity, then why isn't this person who has an actual disability and has actually accomplished something the first person we see? Why do I have to scroll way down in the article to find this woman? Or what about this person in a wheelchair? Why isn't she the first woman we see? Isn't body positivity supposed to be about people who are victim to unfortunate situations? Why is Callie Thorpe, a person whose bad habits put her in that shape, the first person we see? This is not healthy. This is a high...
How the fuck can you write this is healthy? How are we... man.
high risk of heart disease, cancer, and diabetes. And you know what the real problem is? It's that all this stuff is trickling down to children.
A third of our children are now overweight or obese.
It's very rare to see fat children with thin parents.
1/3 of kids in the UK are overweight or obese? That's crazy. And it's not any better in America either. Look at these CDC numbers for obesity. 20%, which is...
I was that rare case. My parents have always been a little more on the fatter side. I'm gonna say it the way it is. I wasn't. I was actually the exact opposite. For me, I was underweight until 13, 14, and then reached like normalcy. And then I got fat after my breakup.
Similar to current obesity numbers in the UK. That's 1 in 5 kids who are obese, which in terms of America has increased from around 1 in 7 nationwide since 2005. That's a massive increase. This has very real health consequences to children, and one of the sadder things that is pointed out in this documentary is just how many kids have teeth that are rotten because of their poor eating habits. Let's get into it, but first, let me tell you about...
That's also one. A lot of people neglect their dental health. I heard that this is a stereotype for the British. Apparently, they have bad teeth. I don't know if that's true or not.
Today's sponsor, Ground News. Ground News is the world's first news comparison platform with the goal of making all news more honest and transparent. Every day, the website compares thousands of news articles across the political spectrum to help you get the least biased and most informed experience of current events. Each article is rated on the bias of the news source and how factual or honest that news source is overall. Also, the owner of the news organization is displayed so that you know who you're getting your information from. Ground News' mission statement is to decrease political polarization, help get rid of echo chambers, and increase media literacy in the general population so that people are more difficult to manipulate. My favorite Ground News tool is the Blind Spotter. The Blind Spotter allows you to type in the Twitter handle of the creators that you watch and check to see what their political bias is based on who they follow and who they interact with. This tool allows you to see who is more balanced in their political interactions and who is more on the extremes. You can also sign up to check your own news bias, which can help you balance out your information diet. Check out Ground News and the Ground News Blind Spotter by clicking on the links in the description. Alright, these clips come from a British documentary called Junk Food Kids that was released in 2015. It covers somewhere around 8 children, but we're only going to focus on 2 children because their stories have the best lessons in them. The first one is 4-year-old Tallulah.
One of the patients at the Leeds hospital is 4-year-old Tallulah, who lives with her mum, Natalie.
I'll bring them.
She's about to start school, but it's hard to find a uniform that will fit.
This is so sad because you know Tallulah...
This is a 4-year-old girl. A 4-year-old shouldn't be that big. A 4-year-old shouldn't be that big. 4? I've seen like a 7-year-old be that big, but I've never seen a 4-year-old be that big. Oh my goodness. No! This girl is getting punished for life.
Tallulah is going to get bullied because of her parents' screw-up. She's only 4, so it's not her fault she's overweight. The second kid is 13-year-old Pavia.
At 19 stone, Pavia's case is serious, so she's being seen by Dr. Mushtaq, who runs the clinic.
For those of you who aren't British, 1 stone is 14 pounds, so that's 266 pounds at 13 years old. Personally, if I was this girl's...
266 pounds. Let's transfer that over to kilograms. This girl is around 50 kilograms heavier than me. 120 kilograms for a 13-year-old. What the fuck?
Parent, I would be absolutely flipping out and doing everything I could to fix this problem. Outside of Pavia's situation, the sad thing is that in this documentary, it really seems like a lot of the parents just don't care. Speaking of, here's Tallulah's mom.
Yeah, 8 to 9 years. We'll have a try this one.
You got this?
It's a bit tight. I think even that might be a push, Tallulah. Last couple.
Wait. A uniform that's for 8 to 9-year-olds doesn't fit on a 40-year-old? Yeah, we're cooked.
Couple of years, she's piled loads of weight on. But I'll have to get a bigger size. Adults that I know have said that she's fat. It absolutely heart-wrenched me.
It can't really be all that heart-wrenching because you're laughing when you're...
Because the truth is, she's fat. And you are fat too. Her eating habits will change when you change your eating habits.
4-year-old child can't fit into a uniform that's for 9-year-olds.
But I'll have to get a bigger size.
So I don't really think Tallulah's mom, Natalie, is all that serious about this, particularly considering that Tallulah's weight is not her only problem. She actually has a much more severe problem with her dental hygiene because several of her teeth have gone completely rotten and she is in constant pain because of it. What's worse is that this is actually not that uncommon of a problem in the UK. Here's a doctor saying how many teeth he's seen being removed.
Yeah, I'd say it's probably in excess of 7,000 teeth. It might even be approaching 10,000 teeth a year.
I believe that's just at the
10,000 teeth a year. 10,000 teeth a year. Let's calculate that. How many people that is. So the average human should have 32 permanent teeth, okay? 32. Let's highball this, okay? Let's highball this. Let's give this a highball. Fine. Let's give this a highball, right? Let's say it's actually maybe 10K on the highest. Right? That is an average of 312 and a half humans if they lost all their teeth. And on 7,000, let's lowball this back to 7,000. This would be 200. This would be 218 people. This is about 219 people without their teeth. God damn, bro.
clinic he works at. Now, I'm not going to show any of it because it was traumatizing to watch, but honestly, I have no idea how these doctors can do these surgeries and not lose their minds. This is definitely not something I could do for a living, particularly when they have to watch the kids wake up in pain because of something their parents did. I would be screaming at the parents for allowing this to happen to their kids, especially someone like this dad who has already watched his daughter lose her teeth and is now about to watch his son lose his teeth due to eating too much sugary junk food. And then he's like, hey, after the surgery, let's feed him the same food that just caused his teeth to rot.
It's 7 a.m. and in a few hours, 4-year-old Adam will have surgery to remove his decayed baby teeth.
Okay, it's baby teeth. That's still... They're baby teeth. But to be fair, this will probably transition to adult teeth as well. We're cooked.
In a lot of pain. Be alright after a few hours. Just give him a few sweets and take his mind off it.
I don't think these parents actually care about their kids, and that's why this stuff happens. Sure, they'll say they care about their kids when they're around other...
Stop feeding your child sweets. Stop feeding your children sweets. If there's one thing we can definitely take from Japan, it is their eating habits. What?
The people are there in front of a camera, but when you look at the fruits of their labor, you can see the truth. Parents can lie, but kids never lie. You can always see the reality of a situation by looking at the kids. Or you can see the truth in situations like this. Tallulah has problems with her teeth, and she, at 4 years old, has chronic pain because she has abscesses in her gums. Despite her daughter being in pain, Natalie misses Tallulah's dental appointment by a pretty significant margin.
Today,
Abscesses in her gums. Abscesses in her gums.
Natalie has to take Tallulah to see the hygienist. It's an appointment they have to attend before the hospital will see Tallulah. But it starts in 10 minutes, and it's 8 miles away.
We've woke up late. Well, it's 25 past. I have to be there at 1:30, and it'll take most of about half an hour on bus.
You can say this is heart-wrenching all you want, but when your daughter is in pain and you miss her doctor's appointment...
This mother's retarded. Where's the dad? Where is the I'm not seeing a dad, and that's a red flag. Where's the father?
Because you're irresponsible, I don't believe you actually care. Because people who care are willing to deal with the inconvenience of making sure they wake up on time. Natalie clearly does not want to be a parent.
So as she got older, it went from formula to cow's milk to juice. Now, I know that's my fault, but it was easier for me on a night to give her a bottle of juice than to try and sit up with her all night and try and get her back to sleep.
Well, at least she takes some responsibility here by saying that maybe she shouldn't have done that. But what it really...
Yeah, and what this really comes down to, she's just lazy. She just doesn't want to be a mother. Who is giving these women... Who is giving these people babies? Who is doing that?
Comes down to is that Natalie wants everything to be easy and doesn't want to work hard, which is why all these bad things keep happening. It's really astounding to watch how little Natalie is willing to sacrifice for her children.
I like to just have an easy life. I think everybody likes an easy life.
I think a lot of people desire an easy life, but the people who sit down on the couch all day and watch TV are never happy.
Yeah, but not giving a rat's ass doesn't make your life easy. You just ignore the things. Your life would be easy if you would actually easier if you actually would take care of your child. Because now you have to do all of this, and your child's in pain and suffering, and you do permanent damage to her.
The happy people are the ones who go out, do stuff, and get stuff done. Happiness requires work. Also, pro tip on that clip before the last one. Fruit juice is not healthy for you. You can look at the sugar content. Most of the popular fruit juices have so much processed sugar in them that it's basically a soda without the carbonation. If you want to be healthy, your main drink should be water. That being said, let's talk about what Natalie feeds her kids. This is what Tallulah eats for her dinner, and holy crap, that is basically...
That is an adult's meal, isn't that? Essentially. Juice once in a while is okay, if, and only if, I think, you make it yourself. Grab a bunch of apples, turn them into juice. Grab a bunch of, oranges, turn them into juice. Get a juicer for oranges, that's pretty fine.
As much as I eat for a meal, and I am at least 3 times her size. We have a large baked potato loaded with chicken and baked beans. That is a ton of food for a 4-year-old, and remember, this is a single meal. This girl is likely having 3 meals of this size every day, plus snacks. Her brother has a similarly oversized meal as well. Remember, Natalie says she cares about her.
You do not care about your child. At least not to the degree you say you do. Oh my goodness.
Kids. Did she take the time to investigate what a proper portion size is for a 4-year-old? It doesn't seem like it. Natalie seems more content to blame her lack of effort on genetics.
I cannot see a problem with everything that I give her. I honestly do not believe she's put all this weight on just through what she eats.
Well, that's how you put weight on. If you don't eat anything, you can't get fat. I don't think there's a single sickness out there. I could be wrong, but I don't think there's a single sickness out there that makes you fat without eating anything. I don't think that's the case. I'm sorry. That just doesn't work. Sorry. They're not. Not gonna put in 300 calories. 300 calories, and they're magically will turn into 600. That's not gonna happen.
Thyroid. They said it might be something to do with that.
The editors of this are hilarious. They show this little girl eating a massive meal, followed by her mom saying, I don't think there's anything wrong with what she eats. You know they did that on purpose. For one, thyroid problems are rare, and two, it's actually pretty easy to test for thyroid issues. It's a blood test and an ultrasound that both take no more than a few minutes and cost very little. This stuff is not that hard to investigate. So is it really a thyroid issue, or are you just using that as an excuse? Oh, and I'm sure the problem with her daughter's teeth is also because of her thyroid, right?
That one hurts me. That one hurts me. That one hurts me. All of them hurt me.
I don't know how Natalie could do this to her kid. Tallulah is complaining that her teeth hurt, and yet Natalie misses the appointment, which resulted in her daughter having to deal with the pain for an additional month before she got to see a doctor, and then Natalie has the audacity to say, well, it's not anything I'm doing, it's genetics. Again, it's really shocking to see how much suffering people will cause themselves, and more importantly, other people, simply because they don't want to put in a little work. And I'm not being hyperbolic here. This is a really prevalent problem. Tons of people do bad things simply because
just because your child does not appear to be visibly in pain. Same with pets. Does not mean that they're not in pain. Doesn't the UK have something like child protective services, something like that? How is nobody noticing this and going after these parents?
they don't want to work hard and simply because they don't have discipline.
Though, even if they did, there's probably a lot of those parents, so they would just be straight up overworked in this case.
I gotta get him something to eat quickly, just for while we're going round so they don't whinge and moan at me. Yeah, you getting one of those?
Soy sauce.
And soy sauce.
What's in that again?
Cheese and onion. I reckon it's got a bit of mayonnaise in it or something as well.
Okay. Okay. Did she just open? Did she just open the food straight up in the supermarket? Did she do that? Interesting.
Wait, did she pay for that stuff? Is she one of those people who, like, eats the food in the store before paying? Does she have any ability to delay gratification at all? She's certainly teaching her kids not to be able to wait. I'm going to buy them food to eat in the store so they don't bother me while I'm shopping. You do know the reason they complain about not being able to snack on food in the store is because you haven't taught them self-discipline, right? You are literally making the problem worse by constantly appeasing them every time they complain. Geez, she's as bad as a parent who raises their kid with an iPad. Her kids are full-blown addicts. Her whole modus operandi is, I don't want to have to do anything stressful by dealing with any negativity from my kids, so I'm just going to let them grow up with a myriad of health problems.
Yeah, just feed the kid fat. Just do it at this point. There are sicknesses that do that, and some meds that make you do that. I personally have meds that have this effect, but that should mean stricter diet, more exercise, not ignorance. As far as I'm aware, there's no medication that makes you fat just by taking the medication itself. As far as I'm aware, there's a side effect like slower metabolism or more appetite. That is what I know of. But there's no medication that makes you fat. And I also don't think there's any sicknesses that just by having these sicknesses makes you gain weight. I think most of it is just you not giving a shit about your diet when you have those.
It's really gross to see how lazy this mother is. And also, she comes off like this is all a...
That's what I meant by that. Like, you can't create energy from nothing. You can't create fat from nothing if you have nothing to make your fat.
Joke. She thinks this stuff is funny.
I always try, like every night, every tea time, to cook a proper home-cooked meal.
Do you use kind of convenience stuff then? How much of it would you say you...
About 90%.
90% convenience?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because it's convenient. And they want feeding now. They want
It's convenient. Let's make them fat because it's convenient. Hi, what's this about? Hi, GT. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. This is about kids getting fat.
He's feeding yesterday, not in a 2 hours time.
Notice how they showed Natalie's son drinking juice, which basically says that she's not actually remorseful about damaging her daughter's teeth in the past by giving her that kind of drink. But great. What does her constantly buying convenience foods teach her kids? It teaches them to not be able to wait for things. It gives them zero ability to deal with suffering or struggle, and that's going to cause them all sorts of problems when they grow up. They certainly aren't going to learn how to cook, and outside of having poor health, it will prevent them from getting a job. Job training requires lots of patience, hard work, and discipline, of which they'll have none of because their mom didn't teach it to them as children. So they'll be massively disadvantaged, and if they want success, then they'll have to learn that stuff as an adult, which will cost them years of their lives. Or they'll just become welfare flunkies, which is a lot more likely. They'll also have trouble making good friends because laziness and whining aren't seen as attractive personality traits. Doing stuff like this will make it very hard for Natalie's kids to make friends.
You're both not getting no chocolate, no sweets, no nothing. Sometimes I think to myself, no, I shouldn't give in. You're not having Kinder Eggs. But I do. Go and get a Kinder Egg each, quickly.
This woman has no backbone. This woman has no backbone. None, zero, nothing. This woman has a negative backbone. I don't even think this woman has bones. Good, got my second A rank. Nice.
I get a lot of messages from viewers, and after all the people who have told me they don't have friends, stuff like this makes my head spin. Now Natalie is stuck with those kids, so the crying and complaining works. When they try that stuff with friends, the friends are just going to stop talking to them.
You're just enabling them. You're just training them that if they whine enough, they can get what they want. That's not gonna fly as an adult. Oh my goodness. Remember, guys, if your kid isn't properly socialized by a certain age, it will never be properly socialized. You cannot properly socialize an adult.
And they won't be able to make new ones. It's all just sad because I know lots of kids are raised in similar situations, and this is a part of the reason why they can't keep people around them when they get older. So Tallulah's story ends with dental surgery that, again, I'm not going to show because it was very hard to watch. Her mom, Natalie, says I'll try harder now after seeing the surgery, which I don't really believe because it's one thing to say that you'll try, but it's another thing to actually put in the effort. There's no evidence that Natalie has the ability to work hard or was moving in that direction by the end of the documentary. Now, the second story has quite a bit more hope than Tallulah's story because unlike Tallulah, it seems that Pavia's mom actually cares about her and is trying, but simply doesn't know what to do. Here's Pavia's mom, Claire.
5 miles outside Leeds, 13-year-old Pavia has brought some friends home for tea. Her mum Claire knows her daughter's weight is getting out of control.
The last 2 years has been the worst.
I don't think that being heavier than an adult man you could consider out of control. I don't think that being 50 kilograms heavier than me you can consider out of control. This is a 13-year-old girl, by the way. My mother tried to teach me that sometimes it's okay to open things in stores, specifically with ice cream since these melt. She failed because I have a weird fear of opening things while I'm in the store. I don't get people that want to open things in the store. That's not normal. You are not normal when you do that. Just saying.
I know she's put on 4.5 stone this last year.
Oh my god, 4.5 stone? That's over 60 pounds in 1 year. Imagine if that pattern continues. What happened here? Well, if you look at what they eat, it's all processed junk. Spaghetti and tomato sauce, and like it's plain spaghetti. No vegetables except for a few chunks of tomatoes. Did they eat a salad before this? Did they have any fruit? Did they have any organ meats or something? All you can really see Pavia eating in this documentary is junk food like ice cream, gummy bears, and soda, which leads to this.
Pavia doesn't seem to have an off button. She does always seem to be hungry.
Of course she can't stop eating. She's eating a bunch of super addictive crap. Now, allow me to tell you a personal story. I eat fast food on very rare occasions, mostly because I don't really like it. Anyway, the other day I had fast food for the first time in a while. I think it was like a 900-calorie meal. After that meal, all I could think of for around 4 to 5 hours was eating more food, which is not the case.
That is what this food does. It's high in sugar, which makes it more addictive. It's just in general with sweeteners. I mean, sugar is a sweetener, but there's probably more in there. Just artificial other stuff, spices, whatever, right? Just to make it more addictive. That's how it works. The last time I ate fast food was proper fast food. Things that are considered fast food. That's a good question. I don't know.
With normal food. When you eat stuff with high fructose corn syrup, heavily processed oils, lots of salt, or whatever other addictive substances they put in highly processed foods, that stuff makes you want to eat constantly. It's one of the reasons why removing processed foods from your diet and moving more towards cooking your own meals is so important for weight loss. Cooking your own food is not so much about the calorie count, it's more about being able to control what's in your food so you aren't drugged into constantly feeling the need to eat. But all of this begs the question that I asked in the beginning. How does Pavia afford all this food?
Can I have a double apple phone, please? Thank you. What's in there? What did you buy today?
I bought chicken tikka sandwich, my crisps, Haribo's, a double decker and a drink, but I'm saving the double decker for later and the Haribo's. So.
How does she buy this? This gotta be some pocket money kind of thing, right? There's no way you can buy it like a boss. Interesting, like the final boss of getting your kid into an early grave, I guess.
If you don't give her money, then she can't buy food. Easy weight loss program. Now, it would be wonderful if it was all that.
Also, I only see the mothers. I think I one time saw the dad, but aside from that, I only see the mothers. Where is the father? Where are the dads? I would even argue that some foods are more addictive than alcohol, especially since you need food to live, so you have to consume something. And a lot of people forget it's addictive. Yeah, sure. I mean, actually, you are actually onto something. I mean, there's a lot less alcoholics than there is fat people. So actually, you are in fact correct. You don't even have to argue. You are definitely, at least from what we can see, definitely correct with that assumption.
That's simple, but the reality is that Pavia's mom is also overweight. So what will happen is the mom will tell her daughter to lose weight, and it comes off as quite hypocritical because the mom is obese as well. Like in the My 600 Pound Life video that I did. Maya's mom was morbidly obese, while at the same time she was telling her daughter to lose weight because she was more morbidly obese. Being around someone who has worse problems than you doesn't make your problem go away. They both needed to lose weight. So what will happen in this kind of situation where the parent also has a weight problem is the mom will say lose weight, she'll plan the meals and cook something healthy, but then she'll buy snacks and junk food for herself, which the kids will find and eat. Here's a different kid from the documentary describing that.
Sarah's mum, Kashmir, works nights as a contract cleaner. So every evening she leaves her daughter in the care of her older sister, and with the run of the house.
In my mum's secret cupboard, we have chocolate, crisps, caramels, candy, lollipops, every sweet thing in the world.
This girl's mom wants her to lose weight, yet the mom fills the house up with junk food in a
This reminds me of yesterday's video. The anti-corn woman that does OnlyFans. The person telling you to lose weight, but having all the stuff that makes you fat around.
not so secret pantry, and the kid loots it when the mom goes to work. To which she must know her kid's doing that because the food is missing. That's her cue to stop buying junk food. But of course, the mom blames the food instead of herself, which is almost a requirement of this lifestyle because if she wasn't in denial, then her daughter wouldn't have a weight problem.
To give me an idea of what you think's responsible for.
This is like driving a car and then using the phone and then causing an accident. Instead of blaming yourself, you blame the phone or the car. Can't do this anymore.
For her weight.
Well, it's school meal, yeah. That's why.
School meals?
Yeah, that's why. Yeah.
And what about any snacking?
She like crisps. She like chocolate. Especially when I'm not home.
Yeah.
She find place wherever I hide it. She's found it the place and she eats.
Of course. If you don't buy it, if it's not in the cupboard, she can't find it.
Right. Stop buying your kid a mountain of junk food. You have the control. And as a warning, if you don't teach your kids to control their behavior when they're young, then they'll grow up with all kinds of psychological problems. In the next segment, we can see Pavia's mom taking her to the clinic to get a checkup and some counseling on her weight issues. During this meeting, you can immediately see another big part of the problem in the medical industry, which is that many of the healthcare professionals are terrible at communicating to their clients.
Do you know why you're here, Pavia?
Not really.
You might have a little clue. You can usually gauge quite quickly whether you're going to have a productive consultation or not.
This girl does not give a rat's ass. And neither does the mother. This girl, and also not the mother, gives a rat's ass about what's going on.
Okay, so we have another iPad kid, and you can see Pavia is immediately checked out, followed by the doctor just giving up on her by suggesting in the post-interview that he knew this meeting wasn't going to be productive. From a professional perspective, this is the doctor's fault because he is obviously not training himself in communication techniques that will get his patients to listen. I know Pavia is on her phone here, but this guy's not even trying to make eye contact with her. He is instead nervously looking at his binder. Come on, man, this is your profession. Also, here's the thing. I've said before that I talk to a lot of people about how to be successful in creative fields. Most of the time when I'm doing these talks, it's not about whether or not I have the right information. I know I have the right information because I have the YouTube data to back it up. Most of my job helping people is actually catered towards convincing them that what I tell them will get them what they want. Though I can't entirely blame them, I work the same way as well. A while ago, I hired a Japanese teacher. She said, "Do this if you want to be fluent." I said no and proceeded to not improve for several months. Then I finally did what she told me to do and said, "Oh my God, you were right. I should have done what you said from the start."
Classic. Fuck you, I'm gonna do it my own way. A classic. This girl using her phone while with a doctor. Yes, she does. I could never do that. This would be so awkward. I could never do that. I would never do that. That is so weird.
Understand that when you're trying to teach people things, you need to spend time convincing them that what you say will work, or they will not listen to you. The way you do that is a little indirect. First, if you're trying to convince someone to lose weight, it's a good idea to not be overweight yourself. Because if you are overweight, what do you know? That's why Pavia won't listen to her mom. Second, don't do what her mom does here.
You're obviously here because of your weight.
Yeah.
And it's not just a little bit high, it's very, very high. That's distracting with that phone.
Can you just put the phone away, please? I'm not wasting any more time with this. Thank you.
Right, anyway.
That was super awkward. Obviously, Pavia doesn't want to be there, and all the doctor does is state information that Pavia has probably had other people tell her a million times.
I think she knows this. I think she knows and feels that she is fat. Like in the first job, it's not my fault for being late. It's the boss who was late. And then you learn harsh reality that you're supposed to go up early and take into consideration about late bus. The eye roll true. Well, sometimes you actually can't do anything, right? Sometimes you actually can't do anything. Like, if the bus is usually on time and then it just isn't, well, what are you going to do about it?
Worse, Claire had to forcefully take away Pavia's phone, which is only going to piss her off and further make it so she doesn't listen. In that situation, the goal is to get Pavia to voluntarily put down her phone. So how do you do that? Well, you need to show the person that you care. Instead of starting out the conversation with, "Obviously you know why you're here," say, "Hi Pavia, how are you? Why have you come to see me today?" Whatever she answers, you make the conversation all about her and what she wants, because if you don't know what a person wants, then you won't be able to convince them to change their behavior. People only really change their behavior for two reasons: to get something they want or to avoid something they're afraid of. Proper influencing should include both. But you can just see that neither the doctor or the mom have considered Pavia's interests because the whole conversation is about them and not her.
She's obviously bigger than me. It is hard at home. It's very hard at home.
No,
I desperately want to help her.
How do you think we could help you, Pavia?
Of course she's going to be dismissive and not answer that question. Help her with what? You haven't asked her what she wants help with. She might not even be able to articulate what she wants all that well because no one has asked her. So she might be missing crucial communication skills. Also, like I said, the real problem here is that this doctor completely has the right advice, but is unable to get her to listen.
Your weight is...
Are you telling me that we need to send doctors to social training, communication training, whatever you want to call it? Is that what we need? Yeah, sometimes, but still results on you. If you're late, it's on you. Well, you sometimes just can't control it, right? For example, here in Germany, if one train is late, all of them will be. And that's not a joke. One train's 10 minutes late. And for the entire day, every single one is 10 minutes late. That's, for example, how our system is created. Not for buses, but for trains.
I think there's one thing with being overweight, and another thing with the weight still continue to go up rapidly. I think the first step is always to keep the weight the same. Have the motivation to do that, and then after that, just start getting it down.
Yes, as a person who was formerly in the fitness industry, this is exactly what I would say to someone in Pavia's situation. First, we need to get you to the point where you aren't gaining weight, and after, we can focus on losing weight. You always want to achieve big goals with small steps, but she's not going to listen to that because they haven't framed it to cater to something that she wants. Influencing someone to change is a mixture of knowing what the person wants and telling them how what you're saying will get them what they want. And it turns out that Pavia actually is aware of some of her desires.
She'll just nag on about how my weight worries her, and I'm like, yeah, okay, you don't need to keep saying it every 4 seconds of my life. You don't see me nagging on at her about her weight, do you? To be honest, I think school's more important than health and weight, because I'd rather be an overweight with a job and a good house and things than be an overweight tramp, if you know what I mean.
Okay, so now we know what Pavia values. She values not being a loser. Now, we don't have this information, but if I were talking to her, I would also ask her why she values not being a loser. Who's she trying to not be like? Because then, not only do I know what she wants, I know what she fears. I can use that information to better guide her to where she wants to go. Plus, her revealing what she fears is an indicator that she trusts you, which means she's more likely to listen. So based on this information, I need to talk to her about how losing weight will lead her to success. First, I would start off by saying that these things aren't mutually exclusive. You can be a healthy weight and be successful at the same time. It doesn't need to be one or the other. In fact, healthy habits are actually a component of success because tons of people who could have been successful become complete losers because they are a victim to their bad behaviors. If you want financial success, then it's going to be very hard to save up money or invest if you're spending all of your money on junk food.
Very true, very true. Yeah, I think the girl has poor social skills. The mom has poor social skills, and the doctor also most certainly has poor social skills. And then you get whatever this is.
Particularly if you add other expensive habits to that, like smoking and drinking. Usually addicts have multiple addictions, so having multiple expensive bad habits is likely. Learning how to discipline your spending habits from learning how to discipline your calorie intake is very useful for success later in life. That's the kind of energy you want when you're trying to convince people, and the good news is that there are people in this documentary who are aware of that.
Near Leeds, Claire's meeting Paul Gately, an expert on obesity in children from outside the NHS.
Did you hear that? He works outside of the government-subsidized healthcare system in the UK. I thought that was interesting. Anyway, here's Paul having a sit-down talk with Pavia over a meal.
School all right? Enjoy school?
Sometimes.
What bits do you enjoy?
Science.
And?
History.
Right. What else?
The dinner hall.
The dinner hall? Did you just say that? I think so.
Very good. He's asking her about the things that she values. This is the key difference between Paul and the doctor who consulted with her at the obesity clinic. You can also notice that he's putting in a much greater effort to make eye contact with Pavia than the doctor did. Now, you can still see that Pavia is quite pissy and dismissive, but she's actually answering questions here, so we've made progress. She has a serious problem with anger and looks mad this entire documentary, so later they'll need to address why she's so angry all the time, but only after they have built trust. So she's not just suffering with issues of her weight, she also has mental health issues, which really is always the case with obesity.
So your mum said to help you with your weight, do you think you need any help?
No.
Well, that wasn't a very convincing no.
Well, how do you make a no more convincing?
Is it okay if I chat to your mum about it?
You can, but I don't want to talk about it.
Again, very good. Paul is testing the waters here and asking questions about what Pavia feels is acceptable behavior, so he knows more about how she likes to be treated and what her boundaries are. Knowing this information allows Paul to behave in a more desirable way, which will cause Pavia to respect him.
I mean, at the end of the day, we do know the one who's at fault here. Like, we do. Like, this didn't just start a year ago or whatever. We know the one who is responsible for her reaching this point, right? It's the mother. Because the mother has bad habits and basically contracted her problems to her daughter like a virus, which is obesity in this case.
Influencing 101, by the way, people will not listen to you if they don't respect you. This is not shown, but Paul has clearly already earned the respect of Pavia's mom, so when he gives Claire advice, she listens.
The chances of her changing her weight trajectory are really low.
Okay.
90% of kids who become obese don't change that.
That's almost like saying she's got no hope.
That's the reality of most circumstances for teenagers.
It makes me feel a bit of a shit parent, to be fair.
Unlike Pavia,
at least you're feeling the remorse. To be fair, you kind of are a shit parent. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. At least you care in comparison to like the first two candidates, but goddamn, man. Well, mama, chop chop. Maybe you yourself have to put up. You have to start your journey as well.
Yeah, you can see that Claire is making eye contact, is attentive, and even gets emotional after something Paul says. This means that she is listening and willing to be influenced. Also, notice that Paul is using fear as a motivator here by telling Claire the reality of her situation. And quick side note, obviously I mean use fear as a motivator in proper moderation. On the negative end, fear-mongering is unacceptable, and on the positive end, giving people false hope as a motivator is not acceptable either. Now, it's hard to hear what Claire says in this clip, at least for me because I'm an American, so I had to listen to this part multiple times to figure out what she was saying. That's why it's subtitled. But she says, "It makes me feel like I'm a shit parent." This is Claire taking responsibility for how Pavia has turned out, and it's a pretty key difference between her and Natalie's behavior with her 4-year-old daughter, which was much more of a result of her being lazy. Natalie knew what the right thing to do was, but she refused to do it because it was too hard. Whereas with Claire, it seems like her daughter Pavia's weight really bothers her, and she's willing to put the work in, but she simply doesn't know what to do. Anyway, next Claire takes Paul's advice from that previous clip, which was a conversation about boundaries, and then goes to have a talk with Pavia to set those boundaries. In this conversation, you can see that unfortunately, Pavia has zero respect for her mother and listens to nothing.
I would like you just to put the laptop down.
I'm kind of busy, so...
I know, darling, but I would like you to put the laptop down, please.
No, because it keeps my knees warm.
Yeah, either put it down whilst I'm talking to you, or you...
Yeah, zero. None. She does not care. Yeah. That is resentment. That is definitely resentment. Second that you watch that plays UAE, you should travel there someday with a girlfriend. Not happening. Emirates have a lot of skyscrapers. It's a rich country and many amusement parks. Best theme park is Ferrari World. There's rides, food, games. Your girlfriend will enjoy it, including Legoland. I for real do not care. Also, I would not just have the money for that ever. Probably.
You'll lose it
I can listen to you. I'm not stupid, so I can understand what you're saying whilst I'm on this. Okay, put it down there.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can really see the difference between Claire and the lazy mom Natalie in this scene. You can see on her face that Claire realizes that she screwed up in parenting when her daughter treats her like this. So on a positive note, because Claire is admitting fault here, this situation is very likely to improve. Now personally, I would not have done this conversation this way. Claire doesn't have the power to set those boundaries that Paul suggested, so she needs to build that before she can start making demands. The most obvious thing she can do to gain power and build respect is lose weight. It looks like she had started on that during the documentary, but she needs to be thin for a while before respect from her daughter will build. Second, she can set boundaries indirectly by refusing to buy or cook unhealthy food for her daughter. That's a nice little cheat code because it allows her to set a boundary without her daughter having to do anything, which means Pavia can't reject this kind of...
I have to say, the best way to make your child drop their bad habits is to drop them with them. If your kid has a problem with the exercise and diet, with weight, exercise and diet with them. That's the thing, right? If you want bad habits to disappear with your child, just do them, remove them yourself, because like you have them too. And dieting yourself, like your habits will be reflected on the child once again. Like, what is she gonna do if the mother just makes less food because she now eats less? You'll have to adapt. What are you gonna do? Your healthy lifestyle would then reflect onto her too.
A boundary like she did with the other ones.
So first and foremost, I want to get your sleep pattern sorted out so that you're not up all night relying on energy drinks and stuff through the day. I don't want you eating in your room anymore. Just not acceptable.
Well, maybe I don't want to start sitting at the table just because somebody said I have to.
Did you catch what she said here? Maybe I don't want to sit at a table just because someone said I have to. She's telling her mom how to influence her. Pavia is correct. She shouldn't have to sit at the table just because someone said so. She should be sitting at that table because someone is making it enjoyable for her to be there. So being more enjoyable to be around is something that Claire needs to work on. You can notice this stuff if you just pay attention to what people say and watch their behaviors. Pavia gave her mom the answer to get her to sit at the table. Also relevant to this scene, generally when you're trying to influence people, you want to give them as few things to do as possible. All big and meaningful changes start with small steps towards the goal, which means any boundary change you request of someone should be very small, and honestly, you should be doing most of the work to make the boundary change happen at the start. This is not directly related, but I think it helps with a metaphor. If we are talking about living with roommates, and your roommate does something that pisses you off, the ideal situation is that your roommate does his best to not do the thing that pisses you off, while at the same time you try not to get so pissed off when he does that thing. The change happens when both of you work together. You can't just make demands of people, you also have to put the effort in. Third, better...
So basically what you're saying is that when she essentially goes into a room and she eats in her room, basically you set the boundary that she's not supposed to eat in the room. But when she does, you're just not going to get as mad as you could be.
Better handling of situations like this will help.
Claire planned to have a sit-down family lunch, complete with Betty, her mother, and her new partner, Michael.
I'm full. You're full? What have you had to eat beforehand to make you so full?
Well, ice cream. With my olive.
Already?
Yeah.
If you're done, you're done.
And then don't make me stay. Because I'm not hungry anymore.
Okay. Bye.
In this situation, Claire needs to take the loss and accept that she failed to get her daughter to eat properly without snacking on unhealthy food, but she can still salvage it by getting Pavia to stay at the table. Instead of bullying Pavia by saying, "Why are you full? What junk did you eat?" Ask her, "Well, even though you're full, can you stay and chat with us for a few minutes before you go upstairs? Tell us about your day." Listen to the boundaries that Pavia set earlier. She doesn't like people constantly bringing.
Let your daughter yap, especially since sometimes it can feel for a child like a parent is mocking them, making them eat a salad while you eat a KFC bucket, making them exercise while you sit on the couch will not help. Yep. You're antagonizing a person if you, in this case, would dangle with like all the junk food in front of them while you eat that junk food and they're gonna eat the less satisfying stuff. Makes sense. You can't dangle. You can't make your child do something else while you dangle in front of them with the thing that they want to do. That makes no sense. I think, but that is just a general overrule.
Up her weight. So if you can steer the conversation away from that, then you can get her to sit down and have lunch with you for at least a few minutes longer than she would have. That's a big deal. Pavia is really lost during this documentary. Claire needs to be taking any small victory that she can get. I think she gets frustrated because she expects her daughter to start fixing her weight problem immediately, when the reality is that it's probably going to take 6 months of relationship building before Pavia is ready to even consider making a strong effort to lose weight. I think Claire's behavior during lunch more so describes everyone's ignorance about difficult situations like these. In the end, it looks like the obesity expert Paul was able to work this situation out well enough to get Pavia to stop gaining weight, which is a good start.
Oh, buddy, move up. I'm not really worried about my size at the moment because I do a lot.
Cool. To be fair though, I don't know how effective horse riding is, but then again, you do you. A little bit being more active is being more active.
Lots of exercise and stuff, so it should go away pretty quickly.
What you want after this is a move towards losing 1 to 2 pounds per week, which will put her at a proper weight in about a year or two. Yes, proper weight loss does take that long. You can either do it correctly or yo-yo diet for a bunch of years and end up never losing weight. So if you want to be influential, you really have to be patient and bide your time until you have the person's respect. A part of gaining people's respect is having things that they want. It could be that you're really in shape. It could be that you have lots of friends or a good network. It could be that you've accomplished something difficult. You could be super knowledgeable in a field they want to know about. Or it could be really simple, like having a lot of money. Notice that Paul from the documentary is thin. That's a part of the reason why Claire listens to what he says. Understand that all of this is going to require hard work because influencing people is very difficult. But if you want to help people and make the world better, that's what it takes. It's a lot more than simply telling people what to do. Anyway, thanks for watching, follow me on Twitter, and I'll see you.
Well, that's the end of the video. What can we take away from this? Children will inherit their parents' problems to a degree. And we definitely need to send doctors to some communication training. And that kids don't listen to people. And I think generally people don't listen to other people that are also doing wrong what they are doing wrong. Which is why I'm also always confused when I see like some health minister being unhealthy. How did that happen? Or some doctor being overweight. How did that happen? What's going on? No. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. And even if you are somehow not fat like your child, which I don't believe, still do the things I said. Companionship is the best thing you can do to help. And it will just allow you to bond. Very true, very true. Okay, let's do that Sonic Boom video. Sure, let's go ahead. Let's do it. Where is that? Though I will probably... I probably know most of these clips, but we'll see. I would assume even horse riding is sport activity. If the horses do more than to walk, then you work kinda hard to stay balanced on him. Okay, sure. Okay, let's do this Sonic Boom video, since Coco's been requesting it so much. I will probably know most of these clips though. Sonic Boom is Unhinged by Munchie Weeb. This might be a compilation, it might not be a compilation. We'll just jump in. I've watched here and there mostly clips. I've never really watched that many full episodes. But I think I get most jokes, probably, because I've seen them. Let's go.
If you two do anything foolish, I promise you will face my wrath! Ta-ta!
Yeah! Want to do something foolish? You even have to ask.
Classic.
Sonic Boom. No, not the film.
It's not a compilation. Cool. It's a full video. I like that. Anyways, that's cool. Yeah. Sonic Boom is interesting. Sometimes. This is actually the story of the series by seasons. Okay. It's just I do find the clips funny, and I mean there's a lot of memes of it. We can use these as rams. We can use these as rams. There's like 5 episodes of these videos. That's crazy.
Spin-off game series that almost made Sega go bankrupt and had glitches like
flying knuckles. Awesome.
And I'm not talking about the iconic Sonic CD intro either. Sonic Boom, Sonic Boom, Sonic Boom. Nuh-uh. Today, we're going to be talking about the most underrated comedy cartoon ever, Sonic Boom.
It's just so funny how the show was just so much significantly better. So significantly better than the games.
Awkward?
Awkward.
It'll just be another minute.
Now, after seeing this scene, you're probably wondering, what the fuck is this show even about? Shit, nigga, don't ask me. I just vividly remember watching this shit on Cartoon Network every Saturday morning before Pokemon XYZ.
Nickelodeon. It ran on Nickelodeon for us here in Germany. I'm going to recommend these here now, except the last season, since that's 45 minutes. Hey, I mean, we might if you do that, we might as well finish them completely. Like, it's like you're watching four movies, and then you don't watch the finale. What is this?
Would come on. Fuck Masada for keeping Pokemon Z locked in the hard drive, by the way. Fuck, it's a Legend ZA, bruh. Just let me play Z. Masada, please. The best way to describe Sonic Boom is the PG version of Sonic Shorts by Sonic Paradox. If you know, you know. The first episode starts off with Sonic chasing Eggman, giving you the illusion that it's gonna be something serious. But keep in mind, this show came out during the 2010s when Sonic was still saying shit like,
"No copyright law in the universe is going to stop me!"
What? Yeah, YouTubers on YouTube. anime YouTubers on YouTube be like, no copyright law in the universe is going to stop me. Well, it does. Fuck you, Aniplex!
So of course he's gonna clown Eggman for naming the robot Burnbot, even though it uses no flames. And now Burnbot with claws is chasing Sonic, and the camera slows down as they prepare to clash, and Tails spawns in out of nowhere, gives Sonic a lasso, and he sucker kicks Burnbot. But Burnbot ain't letting that slide, and damages Tails' plane, and holy shit, Tails is dead! Now, why didn't Tails just jump out the plane and hover down to safety? Shh, you know too much.
Sonic?
Hey, buddy. How you feeling?
I'm great. Ready to get back in action.
I've got some great news. You, my friend, are taking early retirement.
Early retirement?
Yeah, you're going to be able to play lots of golf and spend time with the grandkids.
I don't have grandkids.
Well, now's your chance to get some. Trust me, it's for...
Wait, isn't Tails like a kid? Like 7 or 8? Though he is a fox, so that probably works different, right? He is a fox, so you might be ready.
The best. I'll see you around, pal.
Wait, what just happened?
I fired you.
Don't fucking matter to nobody when you nobody.
Sonic ends up holding a Looking for Duo contest that features some great candidates, including a sassy beaver, Knuckles, who is so brain dead that he's trying to recruit Sonic as his duo and even calls him Knuckles Jr. And can't forget about Amy.
I just remember that Knuckles was completely retarded in this show. I just remember now that that's the case. Oh, I remember!
The GOAT!
The GOAT!
Yes, Boom Amy is the best, and I'll die on this hill. Spoiler warning if you haven't seen Sonic 3 yet somehow, but I can't wait to see the direction they take her in Sonic 4. Her design looks so swaggy, bruh. CD.
If you take her undying love for Sonic, I will take her hammer and squash your little head with it. Because I know what you did, Sonic Generations X Shadow. I know what you did. I know what you did. I know your weird censorship. I know that you absolutely nuked Amy's personality and completely ruined her. I will not forget this, Sega. I will not forget this. I will find you. Whoever made that change, I will find you. And you shall not escape my wrath.
Is my favorite classic Sonic game, and seeing this concept art got me mad hype. We getting a bad future movie, nigga. Anything is possible. This ominous figure pulls up, and wow, it's Tails. Plot twist: Dr. Ivo Robotnik himself also wants to be Sonic's duo, but there needs to be a third candidate, and the sassy beaver spawns in out of nowhere.
The winner will be whoever makes it through.
Actually, it's whomever.
Holy fuck! I see it now. The sassy beaver was the actually meme before the actually meme.
Actually.
Why are we still?
Yeah. Yeah. He is. Okay, he is. Oh no, in the new movie she's probably going to be a lesbian. Yeah, I'm dragging... If Jim Carrey is part in this movie, I'm dragging his ass... If he's not part of this movie, then I'm dragging his ass to the set to fix it. Not gonna lie. Like, hell nah, bro. Hell nah, bro. If they ruin that part of Amy, I'm not watching this. I didn't buy the new Sonic game for that specific reason. Fuck your censorship.
Just to suffer.
Tails gets off his hoverboard to hop on his plane, and it becomes an airborne battle between him and Eggman. And surprise, Eggman doesn't want to become Sonic's new duo. He wants to get his get back, so he picks up Burnbot and destroys.
By the way, best Eggman, Sonic Adventure 1 and Sonic Adventure 2. Especially Sonic Adventure 2 Eggman. That man was a menace. That man definitely deserves to be part of the round table of Black Air Force energy. Enough said.
Destroys Tails' plane again, but before he drowns, Sonic is able to save him. But Burnbot actually has flames now and makes Sonic fall underwater. But Tails comes in for the clutch, and Sonic homing attacks Burnbot into the sea and exits the scene holding on to Tails.
I'll be back with a new robot who has an accurate name and super laser eyes, and he'll feed me ham. Evil ham.
That's right, y'all. Before Revenge Guac, we had Evil Ham. The thing that carries Sonic Boom the most has to be the character interactions. Like 90% of the jokes are just stupid moments the cast be having together. I literally started the video off with Knuckles eating Sonic for no reason. The other 10% of jokes are just characters having funny inner monologues like,
"The cold is unbearable. For the first time in my life, I actually considered wearing pants. Desperate times indeed."
There's even this one episode.
Bro. Now you mention it, Tails has never wore pants. He's never worn pants, if I'm not wrong.
Where there's a new girl in town, and Sonic and Knuckles spend the whole episode dirty macking each other, trying to bag her. Niggas do anything for the pussy, bro. This shit crazy.
Clearly, she fell off her bike and hurt her arm.
Oh, Amy, don't be jealous because I'm paying attention to another. Don't mind her. She kind of...
Understandable, Sonic. Have a nice day.
Has a thing for me.
Who wouldn't?
Exactly.
There was no need for him to spaz on Amy like that. Sonic was feeling like super hot fire in this verse. Anybody that made eye contact with him was bound to get packed. And I'll elaborate on this later. Metal Sonic is in the show somehow, and nobody ever talks about him, since he also shares an episode with Shadow. And Shadow is so unironically edgy in this series that it's funny. We don't even know if Maria died in this verse for all.
I mean, Shadow's always been edgy. They just put it to a max because, you know, why not? The show is already so comical that at this point, you might just do it. Also, I don't remember Metal Sonic being in there.
All that we know, he could just be mad since somebody pissed on his Cheerios or some shit. That being said, let's do a film review on each character and their highlights. Starting off with...
You know, Amy, anytime someone calls attention to the breaking of gender rules, it ultimately undermines the concept of gender equality by implying that this is an exception and not the status quo.
Knuckles approved. Also, I love me my gender stereotypes. They keep society running.
I vividly remember everyone making fun of Knuckles when his boom design got revealed, and for good reason too, cause why the fuck is he built like that? Plus, they made him academically challenged.
Ooh, let me see. Oh wait, I can't read.
Which is such a jarring change.
They literally said, make Knuckles buff and retarded. That's it. Medals in the later episodes. Yeah, could be. 90% of cartoons don't wear pants. Why the dead humor? Pantless.
And since it's the same nigga who was cutting on everyone in Sonic X.
She just stole the Chaos Emerald!
Thanks very much for the update!
Even with his lack of brain cells, this version of Knuckles is still somehow unironically the smartest. He has like negative 100 common awareness, but plus 1,000 wisdom. That's the best way to explain it.
Chumley's escaped! He's out there in the real world!
What if he's in trouble? What if he's hurt?
What if he's pursuing a degree in liberal arts?
This nigga making fun of liberal...
Bro making fun of liberal arts. To be fair, yeah.
Art majors. That's elite ball knowledge. Munchie's advice of the day. Don't go to college to get a liberal arts degree. You're better off enlisting in the next Squid Game. Don't pursue a liberal arts degree. You're better off game.
Don't ever get any arts degree. It's useless. It literally is. Same with gender studies. What are you doing to yourself? Go into tech. Go into finance. Go anywhere. But these things, what are you doing to yourself? The gender equality line really for kids? I don't think the target here is kids. This show is way too self-aware.
Mailing yourself. Boom Knuckles 2014. The plot of this episode is that there's a blackout, so Team Sonic pulls up to the mayor and the gem that was powering the city died out. So the gang ends up pulling up to this temple in order to get a new gem. But in order to enter, they have to try the lazy way. And Knuckles just so happens to sit on a rock and opens it. This is just the start of his LeBron MVP run. They end up progressing and now they have to find out how many sides the circle has, or else the laughing gas will kill them. So Tails decides to say,
A circle is round. It has no sides.
A circle has two sides, inside and outside.
That is correct.
Okay. He isn't wrong. Technically.
I pass before the sun, both high and low, and yet I cast no shadow. This nigga is chatting!
Pretty soon, we'll be dust in the wind.
Wind! That is the correct answer.
How? The last riddle goes, try as you might.
I think he's just being dumb on purpose, right? It's weaponized incompetence. That's what it is. It's I just act dumb so I don't have to do all the work. I like to do that. I love to act retarded just so I don't have to do anything. So just so I can be lazy. I think most people have done it before.
No sound it makes. When you speak its name, it's so fragile it breaks. These golems end up surrounding the gang, and Knuckles can't even come up with something to say until Stick starts pressing him.
Silence! I can't hear my brain thoughts. Silence is the correct answer.
Wait a minute, what did he say?
Silence! I am all one demon, ladies!
Look at how awkward and happy Knuckles is after securing the gem. He has no idea what he just pulled off. He's just happy to be here.
Could you tell us what it is you admire about Sonic the so-called Hedgehog?
So many things. He's fast, he's cunning. He can destroy any opponent with a single spin dash. He's got a lovely singing voice.
My, he sounds like the total package.
You bet.
Bro, it's Tails. Did you really expect him to do anything besides glazing Sonic? This nigga treats Sonic like how
Bro has been glazing Sonic since the beginning of time, since he was introduced. That makes sense, bro. Really set silence to a woman. I do that too, to be fair. Sometimes it helps.
Draymond treats LeBron. Bro hasn't been useful since the Adventure era. Nah, I'm just fucking with y'all. He was pretty useful in the Frontiers DLC, and they even teased his solo arc at the end of the game. Just look at this adorable two-tailed fox. How could I ever hate on him?
Hey, this wall tastes like dirt.
The best part about Boomtails is that he secured himself a baddie. This is the most rizzy.
Yeah, yeah, I remember that. I remember that. Bro got that riz.
And smartest fox in the village. Stop playing with him. You might be wondering how he bagged her though. It all started when Sonic realized Tails was zoning out, and that's because he had his eyes set on the love of his life. Peep Sonic's face when he realizes the situation. He looks like a happy big bro. So Sonic decides to teach Tails how to spit game the nonchalant way.
Don't let her know you're interested.
Play it cool. Got it.
Now, if you do strike up a conversation, be sarcastic and always have a one-liner ready. Allow me to demonstrate.
Hi, Sonic!
Sup?
Would you like to accompany me to a movie and/or show?
Not sure I have the time.
Is it something I said or did? Because I can change.
Nah, it's cool. I'm just super swamped. Can't be tamed. Born to run. You know how it is. Works every time.
It's almost as if he's been doing this.
Yeah, he's a bit of a... He knows how this works. He's been doing it for decades now. Except for Frontiers, which is interesting. There are some... You can definitely tell that Sonic cares a lot about Amy in Frontiers. You could even say that there are some love confessions. Because there are some unused audio files that you could definitely argue that sound like a love confession. Like, he should have said something sooner and stuff, you know? So, I think Sonic actually does like Amy.
For 30 plus years.
Oh, hi, Tails. Didn't see you. Yeah, I'm all like, whatever. I don't care. I'm busy anyway. Catch you on the flip-flop. Okay.
Next, he goes to Knuckles for advice, and he calls the ladies. He basically tells him to do his Andrew Tate cosplay. More masculine equals more ladies.
Hey, Zoe. I was just at the gym throwing some weights.
One must.
Yeah, she does not care.
Steak. Extra rare.
The redder the better.
And you're a meh.
So, oh my goodness. That steak is, if it's beef, that steak is mooing.
Meal toy.
Oh, a Hello Doggy pencil to go with my notebook. I think I left my bandsaw running.
A few moments later.
If you want to know what women want, talk to a woman. That's brilliant. Where can I find one?
Amy's not considered a woman. You're just the homie with a ponytail. The steak is not rare. The steak is mythical, legendary. The steak is alive.
I'm a woman. I'm refined and elegant like a delicate flower.
No, no, you are. This Boom Amy is not delicate like a flower.
Jerk!
A few minutes later.
Tails takes Amy's advice and tries being a gentleman, but Zoe just slams the window on him. Might as well just ask the crazy badger for advice that ends up in you doing some sort of tribal dance in the town square. This nigga literally scared the hose away. Eggman ain't having it no more. Turns out he's just.
Wait, is Eggman the one giving him the best advice? Hold up, stop it.
So happened to be there for all of Tails' attempts at bagging Zoe. Zoe decides to give Tails the advice of the day. You'll never land the girl by acting like someone else. And then sends a robot to capture Zoe. And Tails saves her with the utmost swag. Eggman might have just passed one of the greatest lobs of all.
Damn, I didn't know Eggman was such a wingman. Why does Bro not have a girl then? Like Egg Woman. Okay, you seen the deleted scene from The Lion King? Scar with nada. Bro, crazy.
Time, and the episode closes out with a heart. This little fox is so tough, bro.
Sonic, when you say things like that, I feel like throwing up in my mouth.
You know what people say when they see me wearing this?
I weep for the future of our kind.
Do you think maybe you're being a little too take charge?
I'm only doing what anyone would do for a friend who's pathetic and hopeless. A girl needs the essentials. Cab fare, lip balm, picture of a platonic friend that you have no romantic interest in.
I know what you are. I know what you are. Wait. Amy's a tsundere in this one? I didn't. It doesn't make sense.
Boom Amy is simply her. She's a certified girl boss. Fuck the typical lovesick Sonic chasing Amy. In this verse, she's a self-reliant, sarcastic powerhouse who's.
But I like that kind of Amy. I like that kind of Amy. I prefer this kind of Amy. I like this kind of Amy. I prefer this Amy. This one base Tails. Okay.
Quicker to roast people than Sonic is to evade taxes. She's also the team's moral compass. Whether it comes to shit-talking Eggman or shutting down Knuckles' brain-dead ideas, she'll always speak her mind. Nothing showcases her girl boss energy more than the episode where she started her own restaurant to get back at Medburger for putting a living fish on her sandwich. At least you get what you ordered is the slogan for the Che Amy restaurant. And after an hour, she loses all her customers due to Dave shooting burgers into niggas' noggins. So she decides to team up with Eggman in order to gain the upper hand. And next thing she knows, her whole restaurant is filled. How exactly did Eggman make this happen?
Uh-oh. This food is poisoned. This food is deadly.
I don't know how you did it, but you totally turned things around.
It was simple. I blew up Medburger last night.
You what?
Eggman hasn't always been the most menacing main villain, besides that one time where he fucking held Amy at gunpoint. In the Boom universe,
Sonic Adventure 2 Eggman is a menace. Bro broke into the multiple military places, built a golem that was supposed to crush Sonic, went into the Ark, made Rouge collect the Chaos Emeralds, blew up half of the moon, then tricked Tails with an enormous IQ into telling him that Sonic was having was in possession of a false Chaos Emerald, captured Sonic in a capsule, and without Sonic meeting Shadow, if Sonic never saw Shadow do Chaos Control, Sonic would be dead in Sonic Adventure 2. And he held Amy to gunpoint. What a menace.
Eggman is essentially Dr. Doofenshmirtz. Every episode, he has some new sort of invention that he sends towards the village, but instead of Perry the Platypus to thwart his evil plans, it's the Boom Squad. Everyone knows that Eggman is a loner, that only friends are Orbot and Cubot. Deep down, all he wants is some company, and that's exactly what he does in the second episode of the series. The episode starts with Eggman's lair falling apart after one of his failed experiments goes nuclear. With nowhere to go and zero dignity, he does what any self-respecting villain would do. He shows up at his arch nemesis' door with a suitcase and asks to stay at his crib. Now, you'd think that Sonic would slam the door on him, but for some reason, he actually lets him stay. Eggman doesn't just move in. He essentially makes this his crib. This nigga hogs the bathroom, blows up their appliances trying to make toast, and turns their living room into his new villain hub. The Boom Squad quickly realizes that Eggman isn't just a shitty villain. He is straight up dickhead. There's something kind of tragic about Eggman's desperate attempts to be part of the group. Deep down, he doesn't want to destroy Sonic. He just wants a friend, which is exactly why he decides to invite.
So this is why you called me here.
Wait, he invited Shadow to be a homie?
Boom Shadow is an interesting individual. This nigga mad angry for no reason. It's almost as if Sega saw the internet clouding Shadow for looking like he's a Hot Topic merchant and was like, ah ha ha. I mean, okay, I dare you to try and take a shot every time he says,
Fool, fool, you fool, fools.
But if there's one thing that kept consistent, is that Shadow will always be down to run the ones with Sonic, no matter what verse it is. Peep game real quick, spin dashes right towards Sonic, grabs him by the neck, pause, takes him back down, and destroys the furniture Sonic was working on earlier. Bro said his shitty craftsmanship brings shame on all hedgehog kind.
Bro is the edge is so edgy. It's cutting my eyes watching this video.
This nigga talking like he Vegeta. Chaos controls right into Sonic.
I mean, he is the Vegeta equivalent. Kind of.
My nigga Sonic was shook. Look at Sonic's face. He's lost. Great. This nigga Shadow got Sonic looking like Yamcha. Eggman comes in to take a victory selfie, but forgot to turn the flash off and peep his face as soon as he realized he fucked up. And then Sonic dashes and hits Shadow with the amazing. And then bro just casually gets up and Chaos controls away. Just like how Styx has slowly faded away from relevancy.
True, I don't think I've seen her since anywhere, to be fair.
At least she got confirmed to be canon at the end of Frontiers. Shout out my nigga Ian Flynn, man. He's single-handedly saving the Sonic the Hedgehog continuity. Styx is the heart of the Sonic Boomverse, and I'm definitely not giving her pity because this is the only series she appears in. All jokes aside, Styx is probably the most lovable character besides Tails. She's just a paranoid, relatable badger that makes Uncle Ruckus look sane. She's like Phase Adapt when it comes to thinking pigeons are spying on us. Shorty has
Wait, Uncle Ruckus is insane? Huh.
Crackhead logic. That's what makes her mad lovable though. She's so unhinged and in her own world, you just gotta let her do her own thing. You go girl. Into the Wilderness is a prime showcase of how her crackhead knowledge always comes in clutch. The episode starts off with Amy heading off into the wilderness, but Styx instantly notices that Amy has no survival skills. But Sonic is insistent that he should be the one to train Amy, but Styx tells him that he should train Knuckles instead and that they should have a competition on who could train their protege better. In the span of 24 hours, Styx was able to teach Amy how to start a fire, tie a knot, build a net, and differentiate mushrooms.
Oh yeah, you're ready.
What kind of mushroom is that? Where do you get that? Where do you get that? I need that. I need that. I do. If that's a mushroom you should get, I have a new weapon.
The next day.
Amy and Styx end up stunting on Sonic and Knuckles. Look at this duo, man. They're cut. So Amy and Styx end up laying clues to help the boys out, but end up falling in a pit. And as soon as Sonic finds them, he starts dick riding for no reason.
You guys okay?
Never better.
You sure you're okay?
Yeah, now get us out of here!
Oh, we will. After we get to the finish line, using our superior survival skills. Don't go anywhere.
What kind of emo is this?
Why do you need the Sonic vs. Doom shroom? I have enemies, so I would use it. Also, hi Joe, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Just a mushroom that literally just like destroys things when you throw it at something. I have enemies. I have enemies that want to see me dead, so I'm gonna see them dead before.
Dix gets to cooking because this somehow isn't the first time she's found herself in a missile silo. This bit called on a bird to press the launch button. They end up heading towards the finish line at supersonic speeds, jump off with their parachutes, and secure the S rank in style.
Hey, what do you think happened to that missile? I stamped it, return to sender.
Oh nah. They blew up Eggman. Also, I'm pretty sure if Sonic wanted to, he could have caught up to that. Most certainly to that rocket, to that missile. I'm pretty sure.
I know that sound. Uh-oh.
Sonic, wake up!
What'd you say, Sugar Plum?
Don't call me Sugar Plum. I'm not Amy.
So baby, ship is real!
What do you mean the ship is real? The ship has always been real. I need to get the mushroom first, and bro is trying to kill me by shroom. How do you know it's you? Okay, just make one joke. It doesn't make me your enemy. How do you know it's you too?
You know I had to save the goat for last. Sonic the Hedgehog. In this show, he's more like Sonic the sassy dork. This nigga got mad sass for no reason. Bro only had one goal in the series, to pack everyone up.
Laser beam!
Nice try, Egghead. Your father would be proud.
Why did he do Eggman like that? I know that Egghead was crying in the inside. Sonic always gotta be swaggy. Peep how he casually saves Amy, gets exposed by the bot for caring about her, and dashes away. Little did Sonic know that all these years of being swaggy would lead to the creation of the Sonic fandom's biggest menace. Christian.
Not the Sonichu. You've probably been trying to kill me for like 90 streams. Fair. You're predictable 80% of the time. Fair. I do tend to want to eliminate everyone. I guess sure. Well, then both of you get a mushroom.
Now, if you don't know who Christian is, consider yourself lucky, since they've had a pretty interesting past. TLDR, back in 2017, they were considered the face of the Sonic community. That side of the Sonic community. And the people
Mprag Sonic. Fuck.
at Sega decided to essentially put him in the Boomverse and dedicate a whole episode to Sonic dealing with a Sonic stand. Absolute cinema. This motherfucker a weirdo though. He ends up stalking Sonic at Madburger, and even after Sonic disses him to go sit with his friends, he brings his table towards the group. My nigga, just a sec.
If you wasn't invited, don't ask to go. If you wasn't invited, don't ask to go. And don't accept invites that's in the air.
Sonic ends up feeling bad for bro and hires him as a professional glazer. But little did he know this would be his biggest mistake. Mans gave Sonic a personal barbecue, draws him a portrait, and even gives him electrolytes mid-fight. But the second Sonic tries to attempt to do something with his friends, he stops him from going out. And you won't believe what he does next.
You know, we've been spending a lot of time together. Take the rest of the day off.
No way. I want to spend all my time with you. And I know just how to do it.
This nigga
This motherfucker just caused an accident. So he could take care of sick Sonic.
Nut! Imagine waking up and seeing this. This nigga has the audacity to force feed Sonic. What in the freaky dink shit is this? I can't even hate on bro's room though, since
Bro's in the whole body condom. Crazy.
I got quite a bit of Sonic shit in my room too. I ain't even gonna hold you.
Let's act out my Sonic fan fiction. I'll pick something family friendly. No, not that one. Oh, definitely not that one. Not that one. Oh, here we go.
Notice how he said, let me find something child friendly? Now peep how many papers he's holding. Imagine what other kind of freak shit he...
Bro has all the fan fictions. All the fan fictions. He has the I got my hedgehog homeboys pregnant. That's what he has. He is the Quan Mills before the Quan Mills.
Could have written. Luckily, Sonic is able to defeat the Chris Chan variant.
Can't believe I'm being defeated by Sonic the Hedgehog. This is the greatest day of my life!
Lesson of the day is to never let your fans get too close.
Can I have your autograph, mister?
Sonic Boom is an absolute fever dream. It honestly feels like I'm watching an extended Jet video. It just sucks how extremely underrated it was when it was airing, especially since it was extremely ahead of its time. Just look at all the brain rot Sonic Adventure videos that exist.
Treat?
No treat.
Treat?
No treat.
Treat?
No treat.
Duh.
Speaking of brain rot Sonic, there's only one proper way to end this video, by having AI Ryan Drummond sing Sonic Boom.
No. No, enough. Bro got the Hawks core and true. It is just two IRL hedgehogs mating. That was terrible. Never again. There will be more episodes of this. It's guaranteed. Anyways. Sonic Boom is a fever dream. It's like you're on crack. Or you probably ate the shroom from earlier. That's what it gives you. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Now then. Since Joe is here. I gotta do your, the video send in, right? The true crime one. I don't think we'll see Sonics today. I think that woman is too much into studying right now. As it seems right now. So yeah, let's look at this. Let's have a look-see. Let's have a look-see. I haven't even added it. Let's check. True crime. Ooh. Yes, true crime.
If you two do anything foolish, I...
Stop, delicate flower. Alright.
If you've
Bro looking handsome as ever. Joe who? Joe Mama. Her body was found inside a tandoor used to bake naan. This by Desi Studios. I don't know what naan is. I don't know what the tandoor is. Sounds like a door. We'll look. Bro got trauma that he didn't even read my comment for his sanity. Yep, I did read it. I'm not reading it out loud. Anyways, we'll jump in. I don't know what this is about. Another one. Yep, another one. Let's go.
If you've ever had to peruse the awfully long menu at an Indian restaurant, there's always one dish that stands out. A dish that us Desis are
I absolutely prefer Fire's Barber. Probably. Also, the Vegeta is coming out here slowly. I hate when restaurants have way too many dishes. Naan is flat bread. Okay. When restaurants have too many dishes, I hate it because I don't know what to pick.
known for around the world. I'm talking about the tandoor, a clay oven used to make everything from tandoori naan to tandoori chicken or even tandoori paneer for all you vegetarians out there. The tandoor is an integral part of any brown kid's childhood. But what if this cylindrical clay urn was used for more than just cooking up some of India's most popular and well-known cuisines? What if it was used for something more sinister, something that haunted the residents of Delhi for years to come?
Cooking up children? Women?
This is the story of that clay oven. This is the story of the tandoor murder.
like that every episode gets its own intro. Like, it's fully own intro. It's not the same intro. It's its own intro. Poke it, indecisive twat. It's not my fault. It's just hard to pick. So I'll just pick the most simple thing I can find, because that's not hard. That's pretty much it, though.
Hey everyone, I'm Aryan.
And I'm Ashwara.
And together we are the Desi Crime Podcast.
This is where we tell stories of true crime that differ from the mainstream.
Untold stories of Desi killers, Desi cases, and Desi crime.
Aryan, the case that you have for us today is one that I think we all know happened. We just don't know the details of this case. It's kind of an older case for a generation of people as old as us.
Right, even I've heard whispers of this case growing up, but this case happened way before I was born.
Right.
And it all begins in India's capital, Delhi. Although Delhi is often portrayed.
When is it not Delhi? When is it? It's always Delhi. It feels like it's always Delhi. Delhi again. National capital, aka crime capital. Apparently it is. I mean, it's the national capital. It is a big city. It probably makes sense that there's a lot of crime statistically. Not gonna lie, do gotta glow up.
Portrayed as a bustling city with its bazaars, bumper-to-bumper traffic, and endless seas of people, Sunday nights are really quiet in the city, especially during blistering hot summers. And on Sunday, July 2nd, 1995, it was no different. It was around 11 p.m. when, under the dark skies of Delhi, when pollution hadn't yet swept the country's capital and the stars were still visible, Delhi Police Constable Kunju and Home Guard Chanderpal from the Connaught Place police station were about to set off to patrol the Janpath area of the city. The two most likely didn't expect to come across much that night. Probably more of the same, a drunk causing a ruckus, a few burglaries, and maybe the odd carjacking or two. Barely half an hour after leaving the police station, the duo spotted something out of the ordinary. Near the Ashok Yatri Niwas Hotel, large flames pierced into the starry sky. They ran to Ashoka Road to see where the fire was coming from. They saw flames shooting up from the hotel, not the main building, but the restaurant inside. The
restaurant was burning. Wait, that the fire spread because somebody tried to get rid of a body? Sunday nights dude doesn't live in Delhi? I don't know. I couldn't answer on that.
Gia Barbecue Restaurant. When Constable Kunju approached the restaurant and peered into the entrance, he could clearly see the source of the fire.
Now that you mention his teeth? Yeah, actually, you're right. Bro did get a glow up.
It was coming from somewhere inside the kitchen. The hotel's security guard told the officers they had nothing to worry about. According to him, the restaurant was just burning some waste paper and cardboard inside. The officers didn't protest and went back to their 6-hour-long patrol. But while they patrolled the nearby area, they heard screeches in the distance. Hotel mein aag lag gayi, hotel mein aag lag gayi. There's a fire in the hotel. There's a fire in the hotel. A vegetable vendor saw the officers and ran towards them, warning that a fire had engulfed the hotel. When the officers turned around, the flames had grown, reaching 35 feet into the sky. Smoke filled the air. It was no longer a calm, starry night in Delhi. The police went past the hotel gates and up to the entrance of the restaurant, where they met a man in a long white shirt known as a kurta. His name was Keshav Kumar, the manager of the restaurant. Keshav wasn't alarmed by the flames coming from the restaurant. Just burning some old posters, he said. But Constable Kunju wasn't.
Wait. The hotel is in flames. And dude is just saying, by the way, yeah, I'm just burning some posters. Nothing serious. Bro did not care.
Buying it. He ran to the nearest police outpost and telephoned all the emergency units.
Constable Kunju shouldn't have bought it. I just want to point out to everyone how weird it is to have a fire running like that in July in Delhi when the city is hot, the city is humid, it's the monsoon months, everything's sticky and disgusting. It's very unusual to have people light bonfire and have a fire running just for themselves like that.
Which is otherwise a pretty common scene
Very
in Delhi,
common,
right?
yeah.
During the winters, security guards and people all over, peasants, they usually have a small bonfire going on, heating themselves up. But in July, it is certainly...
Unheard of.
Did bro just say what I think he said?
To have people light bonfire and have a fire running just for themselves like
Which is
that.
otherwise a pretty common scene
Very
in Delhi,
common,
right?
yeah.
During the winters, security guards and people all over, peasants, they use...
He uses peasants unironically. That's awesome. I love this. Peasants. Constable Kunju, give this man a promotion. He stayed on business. This is awesome. He just unironically uses peasants.
usually have a small bonfire going on, heating
Right.
themselves up. But
Yeah.
in July, it is certainly
Unheard of.
And in general, fires were no small joke in Delhi in the 1990s. The infamous Siddharth Continental Hotel fire of 1986 was etched in Delhi's memory when 37 people lost their lives. Kunju didn't want a replica of that incident under his watch. But by the time he returned from the outpost, the fire had only gotten worse. The cop duo demanded entry into the restaurant to see what was going on, but the men at the entrance barred them from going inside. That didn't stop Constable Kunju, who was certain that the fire posed a threat to the entire hotel building. The officers found an alternate route into the restaurant, this time by climbing a 7-foot-high fence and entering the back. A few men stood inside the kitchen, but 2 men stuck out to the officers. The restaurant man...
What were they cooking? A woman. Hold up, let him cook. Dude's pure high class, man. He's gotta be. If he uses peasants, he's gotta be, for sure.
Manager Keshav Kumar, who had denied the officers entry into the restaurant when they first saw the flames, and a man draped in a white kurta with a rounded belly named Sushil Sharma, the owner of the Bagia barbecue. The officers had a strange sight in front of them. The fire was coming from a tandoor, an integral part of any Indian barbecue restaurant. Around the tandoor, the men had stacked wood and other materials, and it was obvious the fire wasn't meant to grill naan or chicken. The men were burning waste, but nonetheless, the fire had to go out. Kunju confronted Keshav and Sushil and told them that the fire had the potential to burn down the entire hotel. Sushil said he was a Congress party worker and was simply burning old campaign posters. Sushil wanted to let Kunju, a lowly constable, know who he was dealing with. But Kunju didn't let Sushil's party affiliation stop him. The officers started to fill up buckets with water to douse the fire. By this time, other officers joined the scene: Sub-Inspector Rajesh Kumar, PCR Head Constable Majid Khan, and Constable Rajbir Singh. With the other officers' help, the fire was extinguished in minutes.
And what they found was a woman being very tasty. Probably crispy. Not tasty, crispy. Though, if you asked Hannibal Lecter, she might actually be tasty. Kunju has a great mustache. Sure, father, I have some terrifying news. I'll give you 2 videos, just watch both. Sure. He sucked the cock. Yes, deer does that.
But the flames had already done their fair share of damage. The officers took Keshav, who they believed caused the fire, and went up to the first floor terrace of the adjacent Ashok Yatri Niwas Hotel to assess the damage from a higher vantage point. As the police looked around for signs of fire damage, Kunju felt a gust of heat float up again from Bagia Barbecue's kitchen, followed by a wretched smell of smoke. When the officers looked over the terrace into the restaurant, to their astonishment, the tandoor was ablaze again, and self-proclaimed Congress party worker Sushil Sharma was fanning the flames. Kunju ran to the edge of the terrace, jumped to the bottom into the back of the restaurant, and forced his way into the kitchen. By the time he got there,
He's gotta find the woman now. He's gotta. Okay, Roblox. Well, I'll take that. I guess we'll watch that.
Sushil had disappeared. But this time around, the smoke coming from the fire had a different scent. It didn't smell like burning plastic or cardboard like before. Kunju smelled burning flesh. But Kunju couldn't do anything. He needed to stop the fire. Like before, he doused the tandoor with buckets.
For some odd reason, and this isn't really for other kinds of meat. For some odd reason, human flesh is quite smelly when burning it. The more you know. The more you know.
of water and was able to douse the majority of the fire with just a few smaller flames lingering in the clay pot. Kunju peered into the tandoor to see what was inside. But what Kunju found wasn't paper. It wasn't cardboard. It wasn't a bunch of old campaign posters. Crouched inside the tandoor was a charred human body. The wooden log stacked around the tandoor perversely resembled a Hindu pyre, the traditional cremation ceremony conducted by Hindus. The police were unsure of exactly what was happening, but they knew this was far from a traditional ritual. However, there was one thing they knew for sure. The Baggia restaurant had been turned into a mortuary.
Obviously. I mean, we have a dead body in some cooking thingy. Makes sense. How do you know? Morbid curiosity. Morbid curiosity. Also, I don't think Samax will return. She's studying. I don't know how long she's gonna study.
A blackened, burnt body with just a patch of black hair remained in the tandoor. The crime scene bustled with police officers. Luckily, the restaurant's manager Keshav Kumar was still on the scene, so officers scooped him up and began questioning him. Keshav evaded all the officers' questions except one. When the police asked him what his relationship to Sushil, the owner of the restaurant, was, all he murmured was, "Unke mujh par kafi ehsan hai. I am highly indebted to him." But who was Sushil Sharma? What was he doing starting a fire at the restaurant at 11 p.m.? And was he even aware that there was a body in the tandoor? To answer all those questions and more, we'll have to rewind the clock, as we often do, back to April 13th, 1966, when Harbhajan Singh and Jaswant Kaur gave birth to their darling.
That's... Oh no, they're just... Oh god. Just a random girl, once again. If you want to burn a body, do it in a riverside in India, because people will think you're cremating someone. Wait, you can't just randomly burn your own people at a riverside? That's interesting. You are aware this is now in the video, dear, right? People can see that in the chat. If ever drama happens, know that people will know that you would say that you basically said the N-word right now. Just so you know, if there's ever drama involved with you, people will use that as a weapon and call you racist. Congratulations.
Daughter, Naina. Naina was an absolute superstar. She graduated from Shyama Prasad Mukherjee College of Delhi University in 1986 with top-notch grades. Later, she joined the Delhi Flying Club to get her student pilot's license and then got her private pilot's license in the United Kingdom.
Ooh, awesome! She's a pilot. Damn! That's cool. And then they got her. Then they got her. Then they got her. Damn, bro. Cooked.
Naina was also deeply involved in college politics and was an active member of the NSUI, or the National Students' Union of India, the student wing of the Indian National Congress, colloquially known as the Congress Party. And that was where she met another young and ambitious NSUI worker, Sushil Sharma. In 1986, Sushil became the president of the NSUI and nominated Naina to the post of the State General Secretary. Sushil and Naina were ambitious and professional, both looking to make headways into their political careers. There was nothing romantic between the two, or at least it remained that way for a while. Naina was in love with someone else. His name was Matloob Karim, but he, a Muslim, and Naina, a Sikh, weren't compatible in society's eyes. Nevertheless, Matloob and Naina continued to nurture their relationship and even lived together for a time. It's unclear what or when it happened, but the relationship eventually fizzled out and Matloob married a woman from his community.
I mean, this makes sense, right? That relationship wouldn't exist for that long. I think that makes sense. They're just societally not compatible, so eventually the moment would have hit where they could no longer be together. I think that makes sense. Yes, Poker, just get people in a white dress and a priest, so no one will bat an eye. That's wild. Still not accepted widely in here. Yeah, I think that makes sense. And then this is even further back, right? This is still in the 80s. So yeah, makes sense. Interfaith marriage and all. I think also Muslim-wise, I think, if I'm not wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, but a marriage between a Muslim and somebody from a different faith is, from a Muslim perspective, invalid. If I'm not wrong, but I think I'm correct. I could be wrong, but I think I'm correct.
He named Naz Gul. When Matlub committed himself to another woman, the relationship eventually fizzled out and Matlub married a woman from his community named Naz.
His name, bro. Sorry. Bro married the hooded figures from the Lord of the Rings. Interesting. Nazgul. Yeah, that's a terrible name. That's a terrible name. I'm sorry. Oh boy.
Nazgul. When Matlub committed himself to another woman, Naina decided to move out in December 1988. But she and Matlub vowed to remain friends. The relationship didn't end on a sour note. Now, whether or not Matlub and Naina just remained friends is up for speculation. But not soon after leaving, Naina was in love again. This time with someone she worked very closely with. Someone who shared the same interests, career, and ambitions as hers. The president of the NSUI, Sushil Sharma. But Naina's relationship with Sushil was a tumultuous one. As a family described it, Naina had to stop at the second rung of the ladder of a political career because she fell in love with Sushil Sharma. His precondition to marriage was that Naina should stop all her political activities and forget about her political aspirations. She agreed.
Are you stupid? No, what are you doing? You were in such a good path. No! Is in Muslim law, they have to change the non-Muslim religion to make the marriage valid. Okay, so I am correct. If one is Muslim, the other one isn't, then it's invalid. Okay.
Once an ambitious pilot and aspiring politician, Naina was now caged and stuck inside, in apartment 8/2A Diz Sector 2, Mandir Marg. Not many years after leaving Matlub, in May 1992, Sushil and Naina got married at the Birla Mandir in the presence of only Naina's family. Sushil's family wasn't present. The marriage from the get-go was kept on the hush-hush. In reality, the marriage was unofficial, since no official documents were ever submitted to the state about the couple's union.
So it wasn't an official marriage? So you just said like, oh yeah, we're married, by the way. Yes, Pokey, you're right. Here, a cookie for you. Yay! I like cookies. It's love, father, you wouldn't know. Says the guy who is single, drops cakes, and can't keep a chick to save his life. Uh-huh.
But if there was love near the beginning of the relationship, it had most certainly dissipated. The once free-spirited Naina was now a caged bird, confined to the boundaries of a small Delhi apartment. Sushil had denied Naina from doing anything in politics, so she was limited to working at her own small boutique. But although the boutique became a successful business, it wasn't what she wanted to do. Sushil was also abusive towards Naina. Sushil, who was often drunk, beat Naina in the evenings when he returned from work. He didn't let other men...
Okay, never mind. Well, he wasn't so nice, was he? He wasn't so nice, was he now, huh? Well, fuck. She's cooked.
...come near her, nor did he allow her to talk to other men. The breaking point came when Naina discovered Sushil's affair with Ila Jhunjhunwala, a woman living in...
They should have burned bro instead. They should have burned bro instead.
South Delhi. Sushil and Ila had a long-term relationship prior to his marriage with Naina, so after discovering
Then why were you marrying her? Could you not just married that chick? That is completely illogical.
Covering the affair, Nana...
I guess he married her to like stop her from like maybe even taking over his position. Get out the rival. She's coke literally. I'm aware.
Contacted Illa, who unsparingly revealed Sushil's womanizing ways and multiple affairs. Nana had
multiple even. Bro needs to brick. Give me that and brick.
Enough. But she didn't want to end things. The very opposite, in fact. She wanted her and Sushil's relationship to be public. Nana was in pain, physically and emotionally. So she wrote in her diary, Sushil, I know you hate me. You cannot accept me. So do not waste your time. Take care of yourself and forgive me. Leave me to my fate. We cannot continue like this because I cannot win your confidence even by killing myself. Take away whatever you have to. Don't misunderstand me. Do not let your life be spoiled. I know I do not deserve you. Leave me and make the best from your life. But do not say anything to my family. They are innocent. If you want, you can punish me. The last sentence in retrospect is haunting. For Sushil did...
I mean, he did in fact punish her by burning her. Married for political power. Yeah, but that, yeah, sure, yeah. Though he really didn't gain anything. He just removed somebody that could have been an issue.
Did punish her. In these tough times, Nana sought out her past lover and now friend, Matloob, for help. Sushil always suspected there was something between the pair and hated Matloob. Now, Aishwarya, what are your thoughts on Nana speaking to her ex-boyfriend about her now husband?
I think exclusively having a conversation with someone you've dated in the past is not a big deal to me, but the contents matter. So I can see why having a conversation about your current partner with your ex can seem hurtful.
Right. There is nothing intrinsically wrong about the act of speaking to your ex-partner,
right.
But I can see how it makes Sushil jealous depending on the contents of what...
I mean, in this case, to be fair, I think it is understandable. I think it is. I think it is understandable. She knows him. She doesn't know where to go. It makes sense, right? Though, if your partner just randomly starts talking to their ex, there's a problem.
They're talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
But none of this takes away from the fact that the context here is she is being domestically abused by Sushil, and she has to vent out to somebody, and that might as well be her ex-partner. But whether or not it's understandable to me or you, it clearly wasn't understandable to Sushil, whose raging insecurity, alcoholism, and domestic abuse reached its peak 3 years into their marriage. It was July 2nd, 1995, and Delhi was hot and humid because of an incoming monsoon. It was around evening when Nana poured herself her favorite drink, a Bloody Mary. As she lay in the cool bedroom sipping on her cocktail, she imagined the beautiful future that awaited her. Away from her abusive husband and away from India, Nana had planned to retreat to Australia.
I don't know if that would have been a smart idea, looking at Australia. And looking who lives there, dear. I don't think that's that much of a smart idea. I'm just joking.
Where she had successfully enlisted to work. She called up her friend, Matloob, to ask whether he had an update on her visa, which he was supposed to pick up from a travel agent. Matloob said he hadn't picked up the visa yet, but would go in the next couple of days. At around 8:15 p.m., Sushil pulled up into their apartment building's parking lot. Nana blandly greeted him and offered him a drink. The pair sipped on the drinks without speaking. But as alcohol coursed through Sushil's bloodstream, insecurities rushed to the surface. He began doubting Nana, and as was routine, redialed the last phone number on the telephone when she wasn't looking. From the other side of the receiver,
her ex pulled up the phone. Hey,
came a man's deep voice. Hello. It was someone Sushil knew all too well. It was Matloob, Nana's ex-partner. That was all the evidence Sushil needed. He hung up the phone, stormed into the bedroom, and a screaming match ensued.
Yeah, who would have guessed? And that's where he probably beats her, drags her to the cooking thingy, and puts her in there. Okay, a little 10-minute break. Give me the TLDR. Basically, woman gets cooked in a tandoor. I think it's how you pronounce it. And yeah, that's pretty much it. She gets burned in there because of relationship problems, marriage problems. Because her husband is abusive and punished her.
What happened next is best described by Officer Maxwell Pereira, one of the lead investigators on this case.
I find it interesting that the name is Maxwell. I found that very interesting.
Quietly, he goes to the chest of drawers, opens one, takes out his revolver and inspects it, then loads it with 4 cartridges. In cold blood, without a second thought, he turns around and aims at Naina's head, firing 3 times at point-blank range. 2 of the bullets find their mark in Naina's head and neck. The 3rd bullet misses and hits the plywood by the air conditioner. Naina falls, bleeding profusely. She writhes in pain on the bed for a moment and is still. She dies almost instantaneously. Ravi Nainasani was shot in cold blood that night, but the demon in Sushil eventually faded and he gathered his wits about him. He didn't have time to mourn and lament his actions.
He was like, how do I get rid of this body? Ah, yes, a tandoor. That is the way. That is the way. There's probably he has so much political power. You can't tell me there would have been a better way to get rid of her. I'll be real. I think this is just being caught because of stupid.
He drank cool water to calm his nerves. The all-important question prodded at him: what he would do with her body. The most obvious answer for any amateur murderer was to throw her into a river or a lake. But that's tougher than it sounds. Nevertheless, he decided to dispose her body in the nearby Yamuna River. But Sushil didn't know what he was doing. He grabbed the bedsheet and wrapped Naina's body in it, and then wrapped it further with a plastic sheet used for dining tables. He tried to wipe Naina's blood off his clothes and the floor, but there was simply too much. He dragged the body all the way downstairs to the parking lot where his Maruti car was. He opened the trunk, stuffed the corpse awkwardly inside, only to realize his white kurta pajama was drenched in blood. He ran back up to the apartment to change clothes before running back down to his car and driving off towards the Yamuna at around 9:30 p.m. By the time Sushil reached the ITO bridge that spanned across the Yamuna River, he realized just how impractical the plan was. Not only was the bridge near the Delhi police headquarters, there was just...
Yeah, you can't just dispose of a body close to the police. That doesn't make much sense. That doesn't make much sense.
Too much traffic flowing past. This was Delhi at 9 p.m. Of course there was traffic. He shifted gears and hatched a new plan. He made a U-turn and made his way towards Ashoka Road. At 10:15 p.m., Sushil reached the Bagia Barbecue, the restaurant that he owned. Inside was Keshav, the manager of the restaurant. Sushil confessed to Keshav what he had done and begged him for help. Keshav was disgusted and appalled by the murder, but nonetheless decided to help Sushil.
Well, he doesn't have much of a choice, right? He's in debt. And also, I think, well, you don't want to turn into a victim yourself, don't you? So, you do what has to be done.
Dispose of the body. Sushil had helped Keshav through some of his toughest times, and Keshav felt indebted to the restaurant owner. All the guests who were eating were told to hurry and finish before being kicked out. Keshav gave all the restaurant staff ₹25 in lieu of the free meal they all got at the end of their shift. The restaurant had just a few people remaining. Besides Sushil and Keshav, there was a security guard outside who had no idea what was happening inside the kitchen. A makeshift pyre made of wooden logs and paper was erected around the tandoor. Naina's lifeless body, wrapped inside the plastic bag, was placed over the tandoor, and more wood was piled on top. Before they set Naina's corpse ablaze, they looked around for ghee or clarified butter used in traditional Indian cuisine. Somehow,
they even buttered her, bro. They even buttered her. They even buttered her. They essentially buttered her. They essentially buttered her like a chicken.
the barbecue restaurant didn't have any ghee, so Sushil sent Keshav to go and buy more nearby. The pair used 4 slabs of Amul butter to burn Naina's body. Because of this case, people in the surrounding neighborhood stopped eating tandoori food for a couple of years, and tandoori restaurants across Delhi felt the brunt of it. The tandoor was supposed to be this beautiful component of a traditional Indian kitchen and has a rich cultural value.
I mean, burning bodies in there probably isn't very traditional, I'd argue, so that makes sense. Still crazy though. Still crazy that this was the only method of disposing of the body. For real. I think that's insane.
Its roots originate in Rajasthan, where archaeologists have found tandoor remains dating from 2600 BC, about the same time as the pyramids. But on July 2nd, 1995, the tandoor was defiled. While burning his wife's body
by fat Indian politician.
body, Sushil kept repeating, "Ye maine kya kar diya? Ye mujhse kya ho gaya? What have I done? How could I have done this?" It was perhaps a tad too late to regret his decision.
Oh, wow! After shooting her, and then trying to get rid of her in essentially an oven, now you're feeling her good? Dude literally said let me cook. Yes. I told her about pumpkin and poke. Yeah, always stay in his streams. He's my second home. I can't do this anymore. I'm jumping.
And his attempts to cover up the murder ended up being completely futile when around 11 p.m., Constable Kunju was patrolling the streets. The investigation unfolded at a rapid pace once Naina's body was identified by her parents. Sushil was being hunted, and he was on the run, trying to use his political connections to help him move from city to city. It was in Bangalore when Sushil was taken into police custody. Pleading innocent, he had no chance of getting off easy. The investigation was fairly simple. From witness testimony to DNA evidence, too much was stacked against him and his lawyers. On November 7th, 2003, Sushil was sentenced to death.
Yes! Huge! Is he gone?
Death by the trial court. His death sentence was affirmed by the High Court on February 19th, 2007, declaring that his crime was an act of extreme depravity that shook the conscience of the society. However, his sentence was later reduced to life in prison. And you know what, Aishwarya? On December 21st, 2018, Sushil was actually released from jail for serving.
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined. How are you sentencing these people to death? But you're not actually following through. I guess it's just mental torture. Terrible. My next, sure. That eye contact is crazy. Bro is looking at me like I've done it. We know what you're going to exactly. We know what you are.
His life sentence. And this is what the bench had to say. Incarceration of convicted prisoners such as Sharma serving life term does not result in suspension of his fundamental right, and he is not denuded of the rights enshrined in every person within the meaning of Article 21 of the Constitution of India. And those are the rules in India. Like, life in prison doesn't literally mean you have to be in prison till you die.
Right.
The statute of limitations is 20 years in India, and so your case has to go for review within that time period.
And while I understand why the Constitution of India is drafted the way it is, I'm sure there's a specific reason for it. At the end of the day, it just sucks that a man like that is out and about and free.
So Sushil had been in prison for 23 years. And as heinous as his crime was, he came to accept his mistake. According to him, he regretted every moment of the murder. In prison, he actually became a devout Hindu, seeking solace
You mean just like some other people becoming Christian suddenly to go to jail? Yeah, I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all.
And forgiveness in religion. Now, forgiving him is not up to me. But when he left jail, this is what he had to say for himself. I am the only son. The last few years inside prison were the most difficult ones for me. My parents had to be hospitalized and were keeping unwell. There was no one to take care of them. I do not know what I will do apart from being there for my parents. I'm starting a new life today. I have to first perform my duty as a son. I've spent over 20 years in prison. If I can be of any help to Tihar, I would be happy to help the jail administration. I have no complaints against anyone. All the negativity in my life, that 1 second which cost me 23 years, has been washed away by the sweat inside prison. Whether or not you believe Sushil deserves a second chance at life, Naina will never get that chance. This story is about more than just a defiled, culturally significant cooking pot. It's about how a split-second decision can lead to a lifetime of regret.
Chat, never listen to your intrusive thoughts. And that is the end of the video, collecting these like Pokemon, bitch. For sure. Bro. The story of how a woman was trying to get, how a guy was trying to get rid of a woman in a cooking pot. That's crazy. Why are these also unhinged? Though, I have a question. I hear of other true crime things. And it's like the usual stuff. And then it's like, these Indian ones, they're completely unhinged. Weird hour ritual, eating people, getting rid of people in the cooking pot, burying kids behind your master's house. What else do we have? What else is there? What else is there to know? What else? Dude, it's insane. It is insane. Okay. Apology was better than 90% of YouTubers. Well, let's see what these videos are about, dear. Let's see. You dear creature. You are in fact endearing. So we'll start with this one, I guess.
Alright, guys.
We'll start with this one, I guess. Alright. Roblox threatened to sue a YouTuber by Flamingo. This is about the... How is this name pronounced? I would literally pronounce this name like Schlep or Sklep. Or Sklep. I have no idea how this is pronounced, because I am German and I read that as Schlep. Anyways, jump in. Let's go.
Alright guys, I just got fully deplatformed by Roblox for, as you can see, no reason.
Wait, this is somebody else. So somebody else got also out. Just 13.9 million subs again? Crazy. So, this is about somebody else. Yeah, okay.
They have no reason, they have no evidence of anything I've done. And I'm not the only YouTuber this has happened to this week. No, but a lot of you have probably heard about the Schlep situation.
So it is Schlep. Okay. So it is.
No, a lot more so than just a warning for trying to give kids nightmares. Schlep would now be the second YouTuber, from my knowledge, to get a cease and desist from Roblox, meaning he can never access the platform again. It's extremely interesting reason why. So, he does a lot of the, like, predator catching videos. It's like Roblox.
Like, this is the peak of the Streisand effect. Being on the screen, on play, straight up. They thought that banning the dude would minimize the attention that this would get, and now it's bigger than it has ever been. Whoever's running Roblox, resign. You are retarded.
Goes to jail. Like, he catches these guys, he finds them through like Roblox related Discord channels and then catches them in real life. He travels all over the country to do these types of things, these sting operations. So for making these videos, he has received not a thank you for Roblox, not a hey, Thanks for helping us with our moderation issues. He received a legal cease and desist notice from Roblox Corporation. Meaning if he accesses the platform ever again, if he types in
Bro will be jailed. Sued. Alright, bye-bye. Take care, Sumax. Don't overdo it with the studying. Take some important breaks. Like just right now. Chief of security of Roblox was found in the condo game. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Well, check them hard drives.
Roblox.com. He will probably be sued for everything he has. Within that cease and desist, they said, while Roblox acknowledges that your stated intentions may be to protect children, and while it recognizes the serious nature of online predatory behavior, your methods, including failing to immediately report suspicious activity to Roblox through proper channels, are actively interfering with Roblox's established safety protocols and critically are exposing Roblox users to increased risk. So Roblox is trying.
Yes. Catching predators endangers Roblox users. How does that make sense? How does that make sense? There is no grounds you can argue on that this should be endangering, that this endangers other Roblox users by taking these dudes off the platform. What do you mean by that? How does that? They probably can't even give a reason how that endangers others. Isn't it weird? Isn't it weird? I'm gonna say this, isn't it weird? First, the UK goes nuts with their child protection stuff. Then, the EU goes nuts. Then the United States go nuts. Then suddenly, you have this whole Roblox debauchery where they're also saying they're protecting kids while taking out actual people who protect kids. Isn't it weird that this all happens around the same time? Not saying there's a huge conspiracy, but I'm saying there's a huge conspiracy how this all happens at the same time. Maybe the real Epstein list was the laws and controversies we made along the way.
To say, you're making the problem worse by getting these people in jail. And the thing is, Schlepp will immediately report these guys to Roblox with evidence of like off-platform behavior, on-platform behavior, and they typically will not ban anybody until his video goes up and he shows their username, of course, and then it's usually until.
I mean, it makes sense that they... See, it makes sense that they wouldn't ban them, simply because it would be harder to actually catch them in the act. So I get that. You wouldn't ban them while he's working on it, right? Makes sense. That would sabotage. That would actually be the worst if they actually started sabotaging it, but that's besides the point. So that makes sense.
Then Roblox will then ban him, you know, after the video gets maybe 1 million views, maybe a zillion views, but not ever through the report system.
But not through the report system, and not through only after the video gets enough attention. Which means that Roblox probably does definitely know that these people are the way they are. All big YouTubers are quitting Roblox. He sends the evidence to them, and they still don't do it. Okay. Well, that makes sense.
Not ever through emailing Roblox about the certain user. I imagine they'll say, yeah, maybe you should block this person if you don't like what they're doing to you. Allegedly. He's not only, reporting them, emailing them with evidence, he is reporting them to the police. What more proper channel than the cops? Accordingly, and pursuant to Roblox's policies, Roblox will be closing your accounts. Please note that the Roblox community standards prohibit opening new accounts to evade an enforcement action.
You know what they should do because of this act? They shouldn't take down Roblox. You know what they should do? They should punish them by making the game 18 plus, well, the game, the platform 18 plus, and require ID verification. Because, to be fair, the only way a company like that changes is if they get financially hit so hard in the balls that they have no other choice but to do that. I'm pretty sure you can legally demand that a website or a platform needs ID verification. I mean, they did just recently with the hub. That could hurt. Would be fucky wucky for the users, but just to hurt them, they have ID verification. Is it mandatory though? Also, I've just for voice chat. Okay. I've also heard that they are planning to do weird 18 plus stuff on there. That they're going to create spaces for 18 plus stuff on Twitter. That could be wrong, but that's what I've seen at least. Finally, we achieved it. Roblox sex.
Therefore, we demand that you cease and desist from accessing the Roblox platform. Roblox reserves all the rights to take any and all appropriate legal action against you should your violations of Roblox community standards continue, which really creates some type of gray area. So maybe let's say I saw some very suspicious behavior in one of these hug games. You know, who would have, but I mean, a suspicious behavior in a hug game, surely never, right? If I reported this to Roblox and, you know, maybe got this person arrested through, you know, my own means and then posted about it, I would be in breach of Roblox's brand new rule. Yep, we got a new rule. They, after they sent Schlep the cease and desist, they made a new rule. Schlep broke the rule that didn't exist yet, which is a rule against vigilante groups, which is individuals or groups who take it upon themselves to.
These dudes are so good at damage control. It's kind of baffling. Well, they're not good, but they're attempting to. Basically, bro broke a rule that did not exist up until now, and now they have a rule against vigilante groups. Well, we know where Roblox definitely stands, which is on the side of predators.
Enforce laws or punish wrongdoers without legal authority. If you look at Schlepp Show, there's a lot of legal authority over here. There, all the proper channels. So framing it as a vigilante group really undermines.
True, he does work with law enforcement, right? So technically, it's not even vigilante stuff, right? Huh. Weird. I guess he broke a rule that doesn't apply to him.
What he's doing. I mean, like I said, they keep talking about you need to report it through the proper channels, and he did all that. He did all that many times.
Yeah, because you're just as useful. Yeah, I remember. Guess who's a platform who acts just like that? Ah, yes, Discord. Discord does the exact same thing. And what do you get from that? Nothing. These platforms don't do anything, because here's a fun fact. You can literally send Discord pictures of minors exposing themselves, and they will not ban them. First time we watch actual Roblox YouTuber? No, I did watch stuff during the Potemers, Potema situation.
Times. I think it's just, I mean, it's literally just because if you type in Roblox and you see these videos, that's bad publicity for Roblox. I mean, this is all my opinion. I think Roblox just did this because they wanted to try to get the Roblox word out of these predator catching video titles. And they thought this was the best way to do it. Basically being like, hey, we'll sue you if you get one of these guys arrested and post about it. Yeah, which has really shot themselves in the foot. Because a lot of videos on this, like big videos from some of the biggest YouTubers ever. You know, it's just a matter of time. Like, obviously, this really doesn't affect Roblox too much until actual news outlets pick up on this, you know, because parents aren't watching Penguin Zero, or at least I hope they're not. Parents aren't watching Flamingo, which I hope they are. I mean, not only is it really scary that Roblox...
Not only do we, I have to say though, not only does Roblox have to do something, but also these retarded parents. Things like that wouldn't even happen if there was parents who did proper parenting, but they don't because they're stupid. because parents don't do anything.
Roblox is just willing to kind of sue YouTubers over this kind of stuff, but it's also just such a horrible look for anyone who plays Roblox, anyone who's a
No, you're 20 plus and you play Roblox. You're not a PDF. How would that even work? Let's say you grew up with Roblox. I don't think that somebody just playing Roblox makes them a PDF. I think there needs to some other things need to happen first before that hits. Are known to these platforms. Well, they should be. Parents should know what their kids are doing. Like, that's the whole problem why we have a predator issue. Or predators are so successful because parents do not know what their children do.
developer on Roblox, anyone who's a Roblox YouTuber, saying that you play Roblox as a 40-year-old man already isn't a good look. And then when you hear, oh, Roblox actually bans you, Roblox sues you if you catch any bad actors, let's call them. This is all coming from Roblox's chief safety officer. I didn't know Roblox had one of those. I didn't know they cared about that type of thing. Every day, more than 100 million users of all ages have a safe and positive experience on Roblox. Every day, 100 million people all show up to public bathroom simulator and have a safe all ages.
Public bathroom simulator. I'm quitting. I'm fucking quitting. All right, Roblox. When does the dating update drop? When you finally drop the dating platform? Blocks. As it currently stands, it might as well be.
Experience, believe it or not. I'm exaggerating a little bit. I know there's I think there's a couple other games that aren't bathroom games. This is my favorite part. We continually innovate our extensive safety systems, which combine a cutting-edge AI moderation.
Yeah, because AI moderation works so well. Ah, yes. Let's look at YouTube. Let's look how useful YouTube is with AI moderation. What about Twitch? That's incredibly useful. AI moderation is fundamentally ineffective. It flags things wrongly. It flags things wrongly. The actual PDF might get flagged for being a PDF, but it also might not, and somebody instant gets hit by that. AI moderation is mostly fundamentally ineffective.
Shouldn't be admitting to, I mean, let me show you how cutting edge it is. Literally, the other day, offensive item, yo tango, offensive item. Hola! You can't say that. It's spam. This is.
Wait. The language of the Latins. It's spam. If you're Spanish, you're just spamming.
This is how good the AI moderation is. I was kind of joking when I said Roblox uses AI moderation, so that's really nice knowing that every time I get some type of warning for saying hola, it's the power of AI. You know, in some of this, it might have been understandable on Roblox's end if Schlepp was doing things like, I don't know if you've seen any of these other catch type videos, but like Vitaly ZDTV where your boyfriend is a dork. Where he just gives the guy a little pub concert, which could be worse than prison.
That sounds worse. This is probably worse than the actual pedo shit. That sounds ass. I'm just joking, but holy shit, dude. Don't look at me, I'm looking at you.
You know, while this clip is very funny, this is not a way to deal with this type of thing. Or maybe he'll, like, get someone to shave his head and then bring him on his way. You know, Schlepp takes all. He doesn't entrap anyone. He doesn't physically harm anyone. They meet up with him and talk to him until, like, they kind of just call the cops. And when the cops come, they go to jail sometimes. Which is, like, the opposite. Like, that's like what Roblox is accusing them of entrapping users. Nobody is being entrapped. That would be illegal.
Entrapment is illegal. Schlepp has not committed the crime while doing this. What is with these big companies? What is with them? Like I said, this is the best example of the Streisand effect. It can't get worse than this.
Eagle. It's just such a horrible look when the chief safety officer of Roblox is saying, we're gonna kill you if you touch one of these guys, you know? And at the end of this section with, instead of taking matters into their own hands, we encourage the community to report any inappropriate behavior directly to Roblox or law enforcement. Obviously, I've said this 10 times, but both reporting to Roblox.
Both happened. He broke a rule that, first of all, didn't exist first, and that he just didn't even break. Schrodinger's rule. As long as Roblox said that you broke it, whether you have or not.
And law enforcement was done by Schlepp and team. I know that met up with them, but that's all off-platform. Roblox is so big on being like, oh, if something happens off-platform, we can't do anything about it. As soon as Schlepp catches people off-platform, it's billion-dollar company potentially suing him if he doesn't.
I've also seen people defend Roblox. I've also seen people defend Roblox, at least on TikTok. Though it is TikTok, so I'm not surprised. But still, I've seen it. Leave the billion-dollar company alone, you freak!
Also, just unrelated, I would be so insanely depressed if my OG Roblox accounts were banned. Like, I have been on Roblox since early 2008, and I treasure these things so much. I've spent so much of my time on—
Bro, you're not old, you're ancient! Goddamn!
This platform, and I just have so much nostalgia. I just can't imagine, as pathetic as it sounds for someone who's 45 years old, losing these things would break my heart very, very badly.
Bro, he's not 45. Bro is not 45. This has got to be a lie. Bro is not 45. This has to be a lie.
Jared Valdez has chimed in, if you remember him. He was suing Roblox, or trying to sue Roblox recently, but I guess not anymore. He calls for the removal of David as CEO, so Jared Valdez can be the CEO, which I'll throw a like on that, right? I wish they would say what they're really thinking, though. Do they just hate the bad PR? Is that it? I wish they would just say that instead of just kind of, it's like you think I'm stupid or something, which I am, but I think they have really bad media literacy. I don't know what they expected out of this, especially with, as of just like a month or so ago, David was on some random podcast saying that,
I find that fishy, though. I do find that fishy, though. Think. Yeah, let's make the other guy resign so you can be a CEO. Do you actually think that he should resign because he's evil, or do you just want the spot? It is what it is. He's like 35. Damn, bro.
He would love it if people started dating on the platform. Of course, age appropriate, but
what? No! Bro, Roblox dating.
You can't say those types of things when you have all these bad problems. It's just horrible. It's just bad PR everywhere. This article from PC Mag, why did Roblox ban a popular YouTuber who wants predators? They reached out to Roblox and they replied, kind of. They didn't address Schlepp directly, but they said it's important to speak with the right sources to really understand how vigilante individuals and groups operate, saying they're violating policies around sharing personal identifiable information, all while having a profit motive to evade detection. There's
no profit about this. They're trying to pull lots of shit out of their ass. Flamingo commented good things in Logan Paul's Lunchly tweet. This drops, I'm gonna end myself. Why is he still here? This did drop.
Nothing like a publicly traded billion-dollar corporation like Roblox saying someone else has a profit motive. Roblox is not allowed to make a decision without having a profit motive. Roblox's entire existence is a profit motive. What are you talking about? Sorry, this isn't like a fun, this isn't a very fun video or anything, but I think it's really important to talk about. This is a huge—
His name was mispronounced so much that I just realized. It's pronounced Schlepp. I find that funny.
huge thing right now, and this is probably the worst Roblox has ever looked in the public eye ever. And just it's very scary.
Right? Nobody knew about this, right? Nobody knew about this, right? Nobody, right? Before Schlep was banned, nobody knew about what was going on, right? Realistically, this was a Roblox community thing, right? Right. And now people like Tectone are talking about it. Asmongold is talking about it. A lot of people on Twitter are talking about it, right? I find that funny. Seeing like people like Asmongold talking about Roblox. I find that funny.
Scary when billion-dollar companies start threatening to sue people. That is very horrifying, that you can just kind of have everything taken from you with, when you were having good intentions in the first place by trying to, protect kids. Hey, go show some support to Schlep in this trying time. All right, webcam update.
Tag Flamingo in your description. When you upload the video, big chancy comments. Okay. It's just ridiculous to me how this platform handles this. Like, that they actually thought that sending a cease and desist and banning the dude would keep it more quiet than it is now. Seeing how many people talk about it, literal politicians talk about it. I don't know what they thought was gonna happen. I really don't.
Anytime you see me on this webcam, that means things got worse. And pretty much, without getting too much into Roblox's response, they have tripled down. They are so they haven't walked anything back. They are so certain on their position. Every time Roblox opens up their mouths, it makes everything worse. Like, they dig themselves into a way deeper hole. There has been petitions which you can sign from congressmen, requesting more transparency from Roblox regarding child safety issues. This is Congressman Ro Khanna. Stand with us to protect kids and save Roblox. Louisiana, the state
Louisiana said, yeah, fuck you, dude. The state Louisiana said, yeah, you're cooked.
Louisiana attorney has initiated legal action against Roblox, claiming the platform has not sufficiently protected young users. Okay, so multiple people in the government even got a trauma alert posting about it for whatever that's worth. Roblox just got banned in the country.
Everybody talks about it. Everybody talks about it now because, well, strides in effect. It is what it is. You're cooked.
Country of Qatar and maybe soon to follow Indonesia. They have asked Roblox to open a local office and comply with child protection regulations. Yeah,
Indonesia as well banning them? That's wild. That's wild. That's awesome, I guess.
Honestly, it's pretty depressing to see Roblox's response to all this. Things are going pretty downhill. Roblox has literally ruined their overnight. This is what people know Roblox for. Like, so many parents are just gonna cut their kids off from their favorite game, which if I was a parent, I wouldn't blame them. Yeah, sorry for the very possibly depressing video.
The parents here aren't innocent, though. That's important to mention.
It's me. This is pretty epic, though. Threaten to sue YouTuber, get sued by entire state. That's what's going on.
Calm. Let me go back to the video. Damn, my proper outro. All right, so what do we have here? We have a huge failure on Roblox end. Ginormous. First of all, protecting Preds. Banning and threatening to suing people that get rid of Preds. We have a failure of the parents as well, though, because yes, the parents aren't innocent in this entire situation. The parents are just as stupid. Possibly even more than Roblox, because, it's your child. Why are you not looking after a child? It is, overall, we have a very handsome man. It is just diabolical. And I'm not gonna lie. Let's see if Roblox can recover from this. I mean, it's pretty big, for sure. But can it recover from this? Like, their reputation is down the gutter, I think. They're cooked. They are absolutely fucked. Well, and here was me wanting to maybe check out the new monster taming game that might drop on Roblox. Well, anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. My cat is cuddling me. It's annoying. And now this one. Now this one. Alright. Let's go. Let's do this one as well. And then I need a break. Roblox responded again. And Roblox was a schlep by Wamgo, I think is how you pronounce that. We'll just jump in. We'll just jump in. If you are under the age of 13, please do not watch this video. Again, I think it's the parents' responsibility. Not gonna lie. Developers are safe for now. You know what? I think... Would there be a way to make it so that you could have Roblox essentially open source and just make essentially host the games yourself separately, if that were ever an option, if the platform for some reason goes to hell?
The Schlep versus Roblox situation has been spiraling out of control, and in just the last 10
Simpson Gojo? Is that you?
hours since my last video, a ton has been. Chris Hansen has officially come out of retirement to support Schlep. There have been major updates to the Louisiana lawsuit
Oh
against—
wait, I've seen the clip. I've seen the clip. I've in fact seen the clip. We had that, but he got sued. Well, that was not surprising. That's not surprising. I think I've seen the clip of that guy on TikTok as well. That he's working with Schlep. Also, I think this screenshot should be from Legal Mindset, I think, because Legal Mindset uses that front.
Roblox. Roblox has released an official response to the lawsuit, along with a brand new video that honestly feels like damage control and possibly even AI generated, and that's still not even scratching the surface.
Wait, what? What are you saying?
Against Roblox. Roblox has released an official response to the lawsuit, along with a brand new video that honestly feels like damage control and possibly even AI generated.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, huh? Wait. Are you... You gotta be kidding me. There's no way they would release a response that is AI generated. Chris Hansen is the OG pred catcher. He had a news pred catching. Okay.
And that's still not even scratching the surface, because just a few minutes before making this video, I was informed that Matt Kaufman, the chief safety officer on Roblox, was caught in Roblox condo games. The irony is
Actually, no, bro, nah, there is no way. There is actually no way. There is no, bro, they caught him 4K.
Genuinely insane. Before I get into all of that, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and comment #FreeSchlep to help spread awareness about this entire situation. Because in this video, we'll be going over everything. First, let's speak about Schlep, who has just made his biggest move yet against Roblox. As I pointed out in my last video, Schlep, now backed by 2 major law firms, sent Roblox a legal letter exposing them for running an unlawful campaign to silence him for exposing rampant on their platform. The letter speaks about real cases from children as young as 8 years old being to survivors now suing
8 years. Age doesn't really matter when they're under the age of consent, but it just is worse. I feel like it's much worse.
Roblox for knowingly failing to protect kids while marketing the game as safe. It even points out that Schlepp's investigations have led to multiple arrests, yet Roblox's response
An African mine with child workers is more safe than Roblox.
was to ban him and threaten him with legal action. I know I mentioned this in the last video, but Chris Hansen, the iconic "To Catch a host, has officially come out of retirement to join the fight, confirming his team is all over the Roblox story with top lawyers, multiple lawsuits, and one of the most famous hunters in the world now involved.
You may have heard that my streaming crime network, True Blue, and I are investigating the exploitation of children on the popular gaming platform Roblox. Well, it's absolutely true, and we're deep into it. I've already interviewed law enforcement investigators and victims of this horrible activity. And we have some collaborators, some people who've been working in this space, including Schlepp, who have committed to help us in this endeavor. Will Roblox actually say anything about it? Will it make any changes? We're going to do our best to hold them accountable.
Will they make any changes? What are the chances? It's a big company. Do y'all think big companies make any changes? For the way it seems now, they have been doubling down more than anything else.
Stay tuned. We're working hard on this project.
This situation has gone far beyond just normal YouTube drama. Roblox is now facing pressure from every direction, and it's only getting bigger. Now, there's also been a quick but important update from Louisiana regarding their lawsuit against Roblox. The Louisiana Attorney's General Office released a short but hard-hitting video directly addressing the case, laying out the accusations against Roblox and urging the public to pay attention to what they call Roblox's complete failure to protect children. The video summarizes the core points from the lawsuit, showing that Roblox is allegedly facilitating the distribution of material, failing to put in place basic safety controls, and allowing to operate on the platform with little to no resistance. He also doubled down on the claim that Roblox knowingly prioritizes profit and user growth over the safety of minors.
Well, obviously, they didn't even ban Potima. Yeah. I know. I'm aware. I know. That I know. They just do not care. They just don't care. The truth is of the matter, they just don't care. Money beyond anything. Roblox changed it slightly. That's it. It's not enough. It's so not enough. Of course it's not enough. Again, they only care about... Companies are not our friends. They only care about money. And if you don't force them to change, they just continue.
Using examples like games, groups, and recent criminal cases tied to Roblox. The tone of the video is very direct and clearly meant to rally public support and pressure Roblox into action, and surprisingly, they actually did respond to it.
So they've chosen profits over child safety. It's basically open season for on this app. For this reason and all of the others that we've talked about today.
The thing is this, right? The thing is also this. This isn't just a Roblox specific issue. I'm gonna be on. This is not just a Roblox specific issue. This is everywhere. This is actually everywhere. That's the problem. Because these companies only, and this is not even exclusive to kids. This is not even exclusive to kids. We have big R companies actively protecting creepy dudes. We have, like, they're everywhere, right? Nothing is safe from that.
Roblox is violating Louisiana law, and that's why we filed this lawsuit.
I'll get into their official statement in a moment, but the fact that the Attorney General followed up with a public post on Twitter saying fix it or shut it down shows just how serious this is getting. Before we get into Roblox's official response to the Louisiana lawsuit, I want to point out another statement they released earlier in the day because it deserves to be called out. The earlier press release is quite frankly a masterclass in corporate deflection. On the surface, it's wrapped in polished PR language and about innovation in safety tools, industry-leading stances, and deep partnerships with law enforcement, but if you actually pay attention to what's being said, it's more about preserving Roblox's public image than acknowledging any real accountability. They keep repeating about how much they care about safety, but most of their examples are features that either existed years ago or are vague enough to mean nothing concrete. For example, over 40 new features without detailing how many of those actually address the core issues in the lawsuit.
40 new features, and none of the features mentioned, probably. Oh, we have 40 new features implemented. I can't name you what those features are, but they are implemented.
And when they talk about things like age estimation technology or parental controls, they frame it as if these measures are foolproof without admitting how easily they've been bypassed in the past. The section about rigorous safety features is also completely misleading. They proudly state that 64
Depending on the parental control, they are safe. I don't know how safe Roblox is, but I think, I'm gonna be honest, most kids that fall for these preds likely, very, very likely, don't have parental control features on. Likely not, because the parents don't care.
4% of their users are over 13 now, but instead of that being a reason to tighten up age-based protections, they use it to imply that Roblox is less of a kid platform now, almost as if to downplay the responsibility to younger users. And while they brag about reporting content to NCMEC, they leave it about how much content slips through moderation every single day, sometimes staying up for hours or even
What? What the fuck, dude? What the actual fuck? What the freak?
days despite user reports. Some things even stay up for months or years, as we've seen with games in the past like Bathroom Simulator or Meep City, which is ironic that I say that because we'll go into a whole new thing.
What the fuck is Meep City? It doesn't look as terrible. Could it just be Meep instead of meat? Gooner fit for real. Public Bathroom Simulator. There's 200 people on there, 500 people on there, 600 people on there, 100 people on there. What the actual fuck are we doing? What the fuck? These avatars are known as Gooner fits. Well, they definitely are Gooner fits.
Later on in the video. This entire response reads like Roblox is trying to bury the problem under walls of jargon, pointing at AI tools, blog posts, and collaborative initiatives while avoiding the hard truth. These systems still fail constantly, and the
Okay, let me think. So basically what they're doing is the same strategy as pirate software, right? We overcomplicately explain things, right? With a bunch of just like gibberish that the common person doesn't get, and it's like, oh well, they speak so highly of it, so it must be they must be doing something. It's just a classic way of like sounding intellectual while being intellectually disingenuous.
lawsuit exists precisely because families, and even state officials no longer trust Roblox to protect its own community. If anything, this earlier statement feels like it's a preemptive shield laying down a PR smokescreen, so when the lawsuit heats up, they can say, look, we already addressed this. But the talking points aren't ever going to change, and safety slogans are not safety. It's about time Roblox begins to understand that. Now let's get into Roblox's official dev form response regarding the lawsuit posted by none other than Matt Kaufman, the chief safety officer who, let's not forget, dumped $800,000 worth of his stock just hours before the company banned Schlepp. That alone sets the tone for this whole thing. A calculated PR maneuver disguised as a safety update. On paper, Kaufman's post is stuffed with corporate buzzwords like advanced detection, expanded engagement channels, and clarifying policies, but scratch past the surface and it's the same old Roblox strategy. Minimize the problem, promise vague tech fixes, and give the illusion of reform without actually addressing the systematic issues. Right from the start, Kaufman tries to frame the platform's safety issues as coming from a small minority of interactions. That's a blatant understatement. Anyone who's been paying attention knows the content isn't a rare occurrence. It's persistent, widespread, and something Roblox has been called out for repeatedly. Downplaying the scale isn't just misleading, it's dangerous because it sends the message that the company still doesn't take the scope of the problem seriously. One of the biggest points of hypocrisy in Kaufman's statement is their new 17+ ID verified rule for private spaces, nightclubs, and bathrooms. Roblox is acting like this is
Why are there even nightclubs? Why is that even a thing? I'm gonna lose it. Dude. If you want a platform like that, if you want a platform, let's say you do want an 18+ Roblox version, why do you not go and make a completely separate platform that is not shared with minors? Minors couldn't access these places if they weren't on the same platform, but you won't do that. Also, 17 or older. 17 in some countries is still under the age of consent. Make it 18 or older. You cannot tell me it's that hard to just make a noob Roblox for 18+ content. If you really need that Roblox OF. If you really need that, Like, holy fuck, dude. Just make an adult platform then.
Some kind of groundbreaking safety reform. But even if we take their reasoning at face value, the federal age of consent in the United States is 18, not 17. 17-year-olds are still legally minors. That means Roblox is openly admitting that these environments that they themselves say are high risk for behavior will remain accessible to minors. This is not protection, it's negligence dressed up as a policy reform. If a space is dangerous enough for it to be locked behind an
I wonder if the choice... I wonder if the choice for 17, right? I wonder if the choice for 17 was because it's financially beneficial. Because there's less countries that have the age of consent at 18 than probably like younger. I would assume. I would assume like here it's 14, some other countries might be 16 or even earlier. I wonder.
ID wall, it's dangerous enough to remove
like if that also was a financial decision to have 17 instead of 18.
entirely. The idea that you can make a bathroom roleplay game or nightclub simulation safe by letting 17-year-olds in it is completely absurd. All Roblox is doing here is drawing an arbitrary line that still leaves minors exposed to the very content they claim to be cracking down on. Even Creekcraft has publicly called out how ridiculous this is. In his words, making them 17 plus doesn't solve the issue. 17-year-olds are still minors. Holy shit, just ban the damn games. Nobody wants to see games on the platform. When your own creators are telling you to stop defending these experiences and just remove them entirely, that says everything about how out of touch you are with your own community. The violative scene detection.
Like, there's literally two options. Either you remove them entirely because they don't fit on your platform because it is built as a kid's platform, or you start a completely new platform that is 18 plus if you really need to somehow have that for some weird reason. Fuck's sake, dude.
Action system sounds impressive until you realize it's reactive, not preventative. It's built to shut down
like, just create a platform that separates the minors and the adults. Problem solved. Of course, there might be some adult like running around as a minor. Sure, you definitely need to implement still safety precautions for sure. That does not solve the issue. But it removes it will drive adults away. It will drive adults away to the older platforms. Which means that also the likelihood of catching preds will probably be much greater.
Appropriate servers after the violations occur, meaning that kids are still exposed to it in real time. It also does nothing to stop bad actors from immediately migrating to other games or disguising the same behavior in new ways. This is a whack-a-mole approach that prioritizes optics over the actual protection. Kaufman also makes a big deal about clarifying their stance on implied sexual content, which is basically an admission that Roblox has tolerated huge amounts of sexual material up until now, as long as it wasn't explicit with their broken filters. They're not introducing a new standard here. They're just finally writing down the rules that
And the next one that gets bonked, by the way, I'm gonna say this, the next one that likely will get bonked is TikTok. You have no idea what a problem TikTok has. And if I tell you, it'll fry your brain. If I tell you, it'll fry your brain. Mostly kids, so he has to care. He got like 10 plus million subs. Yep, then he definitely has to care.
Should have been enforced years ago. Then there's also the so-called Community Safety Council. It's a textbook corporate move. Create a panel of handpicked creators, call it the listening to the community, and then only use the feedback that doesn't interfere with existing monetization strategies. This is not empowerment at all, it's basically just damage control. Ultimately, Kaufman's post reads like it was drafted with lawsuits and headlines in mind, not children's safety. If Roblox actually wanted to fix these problems, they'd be talking about hiring far more human moderators, implementing real age verification that can't be bypassed, and shutting down exploitative experiences before they go viral, not scrambling to look proactive after a PR disaster. Right now, this is less about keeping kids safe and more about keeping Roblox's image intact while the lawsuits pile up. Now,
of course, because that's the only thing these platforms care, right? That's the only thing they care about. But yes, if you don't use TikTok, then you probably don't know. But TikTok has a picture feature for replies now, and guess what people are posting? Guess what people are posting? Corn. hentai, that sort of thing. That's what they're posting in the reply section. It is a little bit, you cannot just full on post it, right? It's a little bit censored, but it's in there, and it's terrible.
Before we continue into the video that they made, I feel like it's important to point out that Roblox stock has fallen by about 10% since this whole situation has started, and that 10% is most likely billions of dollars, which is why they're making so many responses to this situation as of recently. Now, in addition to this press release that they made, they also released a 40-minute long video speaking about the situation. First off, I want to clarify that they did not directly reference Schlepp by name at all and lied so much in this video, and this section of the video will point that out. At the timestamp 13 minutes, Matt Kaufman completely lied about claiming that they listened to the community's reports, and here's a clip of that.
And we have members of the community in these vigilante groups that started off in a really good place. They started off by saying like, hey, they're reporting on issues on Roblox, they're talking about how we could do better. And you know, we paid really careful attention. We looked at what they were saying, we looked at what they were reporting, and all of that went into our moderation system so that...
To be fair, they kind of look like AI, to be fair, especially him. Especially him, he looks AI. Bro, you didn't do nothing. You didn't do nothing. You didn't do anything.
we should go and identify bad actors on the platform and take them off.
If anything that Matt Kaufman said in that clip was true, then why the hell is Meep City still on Roblox? Every YouTuber's been complaining about the issues with Meep City for almost 7 years now, issues that are still on the platform to this day. I mean, even just yesterday, Creekcraft joined Meep City on an alt account and found a in the first 4 seconds.
Okay, so I just made a fresh account, brand new Roblox account. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna join Meep City. And I just want to see how long it takes until I see something inappropriate in the game. All right, so I'm gonna go and join on in. This is a fresh account. All right, never played on it before, and that's about let's see here, about 10 seconds.
We will get back to my point on Meep City because...
Wait, what? I didn't quite catch that.
Now, issues that are still on the platform to this day. I mean, even just yesterday, Creekcraft joined Meep City on an alt account and found a in the first 4 seconds.
Okay, so I just made a fresh account, brand new Roblox account. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna join Meep City. And I just want to see how long it takes until I see something inappropriate in the game. All right, so I'm gonna go and join on in. This is a fresh account. All right, never played on it before, and that's about let's see here, about 10 seconds.
We will...
What, they broke it? Naked Avid. What the fuck? I was like, huh? What? They broke it? Oh my god, bro. Just random. This is like the Roblox equivalent of sending a dick pic. That is crazy. That is it. This is the we've got dick pics in Roblox essentially, but it's naked avatars. I can't do this anymore. I can't.
We'll get back to my point on Meep City because David Baszucki actually defends the game in this video. Before I move on, I also want to add that their video was edited a lot. I saw a lot of cuts that they failed to cover up, and actually the more funnier part of this is when you zoom into David Baszucki's eyes, you can actually see a Google document in the reflection of his glasses, which pretty much right away tells it that this is a scripted recording, and as I pointed out earlier, if there are cuts, they clearly had to crop out a lot of stuff that didn't match their narrative. I also want to include this clip where it's really obvious that David is trying to cover up the fact that he's reading a script by looking to his right and then turning back to the laptop with the script. Just found it really funny and...
Well, they have a script. Well, I'm not surprised that they have a script. I guess that does make sense, but regardless, some hackers use big digs in random games. Naked avatars just running around. Boob shirts. Motherfucker, get these fuckers out of here. Just create an 18+ space for fuck's sake. If you really need that stuff, if you need that money that desperately, dude.
Worth pointing out before I continue with this.
Okay, so no, I'll put you both on the spot because your job, in a way, is one of the hardest jobs in the industry. And in football, the quarterback gets a lot of fame and glory, but people know the best teams have the best defense. And this is really hard because there's a lot of content and there's a lot of communication on Roblox and billions of hours of good stuff. And so...
Okay, now let's talk about the part where they very clearly imply Schlepp without ever saying his name. Around the 21 minute and 20 seconds mark, Kaufman starts talking about users running decoy accounts to catch predators. frames it as a dangerous violation of their rules. That's literally Schlepp's exact method for punishing. They don't even bother hiding it. And the worst part, instead of focusing on banning the decoy accounts exposed, Roblox chose to punish the person catching them. The only point in time where they'd actually get banned is weeks, maybe even months after the video is posted, when they are still on bail and they could easily be grooming and gathering more victims. This isn't just about safety anymore, it's about Roblox silencing the people who make their company look bad. And if that wasn't hypocritical enough, there's a part—
And now it's worse than before. Again, it does not make sense for a company this big, right? It does not make sense for these dumbasses, and that's what they are. They are dumbasses. The people running this company are dumbasses. To ban the guy catching these dudes, because now it's bigger than ever. This does not make sense. They made it worse. How of the shirts? User kit. It's using these shirts? Nah, bro.
Later in the video, 2640 to 2811, where they straight up defend keeping Meep City online. The senior director of product policy, Eliza Jacobs, says that she doesn't think it's fair to take down a game just because of what the players are doing inside it, as if the endless reports of and inappropriate roleplay in Meep City are just minor inconveniences.
I think one thing that's really challenging on this global immersive interactive platform is that we have content created by developers and creators and content created by the community, by the users that are in that game. And one thing that we really try to do is be fair to our developers and to not moderate them for the behavior of their users.
So let me get this straight. They're perfectly fine keeping a game that's been a hotspot for degenerate behavior for years, but when Schlepp uses decoy accounts to actually catch these predators, he's the one that's getting banned? That's not fairness at all.
Oh my goodness. This is frustrating to watch because these guys are actually stupid. Get sued by saying that, mother by Roblox. Yay! Hey, I could probably I could probably start a GoFundMe and beat these guys. By kids, I mean 14, 17 age, minor. Bullshit. We know this is bullshit. We know. Everything. Women speaking. Women speaking bullshit. It is bullshit. You have to have some form of moderation. You have to have. Yes, you will not catch everyone, right? You won't. Sometimes someone slips through. That just happens. The thing is this, though. The thing is this, though. They are not responsible for what these people do. Correct. But they are responsible for how they're gonna handle these people. And again, I have to say this. This also happens because parents, once again, are not looking after their children. A lot of these situations wouldn't happen if parents looked after their children. But parents don't do that because parents are just equally as stupid. Probably even more because they're the parents. They are the they have the main responsibility. They ban peaceful games and actual good games. They promote sexual games, but not the good games. Interesting.
That's Roblox protecting a brand over protecting its users. And it gets worse. In that same statement, Kaufman doubles down and admits that Roblox refuses to take down the games if the problem is caused by the user behavior instead of the game's design. His example was again Meep City, but that logic completely collapses the moment you remember Roblox has removed plenty of games for far smaller user-generated
free candy? The Schlepp funeral, bro, that's crazy.
Issues, including the recent free Schlepp games. So which is it? Do you care about user safety or do you care about avoiding accountability? Because clearly, whichever choice keeps you out of controversy is the one that you'll be making. Meanwhile, as they bend over backwards to protect Meep City, they go harder on Schlepp than they do on the actual patches, many of whom were—
Again, that makes sense. Because they don't want... They somehow, in their twisted mind, in their retarded mind, right? Somehow, okay? They think that hiding the Preds will give less attention than the guy hunting the Preds. That is the problem we have here.
Only banned after Schlepp publicized it and not when he sent literal binders full of evidence to Roblox. And during this whole vigilante discussion, they never once say his name even though it's obvious they're talking about him. That's not a coincidence. They know if people search him up, they'll find someone doing the work that Roblox refuses to do. The rest of this video doesn't redeem them either. Nearly every answer from Bazooki and Kaufman is pure PR scripted, heavily rehearsed, and full of suspicious jump cuts. Their eyes keep darting towards reference points, their tone never leaves corporate mode, and you can literally see a Google document reflected in David Bazooki's glasses. This was not an honest Q&A, it was a staged PR cleanup. And those promises about new technology to detect inappropriate content, we've heard of that before. Advanced detection, automatic shutdowns, it's the same recycled talking points they've been using for years. Every time a drama like this happens, they say the same things, make vague promises, and then we're right back here at square one the very next time this is gonna happen. And finally, I want to end this section with what might be the most ridiculous line of the entire video. At 35:01, David Bazooki asks Kaufman about how shocking content still makes it onto Roblox, and his response is basically, well, it's kind of ironic that people share those clips on social media, which isn't moderated, while we actually hold ourselves to a higher standard. And then he finishes it off by saying Roblox stands out in the industry when it comes to moderation. Here's the
Yeah, you mean, yeah, I mean, kinda. Yeah, actually, they're not wrong. Kinda. They do. I mean, look what's going on recently. Look what's going on right now. They kinda do. They do stand out. Very much, actually. Not positively, negatively, of course, but they do stand out.
Clip of that.
There's a video that sometimes we see, which is like, oh my gosh, how can this be on Roblox right now? How do you respond to that if we have all these safety systems and they can flag a video like that?
So like you, we appreciate people identifying those situations, but I would say it's a little bit ironic that that type of content is often shared on social media and video sharing platforms and not moderated there. And so I think that really speaks to the fact that we hold ourselves to a very high standard when it comes to our policies around what is acceptable content and behavior on the policy. And we believe we really do stand out in the industry in how restrictive we are and how important we think it is to keep this type of content off the platform.
Really? You stand out? Yeah, you do, but not for the reason that Kaufman thinks. Roblox stands out because it has the single
The cat girl stretching, what the fuck? What the fuck, dude? Why is that a thing?
worst moderation system of any major platform. A system where roam free in Meep City, where exploiters and inappropriate content slip through their systems daily, and where catchers like Schlepp get punished harder than the people they're catching. That's what makes Roblox moderation stand out. It's not a badge of honor, it's a complete disgrace. This isn't just about one creator getting banned anymore. This is about a multi-billion-dollar company failing its most vulnerable users and then trying to silence the people calling it out. When you have roaming...
I'm gay. I like boys. Hello, do you have a phone? I have phone. I like boys with gay. At me. Is this an actual message? I like, it sounds like being gay is a disease. I can't do this anymore. I like boys with gay. Do you have gay? I have gay. What the fuck?
Free in Meep City and other Roblox games, lawsuits piling up from state attorney generals, and Roblox executives reading off of scripts while pretending everything is under control, it stops being a content issue and it becomes a systematic failure. Schlepp has done more to expose real threats on Roblox than the platform itself, and the fact that Roblox is going after him harder than the he's caught, and even has the balls to say that he's worse than the predators, tells you everything that you need to know about their priorities. And listen, I know that we've had dramas like these before where Roblox was getting exposed by a bunch of people for their crappy moderation, but right now, this is where everything...
Yeah, join this game once. I will not. I will not. Definitely not.
Is happening. Right now is actually an opportunity for change. So if you have ever seen anything on Roblox, any content that a child should not see in general, right now is the time to go to your local police station. Right now is the time to reach out to these people that are filing lawsuits. Right now, when all of this stuff is happening and we are so close to having Roblox face legal repercussions, right now is the time to go public with absolutely everything. To help me spread the word, please make sure to like the video, subscribe for more updates as there's clearly more updates every single day, share the video with your friends, and comment #FreeSchlep to let Roblox know that the community is always watching and will continue fighting for justice on this situation. This story is far from over, and we're only getting started.
This is only the beginning. Seen a lot? Yeah, bro, I'm good. It's gonna be incredibly funny. You know it's gonna be incredibly funny if this actually goes to the point where they might expose the actual people running this company as Preds. Wouldn't that be ironic? Wouldn't that be funny? Wouldn't that be that probably would be very funny, to be fair. That would be very funny. Yeah. Roblox is cooked. That's all I can say. They are facing financial repercussions, and they will definitely, hopefully, they need to face legal repercussions. But the fries in the back, homie. It finally happened. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Alright. Alright. Give me more water. Where's my water? That was interesting. That was interesting. Even Ref is talking about it. Even Ref down here is talking about it here. Here. Everyone covers it. Everyone. It's glorious. Chivas won, probably. Probably is. Probably is. Anyways, I think for the last video, I'll just watch the one that I've had in there for a while. From a channel called VTubing Explained. I haven't covered any VTubing stuff recently, so this is the way. This will be the last one for today because I have to get up early to tomorrow at 4 a.m. because my mom, my sister, and my little brother are leaving for vacation. So yeah, we'll watch this one. Oh boy. Everyone will possibly. Various indie VTuber controversies explained in 12-ish minutes by VTubing Explained. We got Gunpei. I don't know what happened here. Obviously Cinder. Some of these I know. Let's go. Some of these I know.
Gunpei Kuparu. Gunpei Kuparu was an indie Filipino-American VTuber who debuted on September...
I didn't even know she was Filipino. Now I can sleep. Good night, dear. Rest well. Have a good night.
11th, 2024, and was known to be a girlfriend experience VTuber. She would get involved in drama on November 24th, 2024, where she would make a post on Twitter about a user known as Kusa, an indie toy maker from Vietnam known for making handmade custom order plushies. She would accuse Kusa of being a scammer by alleging that he stole her character to make plushies without her permission, as well as making fun of his plushies for being quote-unquote Temu tier plushies. Kusa would later tweet out that he was commissioned to make these plushies by somebody else, and that he had no ill intent behind making and selling these plushies, to which a majority of people would agree and side with him, including prominent VTubers such as...
Yeah, Kusa is definitely cool. There's plenty of people that commission him. Pippa, Doki, at least appears from it. There's plenty of people.
Bao and Pippa. With attempts from Gunpei to garner more sympathy by doubling down on her claims only making her reputation worse, her responses would get more unhinged as she would...
Yeah, she basically said that the community graped her. I wonder if he actually throws in all the other things, though.
Claimed that she was getting quote-unquote raped by the VTubing community, likely as a way to garner more attention and engagement. This could be seen later on when Gunpei would attempt to promote her merch collab with Uwu Market by quote retweeting her original post, which would end up not even happening as Uwu Market terminated the collab due to the ongoing...
Ooh, Uwu Market. I didn't even know that Uwu Market quitted that. So see, I'm in deep in the sauce, but even I don't know all of the sauce. Beep boop slaps a baby. Why are you slapping a baby?
Drama. While this would be one of the main reasons for her downfall, she would also face even more controversies stemming from her girlfriend experience side, where it would be found out that not only was Gunpei really unhinged, but would also end up being caught having an actual boyfriend, which, as a girlfriend experience VTuber...
Yeah, basically, she also said other things like she wants to turn other VTubers' heads into mush with a hammer, with a sledgehammer, because she had a crash out.
essentially killed Gunpei's career. There would even be an archive of various pics, photos, and audios from Gunpei, ranging from commissions to NSFW content. There will be a link to the archive in the description, but viewer discretion is 100%.
Wait. Do you have a link in the description? With the gumping?
Advised. There's definitely some oddities in there. Gunpei would attempt to return under a different persona known as Zuba with a stream on January 3rd, 2025, but would later get permabanned due to trying to extort banned viewers by demanding $1,000 to get unbanned from her chat. The Zuba account has some oddities on its own, such as a letterboxd review talking about the homoerotic fan service in Top Gun Maverick.
What the fuck? That is wild. I didn't know that. There's new things I didn't know. She also has returned. I don't know if he has it in there. We'll see. She has another account now. That Zuba account is gone, but she has another account. Also, other things were done. For example, to the previous stuff, she slept with her viewers in voice chat. Women were not allowed on the server, and names were actually female names were actually banned. Fun fact. She also had a boyfriend application where I had the special things, right? Where I got my do you gump or do not gump? Because she asks, how often do you gump? So how often do you beat your meat? Drop the link, Poke. I want to research. No, I will not. The link is on his video. I will not drop that link here. I will not drag you to degeneracy.
And a somewhat active backlogged account where she occasionally rates games, in which 108.
How dare you? What do you mean, Uma Musume Pretty Derby 1 star? No main villain.
82 out of 198 games were rated 1 star as of this video. Today, she's attempting to return again under a different persona known as Miro Mahi.
Ah, okay, so he put it in there. Okay. If you didn't know, I don't know if he brought it up, but a viewer took his own life. Because of her.
Where she's claiming to change for the better, though judging by the number of hidden replies warning people that it's not her first time returning, the most we can do is wait and see if Gunpei actually follows through. Amiralist Blue.
So yeah, a guy ended himself because of her, which is crazy. There were plenty. I think there were more other weird shit. She made like other weird posts like that she's actually in love with her community and stuff. It was just weird. I think she also had an OF, so that's interesting. Let me research. No.
Blue was an indie UK VTuber who debuted on TikTok on February 13th, 2024, and YouTube.
No wonder I didn't hear of that. TikTok, well, okay, YouTube as well. A viewer took his life. Yep, took his life because of her.
And Twitch the next day. Now, while Amy was in Hyaxis during her career, there is a reason why I consider her an indie VTuber rather than a corpo VTuber. Amy wasn't well known at the time as she was just starting out as a VTuber, but would garner large attention on November 2nd, 2024, where she announced her graduation due to serious health complications. This would later be accompanied by a post on Reddit, where it would be announced by Hyaxis, managed by her cousin Maria, that Amy passed away due to a fatal heart attack.
Is this gonna be a lie? Is this gonna be a lie where like a fake death? I didn't hear of this controversy. Gonna pull the same shit if you don't invite me to your wedding? Hell nah, bro. I guess I have to then.
Twitter thread would also be posted by Hyaxis that would explain more information. This would lead to many new and current fans expressing remorse for her passing, and her channel would gain a boost in following, nearly reaching 20,000 subscribers over the next few months. Her cousin would later post again on Reddit, venting about how Amy only became semi-viral due to her passing. She would go on to rant on Amy's Discord server, and would also make some odd remarks. This would have been the
What the fuck? Pause. Literally.
passing. She would go on to
Don't understand why the algorithm works this way. Why does no one pay attention until someone is gone? I mean, yes, she didn't post on the Reddit often. I don't have anything against you guys. I mean, okay, what has that to do with anything?
To rant on Amy's Discord server, and would also make some odd remarks.
I can't be that selfish because I'm related to her in very every sense, and I could easily impersonate her. True selfishness would be pretending to be her and never making her death public. Are you saying that you are thinking about taking over the channel?
Marks. This would have been the end of the story. However, on February 23rd, 2025, Amy would upload on her YouTube channel, announcing
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
that while she may be known as the girl who died back in November, she did not in fact die, but miraculously survived her heart attack, and that her friends, out of concern due to the lack of contact from Amy, made the claim that she died.
Yeah, no, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Nah, that can't be. There's no way.
She would be welcomed back with open arms and would be an inspiration to those who are battling with chronic illnesses. Her success would continue to grow until on February 28th, 2025, a video
she died a second time
by the name of The VTuber That Faked Her Death, Amaryllis Blue, would be posted, going into detail about two main points. The first one being that her old agency, Hyaxis, was comprised of 4 talents who were all voiced by Amy, and therefore being the exact same person.
There's no way. There's no way. What the what? She's cooking for what? Pigs? Nah, there's no way. Holy fuck, there's no way. What? Yeah, no way, she can't be dead. She was voicing all the other 3 characters.
The second one being that during her 3-month quote-unquote death, she created another agency with their own talents that were also voiced by Amy.
You're pulling the trigger. What the fuck? What is this? What is this? Okay. Cousin creates agency. VTuber joins, voices 4 other VTubers. Dies. Just effing dies. Comes back from the dead, apparently, right? Starts her own VTuber agency. Voices all the VTubers. First of all, where did she get all the money for where did they all get all this money for the for the models? That's the first thing, because that shit can be hella expensive. Like some budget up to $4,050, what I've recently seen, and probably higher. So how the fuck did they manage to do this?
Initially, this video wouldn't garner traction whatsoever. However, eventually, this would start the rabbit hole of oddities and suspicions towards Amy's identity as a whole. Amy would try to defend these allegations by posting clips and pics that would supposedly prove her genmates were different people. However, upon further analysis of her voice, singing, and even laugh patterns by
they were making analysis. I'm stupid. They were straight analyzing. God damn it. Her voice singing and laughing. God damn it. That split personality shit again. Schizo. Is that could you say that's schizo posting?
By her community, as well as her own slip-ups that she made, things weren't adding up, and people were starting to piece.
She was logged in with the wrong account. She was logged in with the wrong account. Yeah, nah, bro. There's no way you can be this stupid.
Things together. She would end up graduating a second time on March 4th, 2025, after her claimed suicide attempt. This would get questioned by her community, as she would still be posting on YouTube and Twitter despite her claiming in DMs that she was deeply medicated and wasn't in the right mind to talk and make decisions. In the community's eyes, this would be the final nail on the coffin. 2 of her mods, Ultra and Spectre, would confront Amy by trying to reach out to both her main account and other talent, Kimari Momiro, which the mods concluded that Momiro was also an alt account for Amy. The 2 would try and start a call to talk about Amy and her other accounts, but would get deflected in the process. Spectre would continue to push for some form of—
This is the greatest schizo that's bipolar. That is the great, what the fuck, that is an insane master plan, and it failed. If it was from the get-go, right? interesting now that is mentioned. That could be an interesting way to do VTubing, right? You start an agency, right? Like known fully, and everybody knows it's a joke, right? But all the talents are just you. That could be funny. Not gonna lie, that could be funny. If somebody actually pulled that off, that could be funny. Not in this way, obviously.
Of answers and simply wanted to hear an apology for the whole controversy, but would only be met with more deflection and eventually resignation. The two would announce and discuss Amy's deception in massive detail over a Discord call. Amy would eventually admit to some of her lies, such as her fake agency, and posted a Google Doc detailing her side of the whole debacle. A few days later, her ex Mod Ultra would provide clarification on Amy's mental well-being and an update on Amy's return, stating that while he highly recommended Amy to come clean about her new identity, Amy chose to remain quiet for the sake of keeping drama away from her new persona. In the end, Amy may or may not be still active under a new identity to this day, though it isn't clear who she really is. Amy's YouTube and
nobody knows who that is. We're gonna look for her. Anyways, fun fact with Cocos, there is a 4-inch, don't know how to translate that, poisonous spider from Australia named Newcastle Big Boy. That's an interesting name. The biggest boy. The biggest spider boy. Probably a ginormous, booty.
Twitter would be deleted, her Twitch account is still up but abandoned, and her TikTok is still up with her old posts still remaining. Whether she's approved as a person or not with her new identity is something that we can only guess. Cinder. Cinder was an indie American VTuber who debuted on June 25th, 2022, and was one of the top indie VTubers on Twitch, peaking around 350,000 followers. She would get involved in a massive controversy on April 26th, 2025, when Nanolys, the artist for Cinder's models, posted a 17-page document going over her experiences with.
This may get hate, but I still believe this was a setup. This was a setup to get rid of Cinder. And nobody can prove it otherwise to me. There's holes in this entire thing, especially towards Nanoless, which, as an adult, could have literally said no to Cinder, blocked her, and moved on with her day. But she didn't. There are some holes in there that feel very high school drama, mean girlish, and people have absolutely been pointing it out. Have absolutely been pointing it out. There have been people covering the situation extensively, and this definitely felt targeted.
Cinder and her manager redacted. The document would go over a lot of information.
Also, when a woman a female VTuber says she has a manager, that's the boyfriend. Always. She's still active? No, but she did donate to Iron Mouse. That what I know. She will come back. And I'm actually having questions why it takes this long. I wonder is if she actually comes back. I think this woman has ammo. I genuinely believe that Cinder has stuff on everyone else. There's no way aren't part of this group and you don't have weird shit about everyone else. Definitely not. Definitely.
Various screenshots showing the two slandering other VTubers such as Bao, attempting to force exclusivity by forcing Nano to not take any other clients other than Cinder.
Which Nanoless could have declined. She did not do that. She could have literally declined. No, nothing was forced here. Because there was nothing that Cinder could have held against her. This isn't a hostage situation. You can't force her to work for you. There's nothing here.
Dragging Nano into drama with other VTubers while guilt-tripping her, and manipulating Nano in the name of their actions being, quote, simply business. Cinder would go on to post a statement later that day, announcing that she would remove Red from his management position and state a brief apology. And that's it. This would get massive backlash from.
I do find it funny, though, that she used her boyfriend as a human shield. Apparently, she also cheated. So that's another information. Not to defend what she did. Just saying.
From the community, and would even get called out by Van Peach's VT, that Red was Cinder's boyfriend and that trying to shift all the blame onto Red when both were responsible is not the brightest move. A small document by Rain Does Stuff would be posted after this response, where Rain goes over his experiences with Cinder prior to her debut. More specifically, how pre-debut Cinder, who was known as Tashi at the time, was flirting and even sexting with Rain, despite both of them knowing that Tashi had a boyfriend. While the document mostly contains their interactions, it highlights the fact that Cinder isn't totally blameless in the controversy and is just as responsible as Red. Another document, posted by Spite, would support Nano's document by confirming that one of the screenshots was, in fact, talking about her. She would go on to post how Cinder would post stream announcements, model reveals, and other things around the same time Spite was, which became sus after it occurred multiple times.
Interesting. So she pulled a tech turn. I find that interesting. Fun fact. There is somebody called Enviosity, known as the Mint Picker. And Tectone essentially fucked the dude up by just streaming at the same time as him, cutting his viewership. The more you know. People learn to say no for Christ's sake. I think this all comes down to Nanoless not saying no.
She would also get a DM from an anonymous person on January 25th, 2023, where they expressed concern over the fact that they were getting bullied by Cinder regarding their model design. Spite would express disappointment and sadness over the fact that Cinder was bullying her and various VTubers despite not even interacting with one another, highlighting the fact that Cinder is just as bad of a person as people are now seeing. A 14-page document by Silvervale would also support Nano's document, by showcasing the obsessive behavior Red and Cinder had towards taking down Silvervale. Silvervale would also add the fact that Cinder uploaded a picture of her and Silvervale meeting at a con without her permission. After all these documents and backlash from the community, Cinder would eventually release her own apology a day later, in the form of her own.
That apology was so ass. I swear that apology was so ass. That apology was horrid, bro. That did not help your case at all. I hate to say it, but I'm gonna say it. A lot of the parties involved, and I think most of it is actually just the people responsible for this shit situation, realistically, really realistically, are Cinder and Nanoless.
Own document, which is a good 7 pages worth. The apology boils down to this. She apologized to Nano for Red's manipulation towards Cinder, claiming that she was largely unaware of Red's actions, which included the exclusivity attempts. She claims to have always valued Nano as a friend and regrets her quote-unquote guilt-trippy messages. She confirmed again that she is in fact in a relationship with Red, and claims that Red's influence warped her perspective, leading to her making poor decisions.
The boyfriend was just literally used as a human shield. This is gross, bro. First, you tried to fuck up your friends, and then, you use your own boyfriend as a meat shield.
Decisions in mistreating others. She has since removed Red from his managerial role. She confirmed that Tashi was her old channel.
She could just keep him. Rayman, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. She could literally just put her boyfriend in there again, just rename him. Problem solved. Why? Did you got small guitar for the apology? Nah, it was just a really bad apology. Like, it was a really bad apology when it was very clear that you could see her bad attempts. You could see her stuff. Because she's definitely not innocent in what happened. But it's also not as bad as people want to make it out to be. There's literally worse people here. Again, I do think she will come back, and there will probably be some ammo, and there will be a second VTuber World War.
That was focused on girlfriend experience content, and admitted to emotionally and sexually cheating on her boyfriend with Rain. She would attribute this behavior to immaturity, inexperience, and dissatisfaction with her personal life. She apologized to Spite for thinking that she copied Cinder's design, claiming that any visual similarities were coincidental, she never advocated for harassment, and denied knowledge of Red's negative comments about Spite. She would also reference Nyan Tails for similar reasons. She admitted to having resentment towards Silvervale due to comparisons between model designs, as her own design was a pivot from Silvervale's redesign reveal, leading to her supporting Red's efforts of sabotaging Silvervale. She apologized to Peaches and other friends for her lack of connection with them, stating that she would prioritize projects over friendships due to various career-related hindrances. The apology was, to put it in light terms, a total catastrophe. with many prominent VTubers such as Nyawners and Shy Lily bashing Cinder for her supposed lack of awareness towards the situations and continuing to throw Red under the bus rather than fully owning up to her own behavior. This controversy would mark the end of her career, as she would go on an indefinite hiatus from streaming.
Hot take. Hot take. A lot of these big VTubers probably, I'm gonna say this, probably do fucked up shit behind the screen, behind the scenes, that we don't know about. There is a chance, there is definitely a chance that Cinder does have knowledge of things. Definitely. I'm just saying. Don't protect your Oshi too much. They might be a weirdo. VTuber what poker shit this one is out and you are German, you are too powerful for them. True.
Following the apology. As of this video, there is speculation regarding Cinder's return. With VShojo's massive controversy, that I will talk about in a future video, my previous agency's video has in fact aged like fine milk, leading to over $1.2 million being donated to the Immune Deficiency Foundation, which if you wish to donate, I'll provide a link to in the description. Cinder's name appears in the list of donators with a donation of $6,666, though there is no confirmation that the donation actually came from her. If it was in fact Cinder, it's unclear whether she did it out of the kindness of her own heart or to save some sort of face. However, it is a respectable donation to—
The thing is this. Sid, my bad, bro can't spell. Dragon Ball fan as well. I'm gonna say this. There were a lot of retards here, right? That said, oh, look at that, she's trying to get attention. She did not make a tweet, a single tweet. She's just literally donating. That was it. What do you mean she's trying to get attention? How do you know she's trying to get attention? I hate that. It ain't that deep.
An important cause. Baybub.
I remember this one. So she and her friend, he's probably not gonna mention her friend, but she and her friend, if I remember correctly, were shitting on another dude, making fun of him while playing Dead by Daylight. I remember this one because I reacted to this.
Indie Czech VTuber who debuted on April 2nd, 2021, and peaked around 40,000 followers. She would be involved in drama regarding her ban on Twitch on August 10th, 2024, where Bub would claim that her 7-day ban was a false ban, and that a small Dead by Daylight creator, known as Napnight, framed her for harassing him over a match.
Yeah, Napnight is probably now doing quite well. Insert Yamcha meme, yep. I think he grew quite well from that, and yeah, it was Napnight. Napnight didn't do anything. Bro was just a normal guy.
This would get disputed by DVD content creator Spookinjukes, where he would post a snippet from Bub's stream that showed Bub and fellow streamer Antan shaming and harassing Napnight by calling him a quote prepubescent white boy, among other slurs, after he killed 3 out.
Yeah, basically, they threw racist slurs at him. Wait, but she's Czech. Aren't Czech people from Czechia also white? Or am I stupid?
Out of 4 survivors, which for those who don't play the game, is considered a win for the killer. Bub and Ann would continue to try and deflect the fault onto Napnight, but would get shut down by fellow VTubers, community nodes, and Napnight himself, who reinforced the fact that their behavior was shameful and that victimizing themselves isn't helping their situation at all. Bub would get unbanned from Twitch 2 days later, in which the community was very unhappy over her return. She would later post an apology regarding her behavior, which many were quick to condone her behavior, and would take a step back from streaming. Ann would also go on to post an apology. However, many viewed this apology as a failed attempt at salvaging her reputation and would even be debunked by Napnight, as Ann had him blocked since his response and never reached out for an apology. While Antan continues to stream to this day, though she's on a follower loss streak since the incident, Baybub has not streamed on her Twitch channel since and has even deleted her account.
Damn, she got fucked!
It is unclear if she plans to come back at all.
Damn, this chick got fucked! Damn, bro! It wasn't that deep! What did you do? It wasn't that deep! You could have just done a genuine apology and then disappeared for a bit and then come back! Bro! God damn, boy! Yeah, that's cooked. And Ted looks smashable. You fucking gooner. Bro, interesting. Damn, she got cooked. I didn't even know this. I didn't even know that. I did not know that. I reacted to the situation back then, but I didn't know that she was got fucked this hard. Goddamn. Woo. Well, some of the controversies I knew, but some of them I didn't. The second one I did not know. That was interesting. Also, an interesting idea for a VTuber if anybody wants to do that again. I did not know some of the gunpei stuff. I'll be real. I did not know. I did not know that Baebub is completely cooked. Crazy. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Alright. That'll be the end for today. Because I need to get up quite early tomorrow because Mama Slime and brother Antonin YouTube is dead for a year. Yeah, she cooked. She is cooked. Because I have to get up quite early tomorrow. Because Mama Slime, Sister Slime, and Brother Slime are going to the Netherlands for a week. So yeah. Have a good day or night. I will see you tomorrow. Don't goon or gump. And yeah. Bye-bye. Farewell. Yes.